Do as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit!
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. It did not work at all.
Why, hello.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Hey, RPG, over the Prime, and Avali of the Trolls also, thank you for the Prime. I'll just own it and shave it down. I'm giving it a few months because the doctors are working pretty hard at rebalancing a bunch of shit and giving me drugs for things to do with my weight loss as well, or my weight gain rather, but it may end up returning some of the missing hair from the top here. But if it doesn't, then we're gonna go with shaving it pretty soon after that. Or just all gone, because that's fine too. I don't really mind bald as well. Bald is fine, so we'll just get rid of it. I was annoyed with the maintenance. Best decision ever. I am not annoyed by the maintenance, but I am annoyed by the fact that this button to clip things is hiding the button that would let me hide chat. And I don't know how to fix it. Look, I'll hit refresh. See that? Oh, it's gone. Can I like... Oh, I can click it as it loads. Okay, we got 20 minutes left. Or 15. Maybe. Sloths. A spirit animal? Nah, a few months back, my background just started changing on its own. I realized it was a Windows thing. Windows 11 put it in. You could turn it off, but it was on by default when they added it. And then I realized I just kind of liked it. I just show up every day as a different background. I'm like, you know what? It's fine. All right, we got 15 minutes. Let's just put that timer there. That'll do. So we don't miss anything. And I'll just play this for 15 minutes while we're waiting. Because I have one thing that I had thought of, but I'd already gone to bed when I thought of it. Which was, I would like to build this thing to have it just farming some hexotite quartz while I'm gone, while I'm not doing anything. And I can probably get rid of this ore mining site for now because I just have enough raw ore to last quite a while. But I need more hexotite. So let me real quickly hexotite quartz. Exclusively found on Faybreak Island. Wherever the fuck that is. How do I have 800 of it already if it's all the way down here? Got when? Wait, why did that not? There we go. "13 minutes. Don't even need very much this. Gives me an option for roam range. What is that? What do you mean by that? Like how far away from me they'll walk when they're just out? Like when they're just out, like they are right now, like running beside me? There's no door locked behind it or across a redundant. Is it the sword that I saw Steel using? Because I fucking want it. I fucking want that, places. In 16 minutes. Run them now. Run them now. Run more right now. What? I don't know. It was a sword. He had floating swords at his back, and when he slashed the sword, a projectile came out. And I was like, hello. That's exactly what I'd like. Yep. That may have been 2 items. Oh, I thought that was 1 item. Okay, good. Now we're farming that as well. I wouldn't even say incredibly fast, but at least it's happening. You should try Pale World again for a week or so. It's been so fun. It's been so fun. Solo or server? This is solo. I'm starting to think I should have played a server maybe, but like it seems like it's too late now.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Neo Slain, give the 24-month resub. And it's not getting nerfed. And now I've been worried first. That's fair. If it gets nerfed, you have more options. That's honestly, if they nerf Holy Relic, I have so many more options on what to play. Like, I'm not allowed to mine from it. Okay. Be like that, I guess. Ooh. I think you can't
Get your
hit
magic
F.
find characters ready.
Yo, it's time again.
Oh, you can. That's cool. Next run, thank you for the prime. It's not quite time. There's 6 minutes left. I don't think there's going to be enough time to run another ad break. There might be. I have to run an ad break like at the 3-minute mark so that the ad break is over right when it finishes. And then honestly, I'd love to leave this running in the background. I can probably just mute it, right? Fuck yeah. Are we on this just to the interview? Yeah, well, I mean, I can't. You can't have no ads forever. One problem is that there will be random raids. There has never been a raid at this base. I don't know why they can't make it here for some reason. Raids don't start here. So as long as I am AFK in this base, it's fine. We ended up making an oil base. It is a dodgy oil base for now. It's the thing I was gonna work on fixing soon. But over here, this is going to be also a mining base, which is why I have all this flat area around here. But the oil has to go directly on the ground. So for right now, there are only 2 oil nodes because that's all I could afford to make. And enough power to run them. And some food. That's all there is. If you get the ad, if it lets me. No, it'll be like right on 3 minutes if it lets me. I just pressed the button, it didn't work. There has to be some gap. So yeah, this is my oil base. I flattened this part of the ocean. And then up here is still free and nice. And I left all the water free. And I should be able to build all my mines around up here. And have them all go into the PAL box also. Eventually though, this will have 6. Because you can put 2 on each node and there are 3 nodes here. Let me. Yes, it let me. We're good. Right, let me do the thing real quick. So just want to grab those, cancel that because it'll go away.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Alright boys, let's find out who's eating the Nerf bat.
Who is eating the Nerf bat? Good question. 2 minutes. I gotta put my
Get your
cake
magic
away.
find characters ready.
Slowmancer here and staying it for 2 weeks. Yes, I have played Slowmancer. It was quite good.
Get your magic find characters ready.
And boom, have another Anubis. Okay. Fuck that, it can run in the background. I'm sure everything will be fine. It's also muted, so I can't hear it at all. Are we fucking ready? Show screen only. Let's get rid of our things. There we go. Seconds. Overlay chat on the phone is just straight in bed to sleep. Hey. Amelita, thank you for the prime. Drops are on also. Oh, hold on.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile, and welcome to GGG Live. We have massive changes to show you today with Path of Exile, Curse of the Oriflame.
Could you be louder,
It's coming
please?
out next week on July 25th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Abyssal Soul Shatter Rare Finisher effect by following the instructions below. Let's not keep you waiting though. Roll the trailer for Path of Exile, Curse of the Oriflame.
Is that better?
The Oriflame calls us to the sea,
Oh my.
to a lost wreck that still draws ghostly breath.
Digger, thank you for the
A
prime.
curse down below.
Wait!
With my lanterns, we can explore the sea floor. We must find the source of the Oriflame
Wait!
before the brine rot.
It's not a meme! We're going underwater?
Somewhere in the blackest depths, bounty and death await.
Oh! What the fuck is that? Wait, what was that? It's the abyss thing! Legion improved. Wait, that's too fast. Mercenaries? Wait. Wait. Oh, wait, it's too quick. What
Come
was that?
find your fortune in the depths of the sea.
In In today's stream, we'll be walking you through all the details of Path of Exile: Curse of the Allflame. We'll comb the ocean floor, discovering sunken artifacts of forgotten origins, fight the horrors of the deep, and do your best to keep from being crushed by the waters above you. We're revisiting some familiar mechanics to bring new life to systems that have begun, perhaps, to show their age. Abyss and Legion will both be receiving significant upgrades, including a new pinnacle boss for Abyss and a new chase crafting system for unique items in Legion. In addition to revamps of the existing leagues though, we're also bringing back some old friends. The mercenaries of Trathus are making their way back to Rayclast.
Fuck yes!
Then we'll explain our new endgame system, where you'll join Kirak in investigating anomalies appearing on the Atlas. After that, we'll discuss the character and skill balance coming in Curse of the Allflame. Finally, we'll cover our new set of supporter packs, after which we'll have a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will interview Path of Exile's game director Mark, as well as game designers Octavian and Andrew, answering your questions from Twitch chat. After the livestream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM NZT. So let's get started. I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the new league.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, game director on Path of Exile. In Path of Exile: Curse of the Allflame, a long-forgotten mystery has begun to stir beneath Rayclast seas. Hidden in the icy depths lie strange and immensely powerful treasures, waiting for those bold enough to claim them. Meet Valerie, a dangerous Corsair captain who needs boots on the ground and on the sea floor to help her retrieve these treasures and unlock their potential.
I'll help her with anything she wants.
This is where you come in, to help her find the charts scattered across Rayclast. Then, use those to guide her ship to the patch of brine that holds loot for the taking. In return, you'll get a cut of the profits. These lost charts are guarded by the undead, rival Corsairs, or horrible creatures of the deep. Each of these monster encounters will also have a custom bonus for defeating the enemies. For example, successfully defeating the accursed undead that guard this treasure chest will cause the grateful trapped soul inside to grant you its power, possessing you and granting you ghastly power for the rest of the area. Once a chart is in hand, you'll board the good ship, the Sovereign, Valerie, or Val's reappropriated Oriathan naval vessel. Here, Val introduces you to the heart and soul of her ship, quite literally. Vesper, another Pondium native like Val, is bound to this ship. His soul burns with the Allflame's curse, and were his comatose body to be removed from the ship, he would surely die. The silvery apparatus that lines the bows and eaves of the vessel allow him to steer the Sovereign anywhere in Rayclast's waters. Using the chart you've brought, Vesper can navigate to a location so you can scout it for Val, and while doing so, claim whatever treasures there might be. How though will you avoid a watery grave once sunk below? Vesper controls a spark of the Allflame, a powerful and mysterious magic, which has been imbued into a number of devices aboard the ship, chief among them the bathysphere. This entirely safe and well-tested contraption of rivets, bolts and metal will be your ticket beneath the waves to explore and plunder. While scouting the depths, in order to not need an ample supply of air, we're instead going to place Allflame lanterns. These are conduits of the power that keeps Vesper alive and bound to the ship, and give you the temporary safety you need to do that exploring. Without them, you will drown. The first of these is strapped to the bathysphere and activates on landing, rushing the water away to reveal horrifying monstrosities, lost treasures, and a strange luminous coral growing from the corrupted dead in the oceans of Rayclast. These strange growths are the real reason Val has asked you to plumb these waters, as the coral can be broken down into dead man sulfur, the fuel that keeps Vesper's light burning. As you get to the perimeter of the safety provided by an Allflame lantern, Val will drop more down at your request. There's also an option available to have new lanterns fired automatically for you as soon as you need them, if you prefer speed over fine control.
Yep, that's
Explore
me.
and claim what you can while you can. Lost fortunes of gold, chests of valuables, and lurking threats all lie in wait for you beneath the waves. You might even find the odd lost missive, waylaid on its travel to its intended recipient. But hey, finders keepers, right?
Okay.
Beware though, as Vesper can only power so many lanterns at once, and that power is finite. On placing the last of your lanterns, they will begin, one by one, to flicker and fade, and the creatures of the deep will rush in as they sense the vanishing of the light. You'll have to rush back to the safety of the bathysphere, escaping the cold clutches of creatures that despise the light you bring. You'll want to place every lantern though, as exploring to collect enough Deadman Sulfur is the only way to successfully chart the area for the next step, planning a voyage. Val will keep a record of the areas you've charted,
but no doors.
storing details in her journals.
Wait, actually...
Once you've charted enough areas, just talk to Val, place your charts on Val's board, connect them together, and create one giant seafloor excursion. Each area you chart will reveal a special modifier that applies when it is used as part of a voyage, applied to either the charts adjacent to it or the whole voyage. Here are a few examples. This modifier causes all equipment dropped by monsters in adjacent charts to be converted to gold. This modifier will spawn friendly jellyfish alongside every pack of monsters in your voyage, which you will promptly slaughter for extra loot and experience, we're sure. This modifier causes all monsters in adjacent charts to be empowered by wildwood wisps.
Ooh.
With 9 positions on your board for charts when constructing a voyage, these can stack up fast. There are also charts which can take you to specially rewarding areas of the ocean floor. Fields of anchors strewn with treasure chests full of loot, Kalguran shipments lost at sea, and sunken abyssal pits teeming with monsters, to name just a few. There are even some ancient artifacts you might find and resurface.
What the fuck are you using that
Additionally,
weapon
the edges of the voyage board track the currents of corruption flowing through the waters of Rayclast, with randomized effects being rolled with each new voyage to affect the charts placed adjacent to them. These add even further rewards to your voyages, and can shake up the way you choose to place your charts. Stack all of that together, and a well-planned voyage, with a bit of luck, can be a very profitable endeavor. But with so much loot to claim, how are you going to get it all to the surface? Val has a solution for just that problem. In each of the charts that comprise your voyage, there will be a capsule waiting for you, sent down by Val, which can store about an inventory worth of loot. Stuff these full, send Val a signal, and she will pull it back up to the surface, safe and sound. Since voyages are built of 9 charts, that's a lot of opportunities to send back plenty of valuables. Once you're satisfied with the plunder from your well-planned voyage, find any of these capsule locations and call the bathysphere to it as your ticket out. Val will send it down to your rescue, as fast as she can. You just need to survive until it gets there. Good luck! Once you do, don't forget to empty all those capsules full of loot. Now, back to all that Deadman Sulfur that you've been hard at work gathering. Is that just to keep the Sovereign afloat and Vesper alight? No, it's not. Once you've got a bunch of it, head below decks, and you'll find the heart of the ship at work. Whilst Vesper's body remains above deck, burning away in a contraption of tarnished pipes and corpse-stained glass, resides Vesper's soul, and you'll find him to be a pretty crafty fellow, if a bit melancholy. That's where this league's item crafting system comes into play. Give Vesper an item, alongside a currency that you could normally use on that item, and an ample supply of Deadman Sulfur. That item is then split into a multitude of ghostly forms, each of which will be the result of having applied that currency to the original item. You can then pick which of the ghostly outcomes you like best to keep for yourself. The others will go up in smoke, as Vesper can only reify a single outcome. This can be done with almost any crafting step you'd like. Want to see a few outcomes for that influenced Exalted Orb?
Yo!
Perhaps you've got a particularly expensive fossil combination you want to get maximum value out of.
Oh, what?
Do be wary though, as the more potent the craft, the more sulfur Vesper will require to see it done. That's not all, however, as the seafloor hides some yet undiscovered potential in the form of rare and valuable ducats.
Yo.
These can be consumed by Vesper to warp and twist items in ways not seen in centuries, such as Kishara's Ducat, which creates 4 ghostly copies of an item, each of which will keep 1 mod from the original, perfect for creating powerful crafting bases. The Gentile's Ducat, which can solve item or gem requirement problems by changing one attribute to another.
Oh.
And Brine Hook's Ducat, with which you can become an emissary of the gods of Rayclast. Who knows what these aspects might do? These Ducats come from special types of charts, so keep an eye out for them on your travels throughout Rayclast. You may even find some that lead you to notably unwelcoming waters. So that covers the new league, and for the first time in Path of Exile, we're finally going under the sea. Some might even say this is the first real boat league. But that's not all, not even close. Next up, we've got an old favourite making a return. The mercenaries of Trathus are once again roaming Rayclast, looking for hapless fools to duel. Mercenaries will start appearing from Act 3 in San. Before beginning a duel, you'll be offered an overview of the mercenary you've encountered.
Holy shit, they've got
Here,
ring slots still.
you can see the gear they have equipped.
They have
and the
all of
skills
the
they
gear
employ.
slots. What the hell?
As per the Trathan code, you have the right to wager for an item the mercenary is carrying. You'll stake some of your gold, and the duel commences.
Kind of me too.
If you lose, you forfeit the levied gold, and the mercenary will teleport out.
Surely they fixed
repulsed at such a poor display.
Surely they fixed Doriani.
Win, however, and to the victor will go the spoils. In addition, if you win the duel, the mercenary will aid you as an ally for a number of areas. Trathan mercenaries are powerful allies to have in Rayclast, assisting in a number of ways. Some mercenaries can provide you with powerful auras and buffs, while other mercenaries can do all the killing for you.
Well, don't put it in then. Don't bother.
While in map areas, if you don't like anything the mercenary offers, you have the ability to request their warrant. A warrant is a promise to return and duel again at a later date. A call to action that calls that specific mercenary to a future map, with the same set of skills, but a new set of items. A mercenary
just
will
kind of
only
don't
grant
bother
their
then?
warrant once, however, preventing you from fighting that mercenary in every single area. Warrants also allow you to trade specific mercenaries to other players. It is important to note that unlike in Mercenaries of Trathus League, having a mercenary does not count as a player party member. So having a mercenary does not increase monster life or the quantity and rarity of items dropped from monsters.
Yeah, I
Given
mean, that's
that,
fine, but
you
kind
may
of...
be wondering, but what if I really like a mercenary I found?
Yeah.
They have a great personality and powerful skills. Is there really no way I can keep them as an ally permanently? Well, you can, but only if you are a Scion. For the second time in 6 months, the Scion is getting a new ascendancy class, the Luminary. The Luminary is a natural leader, lighting the way for others to follow. Becoming a Luminary immediately lets them allocate the Noble Blood passive, allowing them to permanently hire any mercenary they find in Rayclast. Luminaries can have up to 3 permanently hired mercenaries, 2 in reserve in towns and hideouts, and 1 as an active ally in combat. Unlike with regular mercenaries, you can change the items permanently hired mercenaries have equipped, opening up innumerate potential build possibilities. By default, permanently hired mercenaries cannot be equipped with unique items, but these passives enable them to equip specific types of uniques.
Oh my god.
While the legendary arms passive empowers mercenaries that have many different unique items equipped. Luminaries have the flexibility of becoming a support character to their mercenary, or having their mercenary support them. The Oath of Fealty and Golden Glory passives empower your mercenary by using your link skills on them. The Loyal Bodyguard and bestowed knighthood passives enable your mercenary to protect you in combat, as well as enhancing their aura skills. As with any old league that we add to the core game, we have added full Atlas tree and Scarab support. Here are just a few examples. These passives allow you to much more easily target the specific types of mercenaries you want showing up in your maps. The Loot and Pillage passive gives mercenaries a chance to drop all their items when defeated, instead of just the one you selected. The Trathan Scarab of Renown makes it so the spawn mercenary is covered head to tail in unique items.
Risky.
And the Trathan Scarab of Infamy forces a more powerful, infamous mercenary to spawn, accompanied by two other mercenaries for a truly unfair duel. Unfair for them. There's even a few entirely new mercenary types, one of which is found exclusively on the seafloor in rare Curse of the Allflame encounters. Sellswords of Trathus won't be the whole of your problems in 329, however, as the denizens of the Lightless are getting some much needed updates with the modernization and rework of Abyss. When we brought Abyss over to Path of Exile 2 and Rise of the Abyssal, some functional changes to the mechanic were made to improve the gameplay significantly. In Curse of the Allflame, the majority of those changes will be making their way back to Path of Exile 1. The existing Abyss content had some notable problems.
Yeah,
aside from being very dated,
nowhere.
It also required the player to follow a crack as it opens, often backtracking throughout already cleared areas. Now, as you approach an abyssal pit, and the cracks leading up to it, you will find that it is already open and spilling forth abyssal energy into the surrounding area, subjugating the souls of enemies unlucky enough to be within its influence. Slaying these enemies will send those souls spiraling down into the pit, drawing the attention and ire of the minions of Kulamark that dwell beneath. Slay enough of them, and the Abyssal Legion will spill forth from their domain to tear you apart. The upshot of this rework is twofold. Firstly, there is now much more visceral feedback in the moment-to-moment gameplay of Abyss, with audio and visual cues drawing the player along. And most importantly, you'll never need to chase a meandering abyssal crack around a map ever again.
Yay!
No more backtracking.
Fuck that nonsense.
However, be on your guard. The abyssal minions of Kulamark have some different tricks up their sleeves in PoE 1, and many employ entirely different skills to those of their PoE 2 counterparts. To be clear, there are still some aspects of the existing abyssal system that we will be keeping. Abyssal jewels and items with abyssal sockets will remain.
Yay!
In fact, we have given Abyss a similar treatment to what we did with Dell fossils in our last release, moving abyssal rewards out of other areas of the game to make Abyss the exclusive source of abyssal jewels and Stygian vices.
Also good.
This will also come with a complete refresh of abyssal scarabs and Atlas passive tree investment, with some truly dangerous and wild new ways to take on the lightless hordes.
Also good. Good.
Lastly for Abyss, but definitely not least, Abyss is bringing an entirely new endgame pinnacle boss, with its own set of brand new unique items. This boss has a very unique way of accessing it. What does this eyeball do? Good luck figuring this one out. Let's move on to our next league being reworked, Legion. Every league should have distinct and interesting rewards that are exclusively available from that mechanic. This allows players to specialize in certain corners of the game, rewarding those who engage with a given mechanic. Legion is next on our list to receive this treatment. Despite having a unique combat mechanic, we felt Legion didn't have interesting exclusive rewards outside of timeless jewels. While incubators were technically exclusive to Legion, they effectively granted the same rewards that you could get elsewhere. So, what are we doing about it?
Okay.
Firstly, incubators are being removed.
Good.
No longer will you have to remember to apply incubators to all your equipment every few maps.
What the fuck is that spell he's using?
We will be adding a new type of reward exclusive to Legion, the Stygial unique items. Legion generals and maps will have a chance to drop a new type of currency item, enshrouding crystals. These can be used on your unique armors. You can then take the enshrouded item to the domain of timeless conflict, which might look a little bit different to what you remember.
Nope, that looks exactly
A
the
giant
same.
crystal emerges from the center of the domain, and there appears to be some sort of entity trapped inside. Potentially the reason that these armies are engaged in eternal conflict. At the base of the crystal are a number of smaller crystals. Clicking on one allows us to place our enshrouded item inside. As we then kill monsters in the domain of timeless conflict, our gloves within the crystal begin to transform. And once you have killed enough, the crystal becomes volatile and looks ready to fracture. I wonder what will come out. Our Shaper's Touch transformed into a Malagero's Virtuosity, but now the Malagero's Virtuosity has a trace of the original enshrouded item bestowed upon it, in the form of a vestigial implicit modifier.
Oh!
As you can see, enshrouding crystals allow you to transfer powerful modifiers from one unique item onto another. Here are some more examples of vestigial unique items. Helmets, boots, gloves, shields, and body armors. In addition to vestigial items, we are also making a number of small improvements to Legion. You no longer need to kill every last monster to begin the Legion encounter. Breaking out all the key monsters, chests, and the majority of monsters will be enough to start the combat automatically. No more cheeky single monster hiding in the corner, preventing your encounter from starting. Legion monsters drop fewer splinters, but in larger stack sizes, resulting in fewer clicks in each encounter. Unrelenting timeless emblems have been removed, with regular timeless emblems absorbing many of their effects, causing the domain of timeless conflict to become harder, but more rewarding as you kill monsters. Your reward progress in the domain is now tracked by charging up these small purple crystals, rather than flooding your screen with hundreds of reward icons. The rewards are still the same, just not obscuring your screen with symbols.
Cool.
Talismans were introduced back in 2015, but over the years they've been long neglected and lack a meaningful place or purpose. We are making a number of changes to bring talismans back to relevance.
Oh, fuck off.
Firstly, talismans are now exclusive rewards from Bestiary. Every red beast has a chance to drop a talisman specific to that beast. For example, the Krashik Croaker can drop the Croaker Talisman. What makes these talismans special? Well, you'll notice a couple of changes compared to old talismans. Firstly, talismans no longer drop corrupted, making them far easier to craft once you find one.
Actually, yes, though.
Secondly, the special modifiers on talismans are now enchantments, rather than implicits. This means they compete with blight anointments, allowing their effects to be significantly more powerful than before. Here are a few more examples of new talismans. Talisman unique items have all been improved, and now have a chance to drop from all bestiary bosses. Check out the new Eyes of the Great Wolf Talisman, which has some crazy possibilities. So that is everything covering the new and reworked League mechanics in 329. Now, that's already quite a lot of in-game content, with mercenaries returning, an upgraded Abyss, Legion's new reward mechanic, and of course, everything the Curse of the Allflame League has to offer. But even with all of that, we're not done, because what about the Atlas itself, given Zana's actions to try and destroy it in the last two expansions? Zana's actions are causing the Atlas to become ever more destabilized. Strange locations have begun to manifest on the Atlas, many of which seem to be bleeding over from familiar places in Rayclast. Kerak has labeled these as anomalies. When you complete maps affected by a Voidstone, there is a chance that when you next open your Atlas, an anomaly may manifest. Like this one, the Mana Foyer.
Self-cast arc?
Like regular maps on the Atlas, you can select them at your map device, but unlike regular maps, these don't require an item to enter. It looks like this area is the abode of Cadero Perandus. Cadero is willing to offer valuable items in exchange for our gold. If you don't like what is on offer, you can reject it, and he will immediately offer another item. The next offer will cost more gold. but hopefully is much more valuable to you.
A way to spend
If you don't
my
have enough gold for the offered item, don't worry. Kadero is happy to wait for you to replenish your coffers. You can return to the area at any time. The anomaly will not disappear from the Atlas until you either purchase an item or reject all his offers. Anomalies are unique in this regard. Unlike other locations on the Atlas, these areas can often be revisited. Let's quickly run through a few of the anomalies that can manifest. Reflecting Mists and the Nameless Seer no longer randomly spawn within maps, but instead now appear in their own anomaly areas.
Oh.
Scrying is no longer the domain of the Nameless Seer, but instead can be done through the new, tradable Scrying Orb.
Oh, okay.
Some anomalies grant a taste of League mechanics you might not normally run, without having to be fully invested into them. For example, this anomaly creates a random, fully revealed heist blueprint wing, with random rogue companions.
I'm good,
This
thanks.
anomaly has a version of the Sacred Grove, where the plants have fully taken over. This strongbox seems to have a strange mechanism. Atlas anomalies are unaffected by your Atlas skill tree, and you can't augment them using any fragments. Therefore, they can be run at any time without feeling like they have to be saved for later to maximize the potential
that
rewards.
was the box.
There are many more Atlas anomalies to discover for yourselves, each of them tied to a specific Atlas quadrant. It is therefore worth discovering which ones can spawn in each part of the Atlas, as it may influence what Atlas strategy you wish to pursue. So that is a heap of new challenges to encounter, from the League and the in-game. But you may be asking, what new tools do we have to face these challenges? In 329, we are giving a bit of love to spellcasters, specifically those that cast spells themselves.
A bit of hand
But first,
casting?
let's address the elephant in the room that astute players may have noticed. Yes, I'm talking about those socket colors. So,
Yes.
after the better part of 2 decades, in 329, we're
New
making
adventure
a
orb?
fairly radical change. Sockets, at a basic level, don't have colors anymore. You can now put any colored gem into any socket. We're doing this to address a long-running issue for both new
What are you
and
doing about the
experienced
olive?
players. I'm sure almost everyone who has played before has run into the issue of finding a notable upgrade and have struggled to find a way to equip it. Maybe you find an amazing body armor, one that would give you a substantial boost to your defenses, but you just can't move your skill or support gems over because the colors of the sockets just don't match, and you didn't luck out with your chromatic orbs. It's not fun when you have to unequip a bunch of skills or supports just
I'm
to
so
use a
fucking
better
hard
item.
right now. Sorry.
This can still happen with the socket numbers and socket links, so it's not like it's just purely trivial, but the colors were just unnecessary. And not only prevented upgrading gear, it limited build experimentation. So, given that, what do the colors on gems with regards to sockets even now mean? Well, the colors on gems for sockets are still relevant, just as an upgrade system. You can still find items with colored sockets, and you can craft them onto items. They are just rarer and more powerful. Most importantly, they don't restrict what can be socketed into them. So
What
how
does
are they
that
more
mean?
powerful? Well, if you were to find an item with, say, a green socket, you can put a green gem inside of it to get an additional quality bonus to that gem.
Oh, shit.
This allows socket colors to be a purely positive outcome on an item, while not just simplifying the system away.
Wait.
You can also still change the color of
Wait.
sockets on your items using a chromatic orb,
Diallo's
which now
everything?
guarantees at least one red, blue,
Every item
or
is
green
Diallo's?
socket. This change will make it easier for everyone to
Wait.
upgrade items and maintain their build, especially while progressing.
Huh?
Speaking of builds and gems, we wanted to make sure we improve some of those, specifically for spellcasters. Let's get into that. Spellcasters have a large number of different skills to choose from, but often many skills play and scale in similar ways. We have done a pass through existing spells, differentiating spell damage types from each other. For example, Shadow's physical spells, like Ethereal Knives and Bladefall, now have a much higher critical strike chance than other spells at the expense of damage. Pure Lightning spells now all have generally higher cast speeds, but they cost more mana per second than other spells. we noticed that some of the Ascendancy classes for Shadow, Witch, and Templar were lacking options for general spellcasting. So we've added a new notable to the Assassin.
Yo. Spell critical strike chance blocks you. What?
And the Inquisitor.
What? Holy.
We are also introducing a new skill, Mana Infused Staff, that infuses your staff with arcane energy, raising your block chance and reducing the mana cost of your spells. In addition, when you are hit by an enemy, you retaliate with a wave of arcane lightning, dealing damage based on your maximum mana. One of the struggles we noticed with certain self-cast archetypes was that they lacked a scaling option in the endgame. In 329, we're adding a special new set of exceptional skill gems called Pacts. Each pact is themed around a specific Beyond demon and Lycia. You can make a bargain with these demons to empower your spells, but at what cost, you may ask? Well, these spells don't have a typical cost, but instead cause the player to gain a special affliction debuff.
Yes,
don't worry
perfect.
too much though, the rewards will be worth it. For example, Pact of Baydat causes many of your different spells to just cause a ruckus, while Pact of Gore is for dot builds. Using this pact will plague your enemies. Just cast it and watch everything around you melt. I wonder what Pact of Lycia and Pact of Katash do. We won't go into the specifics of all the balance changes we are making here, but there are many more caster improvements, including buffs to specific spells and supports, buffs to caster unique items, as well as more and better ways to solve mana. Check out the patch notes later for all the details. Next up, we're going to be talking about the new supporter packs for Curse of the Allflame.
Okay,
Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Plague and Remedis packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Plague series of supporter packs contains 7 exclusive microtransactions. Equipping the Plague weapon skin replaces the default appearance of your staff, sword,
about an hour.
mace, or shield with a weapon that has been submerged in corrosive toxins. The Plague Rat Pet is the result of a nefarious experiment. When a unique enemy is nearby, it faints as a defensive mechanism to protect its fragile body so it can continue to spread disease. The metal of the Plague Bearer armor set has corroded, and the cloth has begun to disintegrate from being exposed to such toxic elements. It includes the Plague Bearer back attachment, which spreads disease across the ground in town areas, maximizing the chance of infection. A diseased swarm infects your weapon when using the Plague Bearer weapon effect. Use it alongside the Erupting Pustule's rare finisher effect to spread vile and devastating disease to monsters you kill.
I can tell you that much.
Activating the Plague Wraith map device causes the plagued energy to flow from the chained being. Given the goal of spreading such illness is to end the lives of as many as possible, the map device tracks kills in kind, showing you the number of enemies killed in each map, sorted by rarity. Feel free to even pin the count of enemies slain in a map to the leaderboard at your leisure. Pair it with the Putrefying Portal to fully immerse yourself in the Plague Propagator experience. Both the map device and the portal emit such a potent putrefaction that even the birds flying overhead cannot survive, as they plummet to the ground around it. The Remedis Pack series also contains 7 exclusive microtransactions. The Remedis weapon skin changes the appearance of your staff, wand, scepter, or shield, with relics once used by the Order of the Remedis Knights against the plague. The Medi Roa pet is kitted out with all the supplies necessary for healing in remote locations. Strangely, these Roas seem to have a particular fondness for goblin meat. The Remedis Knight armor set is bestowed upon those tasked with traveling through Rayclast to purge the sick of their diseases. The matching back attachment cleanses the disease left behind on the ground in town areas by the Plague Bearer back attachment. It's an important job of a Remedis Knight to not let disease take over. Help by doing your part. The Remedis Knight weapon effect funnels the divine power of purification into your weapon. Return to
Okay,
the
this
Saints'
looks cool
End
and all.
Monastery hideout to recuperate from your purifying duties.
That
Once a
looks fucking
thriving
cool.
center for curing ailments, this monastery has slowly wasted away while lying unused. If you're feeling brave enough, there's even a platform to dive into the purifying waters below
Thing with the
before
prime?
washing back up at the base of the hideout. Last, but not least, use the Reservoir of Benediction Affinity Stash to store all of your elixirs. This stash opens to your stash tab with the Flask Affinity set. Additionally, all microtransactions from the supporter packs are available for use in Path of Exile 2. We're looking forward to seeing which of you choose to become the Plague and spread disease across Rayclast, or those who wish to fight against it by becoming a Remedis Knight. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile, Curse of the Allflame, at 11 AM New Zealand time, 4 PM Pacific. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news.
Okay, that was crazy. That's a lot of stuff. I'm real tempted to start the new Scion and just hope that being my own mercenary support works out well for me. I'm worried about Yellows and Abyss sockets. We saw Abyss sockets. Not only did we see Abyss sockets, we also saw the ability to add Abyss sockets to uniques. We did not see anything about Dialas. Hey Hulk, give us 72-month resub. So who are you asking to carry for 2 days? You start as a Scion. You just Scion really only ever had 2 good options, and one of them was minions. You just play SRS. It's fine. You become an Orobot for your SRS until you find a mercenary that can do some damage. To become the new Orobot. If you get power leveled on a sign to become an Orobot, you can have kill the entire game and have 0 kills recorded. Wait, does the slash kills not count the ones killed by a mercenary?
G'day Exiles, and welcome back for another Q&A for 3.29. We are joined here by, it's a little bit cozier here than usual. We have game director Mark Roberts, along with lead game designers on Path of Exile 1, Octavian and Andrew. And Andrew, welcome. This is your first time joining us on the Q&A. It's good to have you here. You have been on some other podcasts and things in the past before, but it's exciting to have you all here for the podcast. I kind of want to give people a bit of a lay of the land of like what it is that each of you, like Octavian and Andrew, work on for Path of Exile, so people can kind of understand where your expertise lies, maybe.
Yeah, so for Path of Exile 1, I've been working on it for primarily for quite a few years now.
No audio
and
issues?
typically I'll dip my hands into everything and related to the expansion. However, in the last few expansions, Chris has been handling the majority of the league stuff, and I typically handle most of the other bits and bobs. So yeah, for example, in this one, things like Mercenary and Legion and the balance, I would have had a hand in.
Yeah, and you certainly did a lot on the balance side of things. It looks like you did 150 skills or something.
When the patch notes come out, you'll see the changes there. So
that's a bit better.
It's a lot. That's a later nuke. So
And what about for you, Octavian? What do you kind of focus on for people who are not familiar?
So the last few leagues, Mercenaries, Mirage, and now Curse of the Allflame, I've been, sort of leading the design on the league mechanic itself. And then basically wherever else I'm needed. So this time around, I did the new Abyss Pinnacle boss. So you can blame me if he kills you. I did a bunch of new uniques, some transfigured skills that'll be in the patch, because that's a pet project of mine. I really like transfigured skills, and probably some other stuff I'm forgetting. But yeah, I mean, mostly the league this time. It's a chunky one.
Yeah. I mean, that was where I was originally planning on starting, was like talking about Curse of the Allflame, where we collect chat's questions and then dive into some of the other things: Mirage, Abyss, Legion, balanced crafting. There's a lot of things to talk about today, but obviously the biggest news is the socket color change. It's the one everyone kind of seems to want to know about from what I've seen. It's a weird one because it's such a long-standing tradition, and there is I felt like the initial I feel like I should be mad or something, but I was like, but I'm not. I'm curious, how did this one come about after being unchanged for so long?
We actually discussed this change on Mirage launch day. So often on just to give some history to it. So on launch day, when there isn't a burning fire,
nice.
We're all sitting there designing okay, what are we doing next? What are we starting on Monday? I know people think we have a long plan ahead. We don't. Launch day is when we design the next set of content. And a thing that we decided is we worry the message now is that PoE 2 is for the new audience and PoE 1's for the existing audience only. And it is obviously for the existing audience, obviously. But we also want to make sure we're bringing in new players. And we want to make sure that that audience is growing. Because if you aren't growing the audience, it's only got one way to go, right?
Right.
That's down. Now, hopefully, you can... It'd be naive to assume it can just sustain the exact same numbers forever with the exact same players, right? People do eventually move on.
Yeah.
Whatever. So we want the audience to grow. And so when we actually go and look, well, when we were discussing this with Mirage, we're like, let's actually think, why are people, getting into the game and then stopping playing? What are the points of friction and where we're losing the audience? And sockets is a huge one. Now, we had already discussed this for PoE 2 because PoE 2 removed skill gems off gear, right?
Yeah.
So we kind of already were a bit educated in this, and we're like, but the line we drew, some people were like, why not remove them entirely off the gear, like you did with PoE 2? But there are, I would say, I feel this way, and a number of people feel this way, when first playing PoE 1, or fifth, sixth, whatever, long time ago.
A decade and a half ago.
There were two things about the game that really caught me and my group of friends and propagated along, and maybe you guys feel the same way, I'm not sure, which was, I opened the passive tree and fell in love, and I also was like, holy, skills are in your gear and the links are in your gear. That's awesome. That's so, the innovation behind that is so cool. So not wanting to lose the skills and sockets in gear in PoE 1, I think is, it's a personal line, sure, but I think a lot of people share it, of not wanting to lose that entirely, but also it doesn't need to be having so many layers of friction. And so obviously you got the numbers, you got the links, and then you got the colors. And often what we're finding is that, sure, seasoned players, veterans, they work around it, sure. But, or honestly, they don't even necessarily, I talk about the gear upgrades, sometimes you don't even need the gear upgrades, you can just, once you know what you're doing, you know what you're doing. But yeah, we're finding a lot of players early game who are struggling, who are trying to get those gear upgrades, just can't, and often it's because of the colors.
Yeah.
And so we're like, well, we want to remove that friction, but also we don't want to just simplify it down to nothing, because we still want in-game players to have an access of itemization that's important. And so we're like, we still want the colors to come in. We still want it to be important for upgrading your gear. We want it to be a chase end-game thing players can do. And we honestly think that this hits both of those, and it now allows a lot of people to get into the game easier, make upgrades of their gear without going, I don't know what to do. My gear's been the same since level 3 because I can't replace this, or one piece of gear or another piece of gear. And because they don't want to break their links or their skills or their support. So yeah, honestly, that's where it came about. And but the broader discussion is let's we need to get people in the door. We need to get people to stop quitting. And we need to have, like, when they get overwhelmed and they're like, I don't know what to do, it feels complicated. And this was part of that. So, you know, I wouldn't expect this to be the last change along that axis of us going, let's remove these barriers of entry. You know, in the future we want to make more. But yeah, honestly, I think, you know, generally speaking, almost everyone internally has been pretty positive. But everyone has that... whoa, you're changing this sacred thing. And even we had it. When we were in the room, we're like, oh, are we doing this?
Are we allowed to do this?
What, do we need to, you know, like, hold on, do we need to, like, call a council of the founders here? Like, do we, what are we supposed to do here? Like,
well, I kind of heard that basically did happen. Like, you guys called around to some of the other.
So it was, even we were like, are we allowed? But then also I think it is really important that we can reassess these fundamentals and actually go and say, no, this needs to change. Now, hopefully it's amazing, and hopefully everyone finds it to have less friction and late game get better itemization and all of that. But, you know, these things, if they don't quite land, we're always just going to make another iteration and change it. That's what we do.
I was like, so I've done a playthrough of the campaign while here, and I with this in particular, because I had that feeling like, oh, it's so sacred and so ancient. I feel like I was coming at it from an angle of being hypercritical, looking for any potential issues with it, but it felt like it was just so much easier to change gear and swap my gear around. Like, ultimately, that's the thing. You talk about this for a lot for new players, but I see this as like a huge win for long-term players, because playing a game for over a decade, you start to notice these kind of points of exhaustion is kind of what I think of them as, where you're like, oh, this just grinds me down a little bit each league.
That is something I did. It was intended for a newer audience, but 100% all the feedback from alpha, from internal, you know, our designers and QA generally has been like, hell yeah.
It just makes the campaign smoother. I'm using a greater variety of gear. I'm upgrading my gear more often. It feels good. And the quality one surprised me a bit, because that is actually like you don't usually interact with quality at all in the campaign. You're not going to get any GCPs until end game, right? But that I was actually kind of looking at the quality on my gems, and, you know, I was like, oh, this really benefits from that. I'm getting an extra spark on my spark while I'm leveling, and, you know, so that felt like actually a pretty fun thing to engage with, and getting one socket color here and there felt like a meaningful thing. So
it's not really
it worked out really nicely as an axis for still rewarding getting, you know, some of the correct colors. Because quality innately is much more powerful on your active skill than it is your support gem. So it's kind of okay if you only have a few of the colors, because you put your strongest skill in the you know, you put your strongest gem in your links, which is your active skill, into the color that it matches. And then it's nice to get the other colors correct, but, you know, getting the other colors correct is like 5% increased damage. Whereas getting the one color you really need correct, which is quite easy to do, is, you know, potentially an extra projectile or 10% more damage or something like that.
Yeah, every time a chrome dropped, I was like looking for a good base to drop that on, so that I could, you know, chuck my spark gem or something else in there.
It has the added bonus of there's another currency that's like, you know, it's not like a divine orb level ding when you drop it, but it's nice to see. You know, you're excited to see a chromatic now and then.
Yeah, it was kind of funny that like chromatic went from being like less valuable than, you know, jewelers and fusings to being the most value out of those now.
Yeah, just to clarify, chromatics are much rarer now than they were before.
Yes.
I won't say exactly how rare they are, but we've made changes to, like, for example, if you vendor a 6-socket item that has chromatic colors, you won't get 7 jeweler orbs, you'll get a chromatic orb instead.
Oh, I was wondering if there was some sort of recipe. I thought you guys might keep it secret or something.
Oh no, that's the existing chromatic recipe. That still works.
Okay.
But it has higher priority than the jeweler's
Our list of recipes, if it meets 2 conditions, there's always it has an order of precedence, so we moved the chromatic above the jeweler's.
It's more valuable now. I see, that makes sense.
Okay.
Did you guys have to mess with quality at all now that there's going to be kind of 30% is just going to be somewhat wildly available now? Like, does that break anything?
No, it is basically a bit power creepy, but I think we had to make a number of changes to existing uniques that interacted with socket colors, but I think the only one that really got a nerf was Diala's Malefaction. Instead of granting 30% quality to green socket gems, it's now 20%.
Okay.
But if you put a green socket gem in, it's 30%, which is what it had before. So.
And that's my follow-up question is, there's uniques that interact with socket colors. Have these sorts of things been updated? In particular, I was like wondering, like, you guys do anything with tabula rasa, or just kind of leave it? I imagine. I don't know.
No, that's fine.
It didn't need to change.
Yeah, I mean,
So
that
it's
kind of
a
just
six-link.
works, doesn't it?
Six-link, still a six-link, yeah.
Still a
Like it's
six-link.
blue, yeah, and
Your
normally in
Skin
a
of the
red
Loyal
socket.
and Lords, they just generate with 6 coloured sockets.
So that's fine.
So you still want to get the right colours, but
Yeah, but it's much easier to actually use them now.
what else did you do? Pariah.
Yeah, so
okay.
we audited all of them. Some of them we were like, this is not a good unique, we should buff it. So Pariah, for example, is one that is now much stronger than it used to be. Yeah, there's subtle changes, but in general, like the design of the uniques didn't really need to change at all, like Triad Grip and the Untouched Soul, those type of things.
I just realized this makes like a favorite thing for me is like early league buying like a corrupted 6-link and finding the right colors for that was sometimes tricky. But now like you can use any because you can put a blue gem in a green socket. You just don't get the bonus.
Yeah, Skin of the Loyals early league is going to be far more accessible now.
Yeah, cool, interesting. So that inadvertently kind of makes 6-links much more available early league. It seems it's like something maybe you wouldn't even really think about with this, but there you go.
Yeah, in a way, yeah.
Yeah, all right, cool. Valobs did a thing with sockets, so I imagine that changed, right?
Well, to clarify, when you do get a socket color, so for example, if you're using like a strength base type, you still have, when a socket generates, it's still got a much higher chance to be a red socket compared to a blue or green socket. So it still rolls socket colors based on the attribute requirements. Now, a Valorb does what it used to do before, where when it's generating socket colors, it can still re-roll socket colors.
Yeah.
I think instead of granting white sockets, now it does the inverse and it grants a colored socket. But that colored socket will just be a random red, green or blue. It won't care about the attribute requirements of the item.
So a way to get off colors or something maybe. Interesting. I imagine the crafting bench probably changed. But then again, with chromes being more expensive, maybe it didn't need to.
So a chromatic orb guarantees a colored socket, but we also have crafting bench options which guarantee 2 colored sockets and guarantee 3 colored sockets, but for varying amounts of chromatic orbs. I can't remember the exact numbers.
And now that they're going to be much more valuable as well, that makes sense. It almost kind of solves itself there. Well, super interesting. I look forward to seeing how people feel about that after they've had a chance to play around with it. But, my impressions of that have been pretty positive so far. If anything, like, I guess if there's any negative I could probably nitpick about it, it seems that maybe like it removes some of the identity from those items, mostly more in the campaign where you're not seeing their colors come up all that often. So like armor, energy shield thing is not necessarily as distinct from an invasion thing since you can change them around a lot more. Was that something you guys were worried about at all with this?
Not really.
You think
a little bit. I understand that it is, especially from the visuals. Yeah. But like the item holds itself, you know, and with respect to its defense type, its mods. But yeah, I mean, I get that. Almost everyone, I was just thinking about it now, I play with sockets always shown. I don't think I've seen anyone in a long time not play with sockets always shown. So I was just thinking that, like, generally when you're looking at an item, in fact, you're not really seeing its item art. You're just seeing some combination of colors. So, yeah, generally you're going to be like, hey, this doesn't look like how it used to look. But I would honestly say that that doesn't need to be part of it. So it shouldn't need to be part of its identity.
Nice.
Even though I get that it will feel that way, for sure.
Well, I know this was the main change for this expansion, but on the side, in your spare time between working on socket colors, obviously you made this thing called Curse of the Oriflame. This is a pretty unique and I think delightfully goofy mechanic. It's definitely a weird one. At first I thought, it's delve but moist, but then that seems to be oversimplifying it a little bit, because it's also got a little bit of a blend of other ideas and definitely seems to very much be its own thing. I'm curious, how did this idea for this Subnautica League come about?
You know what? Strangely, it actually didn't even start from the point of we should go to the ocean floor. What I wanted was a league where, you're exploring in similar sort of to the Wildwood, because I like that mechanic, but like a league mechanic where you're exploring and trying to uncover things as you go. And it was originally going to be, I believe, like bestiary adjacent, where it was going to be in like the spirit realm where all the bestiary bosses are and you're like clearing spirit fog. But that was not a thing that we had nearly the assets to be able to pull off nearly as well as like an ocean-themed league, because you can, go look at half the monsters in the game that pre-existed, and they're on the coast, or they're near the shore, or they're on an island, and therefore, it's crabs and horrible squid creatures and starfish and all that. And so it just made a lot more sense to go with an ocean-themed league. And from there, everything just kind of exploded into being.
Yeah, a lot of that also inspiring. The same mechanic can often be applied to many different themes in different ways, and so a huge part of the win there, he's talking about ocean biome assets, creatures. Well, we had just done Act 4, right? So and PoE 2, so all of a sudden we have islands and sea creatures and everything there, and it's like, okay, well, we like to reuse stuff and port it back and so we get to use all the modern art. The other thing is the environment artists are familiar with those assets, so when they're trying to put together all these things, they know exactly, and the level designers, they know exactly where everything is. Makes it way easier, and then you don't have to look through and find 13-year-old assets and stuff trying to go okay, how can I reuse this? And then, yeah, it's nice to have full art sets of modern art, because when you mix old things that aren't what we call PBR and non-PBR, when you have the old PoE 1 assets intermixed with the new modern assets, they stick out like a absolute sore thumb.
Yeah.
So yeah, going in, obviously, it's when you're picking a theme, it's often good to look, what art do we have? How can we use that or reuse that? Because then you get to make a hell of a lot more content for significantly less cost. So that's kind of what helped inspire it, because we also I was like, and he doesn't necessarily know what's being made for PoE 2, and that's like where I'm kind of the bridge, and I'm like,
yeah, because you're fully on PoE 1.
Yes.
Yep.
and he's like, well, what monsters? And I'm like, oh, well, let me give you that. And it was just like massive list. I'm like, go to this area, go to this area, go to this area, any of these will work. Big starfish and all that stuff, and so
sea otters.
Yeah,
I love otters. So,
yeah,
the otters
so,
definitely caught me by surprise.
Yeah, we had a task that we hadn't finished called Demon Otter.
Yeah. You didn't even point me at that. I went and found that one.
Yeah.
I felt slightly bad blowing up the otters. They're kind of cute.
Well, you can get one as a pet from the upcoming mystery box.
There you go.
I feel like I'm like, how did you find that? Are you just going into our issue tracker and typing otter every 3 days and waiting for something to appear? It's like,
I refresh the issue tracker at the start of each day because I'm curious what's being worked on, and I saw otter years ago.
Control F otter.
And it's stuck in my head.
He's got a script that just checks for him every day and alerts him, pings in the moment it goes in.
Hundreds of these things getting made per day. It's like kind of to just know to search for that is really weird. So I don't know. I'm sus.
So you had some assets for it, but also if you'd done the Wildwood Einhari sort of thing, that sounds cool, but it wouldn't have been quite as unique as this, I think.
Yep.
I don't think we haven't had this exploring the ocean floor thing before.
I got a question for you.
Sure.
Is this a real boat league?
I was wondering, yeah, because you go into a boat, but we're not what makes a boat league? Does it just have to have a boat in it? Because that's a pretty low bar.
You have to be at ocean? Do you have to be
fighting?
I think some people draw the line at sailing. I think it has to be moving. I think you have to. I think they would say.
Hold on. We'll get to that in a second.
You're rolling.
I think that a true boat league to some people is one that must induce seasickness.
That's your line.
Screen wobble and
that is not what I thought you would say.
You've not done that this week.
Okay.
Thank you for not doing that. I feel like the true boat league has to have combat on a boat. We're gonna have some boarding actions or something some
on a boat?
cannons and
noted.
blowing up.
Axis.
Yeah, I don't care about that.
I guess you can't spawn specters or anything, and
in the Deepwater hub. Sorry, Deepwater was the working name. In the Curse of the All-Flame hub area on the Sovereign.
You can drop items on the floor on the boat.
It is technically a combat area, so you could,
in theory,
spawn specters there if you wanted to.
Shoot projectiles out to sea.
Yeah. I guess you can.
I guess.
Sorry, but it was mentioned though, does this also count? The same question could be asked of fishing. Does this count as fishing if you're on the ocean floor killing fish? Does that count as fishing? And does this tread on the toes of the existing fishing mechanics, obviously, as well? You would have had to have considered that. Did you confer with the fishing team when you were?
I think that going down and killing fish is not fishing. I think that's...
But what if you're holding a spear, though? Oh, but we don't have spears, so it doesn't matter.
Perfect. Problem solved. So you're basically saying like dynamite fishing doesn't count as fishing then, for sure. It's 100% cheating.
It is important for us to clear up this because like we need to always be just almost delivering boat leagues, but not quite delivering boat leagues. So I just wanted to make sure we succeeded in our goals here.
There's this like grand plot of stringing along the PoE community for as long as possible for a boat league. Is like,
that's true. When I pitched the retheme, Mark was very cautious. You know,
like, oh, we don't want to give him too much. We got to keep him coming back for the next potential boat league. I see what's going on here.
Yeah, it's like there's this tick box of league must have boat, and then indented boat must not move. You know.
Okay.
No. All right.
Anyway, so this is a pretty big change from Mirage, which was in map and heavily intersected with like all of the existing mechanics. This is a complete opposite. This is a mostly out of map mechanic, and it's not required for you to understand how it intersects with other mechanics. Is it? I imagine there's like a good reason to kind of like alternate between the two almost as well.
Yeah. So. One of the benefits of Curse of the Allflame is that it's a very straightforward theme to understand. It's something that, you know, you don't really need to have a lot of grounding in the all of the minutia of Path of Exile to be able to understand, ooh, go to ocean floor and find treasure in a submersible. That's just a cool concept, whether you are, you know, a PoE veteran or not. And it's also just kind of me liking to jump between things and work on very different concepts. Like, you know, I can't say any specifics, but we already do have a very rough plan for what 3.30 will be, and it's going to go in a completely different direction as well. So I don't know. I just have a lot of ideas that go all over the place, and I
good.
Good.
we like to alternate these things, right? Yeah. Like often out of league, out of map. Leagues are, you know, they have room to be a bit more immersive. They have there's a whole world there. Yeah. You know, integrating things into map constrains what they can be, right?
Yeah.
Like having a pocket of ocean in a desert it's a bit weird, you know, like so certain things can work, certain things can't. I mean, in the same sense that kind of having a desert as Mirage in an oceany biome can feel more like a forest biome can feel a bit weird, you know, like it allows you to create a more immersive world, submersive world.
I see what you did.
Immersive. I don't know. I'm silly.
There are some lessons that have been taken from previous like out of league mechanics, where obviously the biggest one is that the Atlas tree is this method of investment that can, you know, lead to in Atlas content being able to be juiced to the gills, so to speak.
Yeah.
And we need a system that's, you know, at least in, what's the word I'm looking for here? In analog to that.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the voyage system, which we can get into in specifics a little bit later, but it's got multiple axes through which you can juice the content that you're doing to get, you know, some quite rewarding voyages. And it's kind of meant to be the one-to-one allegory to that. Analog.
Yes, yeah. That was going to be one of my follow-up questions. Is because you have so many like axes to juice things in maps. How do you make sure that something like this has like a nice long tail to it? That is something you can get as invested in. So this has like some nice ways for you to be able to juice it.
And I mean, one of the other things is we have much more gradation in the level scaling. This is maybe getting too into the weeds, but like the mods that can roll on charts, there's a whole tier of the highest tier of rewarding mods that can only show up on I-83, I-84 charts.
Oh, okay, cool.
So if you are at the end game, then you get access to like even more rewarding, you know, both charting and voyaging. And then there's some border mods that can only roll at the super high levels as well. And then, you know, those border mods can amplify with the chart mods, can amplify with the adjacency mods, can amplify with the chart locations, which I'm getting too into the weeds now because we haven't really discussed any of that. But I like, you know, I'm a PoE 1 player at heart. I like lots of axes that all intersect and overlap and turn into a crazy encounter.
Yep. And when you make something like this that is out of maps, there is like, I feel like you guys expect and fully kind of know ahead of time that, this is going to be more divisive than something that is in maps typically, right? Like this is something that is for the players that are going to love it, is kind of the way that I view it. It's like some people are going to be like, oh, this is my life now, like the people who just delve every league. So I imagine then how does that kind of like shape the design of this? Like, are you able, I imagine you're like able to take more risks or something with it, be a bit more crazy with it to try and suit that?
I wouldn't say necessarily. Honestly, the way it generally comes apart is we're just like, that sounds like a cool idea, let's go with it. We don't really even think about the like overall risk and reward. Like we just imagine a lot of like, we would enjoy it. We imagine a lot of people would enjoy it. And yes, we definitely understand it's going to be more divisive. And that's why we make sure we alternate these types of leagues, or at least we thoroughly try to. And as said, 330 will be an in-area mechanic in map.
One of the other things that I'm definitely making sure is the case in 330 is there will not be a loading screen to do the league mechanic. I like Mirage, I like Allflame, but they have both now, you know, to go to the hub area for Allflame, you need a loading screen because obviously it's out of map. And then Mirage needed one too, which was unfortunate.
To be clear, charts are fully tradable.
Yep.
You don't have to run them, you just stockpile them, right? And then go, like you can do days of mapping and then go do days of charting. The crafting system's kind of crazy. Powerful. You know, like
but we won't be nerfing
you know, a way that it can be thought about is you get in Hinakora's locks.
Yes. Why do you have to put it like that? You make me nervous.
Because that's what it is. You know, so there is a very, very strong motivation to do it. And hopefully people were like, hell yeah, feels good doing it because of that. But we like to, even when we do out of area, in this case, it's not like you find it, you have to do it. You can find it, you run it later at your leisure, right? So you don't have to break your mapping flow all the time. Get the chart, move on, map, and then maybe start the next day with, let me go do a bunch of charts, do a bunch of voyages, right? Like, that's fully at your leisure. You can, that's generally how people play, and it's generally how I play. Alpha, we're seeing the same thing. It's like, just... You know, you have those people who might want to chart as they find them. You might have people who are like, okay, get to end of Act 1, do a bunch, you know, just talking about a campaign. And having the freedom to be able to do all of that is pretty critical for the out-of-area leagues, I'd say.
Yeah, it seems like it's very free for you to determine your flow about how you engage with this. And for the map blasters then, who maybe like, oh, I don't really want to go do the charting and stuff too much, it has something for you in maps as well. Like, I think that's easy to miss.
Yeah. I mean... obviously the bulk of the mechanic is the undersea exploration, but there are 3 different encounters you can find in maps that are what grant the charts. And importantly, I wanted each of them to feel like they were, you know, worth engaging with, even if you didn't want the chart. So there's the Cursed Treasure Chest, which we showed in the live stream, that possesses you with a random tormented spirit when you complete it.
That's a fun one. I like
for the
that.
rest of the instance. There's a Brine Rot Pirate one, and when you complete that, you get a buff that gives you a chance for any gold you find for the rest of the instance to be duplicated when it drops. And there's the Crab Nest, and when you defeat the Crab Nest, whenever you kill rare and unique monsters for the rest of the instance, you spawn crabs.
You spawn crabs.
Which may not sound useful, but it's very good in Beyond maps.
It's a bunch of extra crabs popping out as you do it. And I mean, more monsters popping out of monsters is definitely some people's jam for sure.
Crabs.
Lots of crabs.
Oh man, there's a crab themed unique that we're going to show host in a teaser that I'm really excited for people to see.
It's all crabs.
I'm sorry, I'm just baiting people by bringing that up. It'll be soon.
What's the thing? I got to make sure I equip the crab armor set when we play this.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's got to be done. Yeah, I saw some pretty cool looking uniques there, but you know, we can leave those for your teasers and stuff because there's some pretty. You're definitely pushing what uniques can be in Path of Exile 1, I think, a bit, which is exciting to see. But you mentioned this like the crafting system. How does the reward structure for this mechanic works outside of maps in the actual charting and voyaging? Do certain charts have like certain reward types? Are you able to target farm specific things?
So again, this is another point where I wanted to make sure there were multiple axes. So there's the Dead Man's Sulfur, which is the coral green glowing stuff that's in every single chart and voyage that you do. And that's the fuel for powering the new crafting system. And that is fully tradable. So that's like the baseline. This mechanic just rewards this all the time. And then there are special charts that you can find that lead to special things on the ocean floor that can give, you know, any number of, you know, arbitrary rewards, whatever we decide. So there's one that just has tons of chests of currency, which I'm sure people will like. There's one that spawns, as you saw in the live stream, a new kind of mercenary that you can only get from that room. There's one that leads to the the new boss of the league. There's probably a bunch that I'm forgetting. There's a dozen to 2 dozen of those at least, and we do have some that might not make it into the patch, and we would put in a week later if they don't. So there might even be more coming soon after launch. And then the third thing is there's what we call a scattered object system in the league, and this is why I'm personally really excited to play, because it scatters a bunch of predetermined random rewards, like chests of currency, or a chest with a unique, or the message in a bottle that we showed on the stream that you open and it just gives you some random valuable unique, or potentially I think a reflecting mist is what we showed. Essences, strong boxes, golden lanterns that give you permanent rarity for the rest of the instance, tons of stuff. We tried to get dozens of outcomes in there, and those are just scattered on the ocean floor, and they give you the feeling of exploring to try and find stuff. You're not going completely blind though. Every lantern that you place has a little indicator on it, and that indicator will point towards the nearest scattered object, nearest reward you might want. So you know where to go to place the next lantern to find a treasure chest or whatever it might be.
Yep. Yeah. Something different to say the Wildwood, where you just go, I'm going that way. Yeah. This one at least gives you a guidance to go, I'm going to find something if I go over here. Yeah.
Now you don't know what the something is necessarily. It could be an essence monster or a strong box or a chest with a unique in it, but it will be something that you would want. It doesn't. Technically, there are also mines on the seafloor that explode when you step on them. They're not very frequent. The lanterns don't point at those.
Okay. You're not getting fully baited.
I thought that's what you're getting. I was like, they better not point at those.
Yeah, you're implying there's some sort of reward to get.
No.
Yes, some sort of reward, sweet release.
As again, the comparison to Wildwood there is that it ensures a minimum. You're getting something out of it. As long as you follow it, as opposed to like place a bunch of lanterns, you're like, I just RNG'd and got nothing.
I mean, for me, it's the most addicting part of the league. Like, I love going in and, you can do a chart in like a minute, maybe 2, depending on how fast your build is.
They're really fast.
They're quite quick. Yeah. And so you go in, you find 2-3 chests, and then you rush back out, and you do it again, and then suddenly an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours has gone by.
Yeah, and I very much noted and appreciated that you did the week 1 quality of life patch before release with the auto placing of lanterns if you want. So you can manually place them, or you can just run into the water and it
that was done months ago. That was done well before release.
We're trying to do that though every league. Like always think, okay, what are people going to ask for on day 1, day 2, day 3, or week 1? What do they need? And like, let's get ahead of it. We don't catch everything, but
yeah, you can't do an extent, can you? Yes, but you're definitely getting better at that, though. Has it been a bit tricky to kind of get the feel of this right? Like, so you've got this thing where you're like pushing these lanterns out, and then you've got the bubble collapsing thing for the extraction as well. Like, it seems like a challenging thing to kind of get the feel for that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's had a lot of iteration. The collapsing part, I do want to specify because it's something that comes up a lot in conversations I've had with journalists and people at the office and all that. The lanterns will never start just randomly collapsing on you. Like you know when they are going to begin to collapse, because they only begin to collapse after you place your last lantern.
Yeah, it's not like flares and delve. Like,
so you have
distinction.
You have infinite time to explore the areas that you've placed lanterns in until you place your last one, and then you have to get back to the bathysphere.
Yeah, and it's not really like a rush clear speedy mechanic ultimately. Like you can do it fast. You can go fast, but it's not like
like I said, people on alpha generally are doing a chart in like a minute or less.
It's pretty forgiving.
Yeah.
Which it kind of has to be, right? Like if it is if it's overwhelming for any of us, we've probably got the balance wrong, because someone's going to come into the game and just be like, I don't know what to do. Like, it is a thing where, rewatching the live stream, I'm like, oh yeah, I could see people being worried about just drowning all the time.
No.
And
drowning is not meant to be a significant part of the mechanic. If you're dying in the all flame encounters, I would hope that you're dying to the monsters, and not to drowning. And that is generally the case whenever, I've died when playtesting, and also when I've seen, players playing on alpha and stuff. Drowning is really only ever happens if you are being playing real dangerous and trying to go out far into the water to try and get a chest or something, which is part of why we have those lanterns pointing at things, so you know where to place a lantern to get the chest in order, so you don't have to be trying to do rippy, dangerous stuff by going out into the water a whole ton.
You'd have to have a serious panic, which to drown is what my perception. Like when I'm like, how would someone drown to this? But it will happen, I'm sure. But I think you'd have to be having a little miniature crisis in order to have that happen, I'd say.
I feel like you'll do it once and then you'll learn from it. But if you're a hardcore player, I guess you'll lose one character and then...
I only drowned once and I was like, that was a bit silly. I won't do that again. That seems like something to learn from. There seems like there could be a bit of a risk of backtracking with this. Like, people don't really enjoy long backtracking. But I noticed with the charts, you can kind of a lot of the time you're placing your things in a circle, so you're not really backtracking so much. You end up where you started anyway. But with the voyages, there might be some backtracking or maybe not, depending.
So I feel I don't want to sound like I'm overemphasizing this too much, but the charts are quite small. Yes. Like by the time you've placed all, you get 7 lanterns once you upgrade your lantern count. By the time you've placed all 7 lanterns, you are maybe a couple screens away from where you started. Maybe a little bit further than that if you go out in a full straight line. So the charts are meant to be like really bite-sized encounters. So like there is technically a small amount of backtracking there, but that is with monsters spawning as you're going back, and it's a couple screens worth.
There's a big difference between combatless backtracking and just...
Yeah, you're fighting monsters as the bubbles are collapsing around you. It's like it's an actual kind of exciting gameplay thing, and it's not even necessarily always the case. I noticed because in the voyage sometimes you're extracting basically where you are as you're leaving. Yeah, so the voyages, they're built out of 9 different charts that you kind of stitch together, and each of them at their center has a place where you can leave. So you don't have to backtrack to where you started in a voyage. That would be insane and terrible. You get to leave at each of these individual chart locations. And that's okay. Like I said, the charts are relatively bite-sized. So that means you're never really more than, say, a screen and a half distance away from a place where you could leave when you want to go. Yeah.
Oh, that's great,
awesome.
Actually.
So this all flame crafting, how did you arrive at giving players like 4 Hinokora locks per craft as your crafting system for this league?
Well, actually, originally it was going to be similar. I want to say similar to Harvest. I don't want players to interpret that as like, similar in power level. It may or may not be. But I mean similar mechanically, as in list of specific bespoke crafts that you can do for list of specific costs of that craft. Yeah. But the problem with that is it was just too similar to things we've done in the past. It is essentially Harvest, but wet. And that's not. We had actually gotten relatively far along in the development of that, and I was just like, this is lame. We shouldn't do the same thing again. Yeah. And so, the idea for the all flame crafting splitting into different forms came from the fact that originally we were using the terms all flame and ghost flame kind of interchangeably in development, and ghost stuff gave me the idea of what if you split into multiple ghostly versions of the item, and what would that mean?
Okay, all right.
So it kind of came theme first, mechanic second.
It's thematically real cool. Yeah, I remember when you came to me and you're like, yeah, this crafting system sucks, we need a new one, and then you had a pitch, and I was like, this is a good thing. Like, some people get very caught up in their original designs and just try and see it through no matter what, and you just get... You go down into a vortex
you're in too deep,
and you're like, loss aversion kicks in, and like, to be able to, as a designer, to be able to just be like, nah, gone, starting again, even if you're like 3/4 into the cycle, if that's what's best, that's what's best. And most people fail at being able to do this. So it's like,
nice.
When you came to me for that, I was like, wow, okay, this is cool. I'm happy.
I did feel bad telling our lead programmer for the league, Jeremy, that, we're actually going to be changing it. Though a good amount of the infrastructure was able to be kept, because it is still UI-wise very similar, where you like put in item, click craft to go. It just, changed to now you also put in a currency with the item that you want to use it on or use on it.
So the main part of it is this splitting so that you can use an exalt or something and then see 3 or 4 different potentials for that. And then choose your best one, and that's obviously very powerful, especially for some of the bigger crafts. The intangibility system is kind of the counterpoint to that, like some sort of limitation on that. How does that work exactly?
Yeah, so not every single crafting step, but many of the crafting steps you can do, for example, in Exalt, will add some amount of what we call intangibility to an item. And it's just a value that will be shown on the item and ticks up. And the intangibility in the item is equal to a chance when you do another all flame craft on that item for it to only have one result, which effectively means you just did the craft with no extra bonus. So basically, what it boils down to is the more you all flame craft on one specific base, one specific item, the more and more and more difficult it becomes to continue to all flame craft on that item. And there are some ways around this that clever people in QA and Alpha have found, that, you know, things like recombination, because if you take the mod you're trying to chase on the base that has high intangibility and you put it onto a new base that doesn't have that intangibility, now you can keep going, but there's some risk in that at least. And then, you know, Awakener's Orbs do a similar thing where it's, you know, creating an entirely new base as the output. And there's also a Ducat, which is the new currencies that we've added that interact only with all flame crafting, that has a 50% chance to remove all your intangibility and a 50% chance to destroy your item.
Gotta have it.
Gambling is fun.
Yep. I guess on that note, the gambling side of things, it seems like the Varlorb won't work with this.
No, it does not.
What's the reason for that?
It's both a case of balance, because it's one of the ones that would be most insanely strong. We've tried to limit it as little as possible. I would say 95%, maybe even 98%. I don't know the exact numbers. Something like that. High 90s% of currencies work with this. But also for me, I understand this is very subjective. Some people may disagree with this take. For me, it's a theme thing as well. Like, I really don't like this super special Vol magic just kind of working with weird ghost magic that doesn't hew together well in my mind, but that is very much me alone who is holding that subjective take.
Even just taking that whole random unpredictability and turning it into, like, for normal mod, like Exalting, for example, sure, there's going to be some good outcomes, but for the fact that you can take that whole risk out of the Varlorb, or like most of it, it's honestly just a bit demeaning. Like, I'll tell you, you would never use a Varlorb
for sure,
aside from this way.
Yes.
With this being the case. So that in itself is kind of bad.
That's
now,
true.
however, I was like, if we had time, which we didn't, I was like, have it do something else. You put it in here and the two magics collide and who knows what happens.
Cross the beams.
The Varlorb just says it modifies unpredictably, so, you know, he won't be lying if it did something unpredictable in some other different way, but that was, you know, hopes too high kind of situation. It was too difficult.
One other, I know this isn't pertaining to a specific question you asked, but one other thing I want to make sure is getting across, because it was too in the weeds to go into in the live stream, is it is performing that craft on the original item X number of times, which means the outputs are independent of one another. So if I have an amulet that I'm trying to annul, for instance, I could have each output, it's unlikely, but each output could annul the same mod. Like, the outputs do not care about one another.
Right.
So in theory, with an Exalt, you could Exalt the same mod on all the outputs. That's stupid unlikely, but it could happen.
So if that happens, don't add us. It's not broken.
That is how it is meant to work. It is doing the crafting step of the currency item on the original item X number of times.
It doesn't mod block itself effectively.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure. So the main part of it is this like splitting into separate things, but there is some unique stuff to it as well that can occur to items, like
well, that's mostly the Ducats, which you can kind of just think about each of them as a new bespoke individual currency.
Okay.
So there's the one that's like
with this.
There's the one that's like you take an item with an attribute roll and turn it into another attribute roll. You know, strength becomes int or whatever. So those are basically, we had a bunch of ideas for the original Harvest-esque version of the system, and some of them had been implemented and some of them were just cool ideas, and it's like, where can we keep that? Okay, we just make new currencies that drop from the League mechanic that work with all flame crafting.
Nice, there you go. Transported them over.
Yep.
There's a question from chat about reflecting mist with the new crafting system. I imagine that'd be like Varlorb and that it wouldn't work, but
about fractures?
That's actually
really?
one of
They
the
showed
limitations. Anything that outputs more than one
video.
output does not work with all flame crafting because it simply can't.
Because it would.
There's nowhere to put them.
You'd need like a bunch of 2 items.
You'd have inventories all over your screen.
You put a Mirror of Kalandra in and then you only get 1 item back, so.
Okay.
Technically, this is not something that anyone should do, but technically a Scouring Orb works.
Why?
If you want.
If you want, okay. So, I'm going to do that. Sure. Why not?
And some sulfur for just Throwaway sulfur because you're rich.
That
Just
base
burning
type,
money.
that's exactly the same as that base type. Look, no, this one looks better than those ones.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to take number 3. Maybe. Gonna have any one of those you want as long as it's scoured. A side note, thanks for the attribute swap mechanic as well. Like I saw the Ducat for that swaps attributes. One of my favorites is the resistance swap, but just like fantastic addition for like gear puzzle solving and for making it easy to like swap your gear with stuff you find as well. Like there's a lot less gear lock in with the resistance swap, and I think attributes will help that too. I kind of wonder if there's like other things like this that might exist. I can't think of any, but
isn't there in PoE 2 something that allows you? Maybe I'm wrong and this didn't make it in. Which, in that case, I'm sorry. But something that allows you to swap like cold damage on a weapon to being fire damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, there
so that would be the one other case. That's not quite the same though, because that is more changing the identity of a build than it is just solving a problem in a build.
Yeah, I kind of view the attributes and resistance as that problem-solving sort of thing for sure.
No, the attribute one is actually slightly more interesting because what it allows you is if you have a strength body type, then you can swap it to dexterity or intelligence, which is like technically something you can't actually do.
See, I would have expected it to obey the rules still, where it like can't do that, but you can actually just swap them to any.
Nah, it's the All Flame.
It's like old
Yeah,
recombinators.
it's the All Flame doesn't care about
No
the rules.
Aside from
except the rules that it has.
Except for Valorbs and yeah.
I guess the one caveat is that it doesn't work with hybrid attribute rules. So it won't do anything with all attributes because there's nothing to swap it to, and it won't do anything with things like that give plus 10 strength and dexterity. It only works with, giving one attribute, turning into giving one of a different type.
Yeah. So let's change topics a little bit here to Mirage, which was announced to not be going core in 3.2.9. But is it something that you'd like to go core in the future? I don't know if you already announced anything about that.
Short answer is yes.
Yeah.
You seemed pretty keen when I was talking to you about it.
We almost always let a league simmer. There's a few reasons for that. We like to have our, this is a more production internal thing, but we like to have our live realm be as close as possible to our internal realm.
Yep.
Right? And so if let's say we're having to make fixes to the live realm, we have to be open to be able to make fixes to the live realm. So if all of a sudden we've redone the code base to not be a league and instead it's now core, we've made all these changes and everything, the capacity for us to then fix things on live becomes significantly harder. So that's like the production. So that doesn't matter in the latter 2 months of a cycle, but in the first 2 months, it would be like, we don't really want to do that. Otherwise, we don't have the capacity to respond to things going wrong on live. It's safe to say after 2 months, not as much goes wrong. But then you've only got 2 months to now do all the changes on top of the fact we've got this to prepare, we've got all the other content coming in. So like adding that in itself just causes some problems for us where we're like, how can we figure out how we can make these changes and get them on live without having what we are committing to internally be even close to what's on live? And so that's a more like, it's something maybe the players don't really often think about because it's really a problem exclusive to us internally. But yeah, like the league worked. I think the other problem you were mentioning as well, I heard you bring out, was like the fact that it's multiplicative with everything and affects every league. It's like, are we going to sign ourselves up for the maintenance here? Similar, like Reliquarian, but more.
I guess I do want that maintenance. I want Mirage in the game.
Nice.
But I want to do it in a way, I want to make sure that we have assessed it so that it's done in the way that is the least hampering to future development of leagues. Because if every league going forward that appears in maps needs to interact with Mirage, which it will need to, because it'll feel lame if it doesn't, then we need to make 100% sure that however we're implementing Mirage now doesn't, continue to pester us and bite us in the ass for the next, 15 leagues that we make. So I think it's very important that we, carefully take the time with its implementation.
There's even the question of should the active league get manipulated by Mirage, or will that make Mirage feel 100% mandatory because the active leagues in every area, and so you're kind of like, it's getting into that realm of like when we had passives for the active league on the tree and they felt mandatory because it was always there, and it's like, gotta be careful with that. So probably not, unless you can do it in a way that's flavorful and not necessarily rewarding. But it will come. There's some decisions we need to make and time to do it, of course. That's always the main constraint, time.
There is another question of if Mirage is even like an investable mechanic on your Atlas tree. Like we could implement it similar to like the Asmeri Forest, where it's just something that randomly appears in your maps and then
It almost sounds like that might be a better idea for this one, because like it's really good news that it's going core. People seem to really like Mirage quite a lot, but it is one of those things that it seems like it has a danger of becoming like there's an issue in PvP at the moment with like cities feel like they're mandatory. Like you have to have like if you're going to do your juiced content, you've got to do it in this thing because it's just so much stronger. So I could see the same thing being with Mirage. It's like, oh, you're crazy to not do that, and then it becomes another tier 17 kind of issue where it's like, oh, you need to do your juiced in that, or you're just wasting it.
Yeah, I feel like the Asmeri Forest sort of avoids that problem because you don't know about it. And if you're investing lots of like very expensive scarabs into it, then it's not like you're going to just keep fishing maps until you find it.
Yeah, hopefully. And it's just it's just a super exciting win when it does happen. It's not something you can plan around necessarily. So I imagine that's probably the route.
I suspect most people really just want to know when they're getting their shrine belt back.
Yes, and that was my follow-up questions is like, with that not going core just yet, but maybe in the future, in the meantime, there's a few things that people are pretty excited about. We'll start with Screams of Desiccated then, like the...
So, the uniques will not be going core just yet. There are a few other bits and pieces from Mirage that will be going to core, though. Just earlier this week, I added Atlas passive support to Heist for the blueprints that have the special implicits that cool. Guarantee certain rewards at the end of blueprint wings. I think Andrew did some stuff as well.
Yeah, so in sort of where like volatile valves are super cool. Yes. I wouldn't want to just...
Yeah.
I think what we'll do is we've currently moved them to Sanctum, so it's a way of making Sanctum more rewarding.
A bit more unique as well.
And I feel like if Mirage goes core, we will probably keep Volatile Valobs as a Sanctum exclusive reward.
Right, yeah.
The other one that we moved was the Crystallized Rancor. That was the one that enabled all the new, like, the minion harvest craft that comes from a new Atlas anomaly. I think it was in the live stream, there's like the big harvest is returned, so when you get a boss in one of those, they always drop the Crystallized Rancor.
Nice, cool. And this is letting you kind of make these things a little bit more distinct as well, which has always been a goal, to give each thing their own rewards.
We are doing more and more and more of that, and people, you can see that with like Legion and stuff like that. So, by the way, and we have a goal there, which is ultimately two things, one of which is certainly more ambitious. But the idea would be that every single league that you can invest into, as opposed to ones that exclusively randomly spawn necessarily. Every single league you invest into has exclusive rewards.
Yep.
That is goal one. Goal two is every single league you can invest into on the Atlas in particular has a pinnacle boss. And that's the way more ambitious. We will see if so going there with Abyss now as an example, and the idea that eventually we will add more and more and more and more of them. That one, of course, is significantly more difficult to achieve. So I would expect more leagues to get exclusive rewards, and I would expect less leagues to get bosses in the short term, but eventually that would be the ideal goal.
Awesome.
Some already have them, some... And by the way, I wouldn't consider Bestiary's 4 spirit beasts a pinnacle boss. No. Like, they're just some animals that are ghosts. Like, it's not, because it's too dated, it's too old.
Yeah. I mean, there's even some more recent leagues that don't quite live up to that. I would love to explore what a Mercenaries of Charthus pinnacle boss means.
Ooh,
no promises anytime soon, but just personally, I would love to see what that even is.
Yeah, of course. I've got ideas.
Looking forward to seeing what those are. Refracting Fog is getting asked about for Mirage as well. Is that something that's going core in some way?
Unless you did something along those lines, Andrew, I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all of the other Mirage exclusive currency is cooling off for a league. So the Refracting Frog and all the Coins of Power, those type of things.
There's a waiting until kind of Mirage goes core.
Yep, and we'll reevaluate then if we want to keep them in Mirage, keep them in the game, or move them somewhere else.
I know we had a bit of a track record of saying things will go core, and then they, we got now we've got Mirage on the list, we've got Harbinger on the list. Then the others that are we had Mercenaries on the list.
Toda, maybe.
Yeah, Toda was one.
Sort of. But the idea is, we were like, okay, we're getting too many things that we're saying we will eventually do. Let's actually try and do some of them. And then we're like, okay, Mercenaries is the one, so that at least we're getting that done. I want people to be reassured that we're not just building up an eternal list of stuff we're never bringing back. And I will at least say we are actively working on Harbinger, right? I don't want people to think that's ignored. So just before everyone, I don't know why that would come up again, but Just saying. These things are coming. We're not just doing a soon TM situation.
You touched on Abyss as well, and so that's getting a pretty major rework with some nice gameplay updates there. But something that you touched on was that rewards are PoE1 structure, though. Like, they're not being copied over from PoE2.
Yes and no. So Abyssal sockets, Stygian vises, Abyssal jewels, those all still exist and exclusively come from Abyss.
Great.
However, the chests that spawn at the, rise up out of the ground when Abyss is complete, those are more varied now. So it's no longer just like, here's a rare chest that drops stuff. It's, it's a currency chest or a scarab chest or a, weapon chest or an armor chest or a jewelry chest. Like, it's more defined each time. So you get, and that's just better, to be honest. Like, that's, having the more defined rewards gives you those moments of, oh, I got a scarab chest. And even when it isn't the case, maybe when you're leveling, you might Act 6 or something, be excited to see a weapon chest when your weapon is kind of crappy.
And did I hear there's like a bunch of new uniques with this as well?
There are 6 and a 7th that people can find.
Okay.
Some secrets.
I think
So wait, the 6 can't be found?
No, a 7th that people can uncover how to get. Let's put it that way.
And just to be clear, I realize this is a little bit confusing in hindsight. There is a new pinnacle boss. There are still the liches.
Yep.
They are still there. And they still have their drops, so it is entirely new pinnacle means new uniques, and a mysterious one.
And the Delve, this is maybe a little
Secret
hyper specific, but the Delve Abyssal City still has the old Abyss monsters if you're feeling nostalgic.
Oh, okay. Nice. Guess you missed those. I did feel that about Breach a little bit at one point there, so that's nice to hear. People are a bit worried about things like invulnerable snakes and weird smoke cloud mechanics coming over as well with this change. That's kind of that's the potential downside of what is like otherwise a very exciting thing. Is that going to be the case here?
I arguably spent too much time. Not arguably, definitively spent too much time on the Abyssal monsters as we ported them back, giving most of them new skills.
Yep.
Entirely. Like,
okay, yeah.
I just really like making monster skills, and I was like, hey, I can do this quick because it's done in, bang this out in 2-3 weeks. It was not 2-3 weeks.
You came to me one day and you're like, I've made a mistake. I've spent too long on the Abyss monsters. I'm like, okay, wrap it up, stop, move on. Right? Like, what can we do?
But they do have new skills. There's no breakdancing invulnerable snake woman, which is a sentence that I get to say as part of my job.
Breakdancing invulnerable snake woman.
But now you get to learn what the new skills are that the Abyssal monsters will have for you in PoE1.
That's excellent news, and that's making the games more distinct while like taking some of the good stuff from PoE2, but keeping PoE1 its own thing. That's really cool.
That was kind of the original impetus. That, and I do personally like working on monster skills, but I personally very strongly feel that when we're taking from PoE2, which is a thing we should definitely do. If we don't, then we're not going to have the resources to deliver big enough, cool enough leagues. We should do as much as we can to make it feel distinct in PoE1.
So you might see a monster that looks familiar, but it's going to do all different things. Oh yeah, it's exciting.
Reuse the art, adjust the game design is generally the philosophy there, right?
Yeah, why wouldn't you? That makes perfect sense. Absolutely. So another I was kind of surprised about just how much stuff was going on in this, because you also have a Legion kind of set of improvements as well, with a whole new reward system for that, which is exploring something that you've been doing a bit of lately, which is being able to modify uniques, which is always kind of exciting and interesting. So what unique modifiers can be ported over to a new item with this new Legion unique crafting system?
Drew's territory?
Well, to clarify first, there's 5 different crystals that can drop. Each of them is associated with one of the Legion factions. Okay. So, for example, the Marraketh faction drops one that allows you to enshroud your unique body armor items.
Okay.
So it's only armors. You can't do it on jewelry, you can't do it on weapons. So you have shields and gloves and helmets and boots as well.
Yeah.
But you can enshroud any unique armor in the game that isn't corrupted, I don't think. So you can take boss uniques, like...
You can't create boss uniques.
No, you can't create boss uniques.
Yeah, that would be...
You can
consume boss uniques.
Yeah,
you can take a mod from a boss unique, and it's effectively like you applied an ancient orb to the item. So it will randomly transform into a new core droppable unique, like a lightning coil or something.
That's so cool.
And the implicit will be the boss unique,
That's so cool.
Or one of the mods, yeah.
And that is an implicit, so it competes with like Val orbing. Like, this is an alternative to Val orbing. Unique.
I might be.
You can have twice as many holy relics as a line on its own.
Well,
on my
I'll say
Dialos.
at the moment we've done a big pass on Val implicits. So Val implicits also are much stronger than before.
We will explore that a little bit in crafting.
So,
for sure.
Oh my god,
it's not entirely super duper power creep, but you'll definitely there'll be some combinations of these unique items that you'll be really looking for.
Cool. Don't worry. We'll touch on that in a bit.
The balance of the vestigial uniques, the balance is not. It's not like 1-to-1, right? It's
where we can keep it 1-to-1.
Oh yeah, of course.
We try to keep it 1-to-1. But for example, something like Comb's Heart, we aren't sending 1,000 life across to the new item. I think it's like
1,000 life lightning coils.
I think it's like it's like 250. I think
250 life lightning coils, pretty good. Pretty good. Kind of juicy.
I mean, I'm excited for Facebreaker with Doriani's touch.
Right.
That's my build.
Yeah.
Decided right there.
So it seems like this is only taking the definitive mod off the unique, not just like some random.
Usually a single specific mod. So if an item has like 5 different mods, there's only one specific one that will port over. So
you'll kind of know.
Yeah, there's a few cases like Shaper's Touch and 3 Dragons where they've got like a cycle of 3 mods.
Right. Yeah.
Where it will randomly pick one of the 3, but generally it's just one specific mod.
Yeah, that's fun. So the flavor, the main thing, the thing that you care about typically is going to be the thing that comes over there. That is very exciting. I quite like this.
So Headhunter mod on a mage
crafting
blood
stuff. It's
cool.
good to see you exploring that.
I guess it's somewhat similar to Elder's Legacy, right? Like a little bit.
It's like a 30 mirror item.
I think we designed these independently because we.
Did they say not belts?
We figured this out pretty early on in League development, so this would have been like 4 months ago or so that we figured out this is what we're doing for Legion vestigial items. And then I was talking to David, who's one of the PoE2 designers, and he's like, oh yeah, we have this really cool thing where you can put a rune that takes a unique mod and puts it on another unit. It's like, what?
You stole their idea.
But it does feel very different, to be fair.
Yeah, I feel like this same concept is like all of a sudden being explored from a bunch of different angles by different people, which is kind of cool because you're going to arrive at a bunch of cool ideas that, you know, eventually you can.
It's the actual literal case of the great minds. Well, just minds think alike. I won't say we're great. We're just we're just minds.
Come on. So that is like a pretty exciting new thing that you can do with Legion. But with incubators being removed, which is kind of like a lot of the baseline reward for Legion, doing Legions in maps.
Sure.
Do you feel like the raw reward value of Legion will still be there? Is that being kind of compensated in some area?
Yeah, well, personally, last league I actually ran a lot of Legions, so I knew like the pain points especially.
Yeah.
And I was flooded with so many incubators. I literally had to filter out like 95% of incubators.
Yeah.
Very few of them I felt like actually gave much like value, and I just was annoyed that every few maps I needed to apply 10 currency incubators.
Yeah, I think this is a good change.
So I don't think you're losing too much. You still have all the other reward icons.
Cool with that.
Like,
Fuck that
another
nonsense.
thing to note is, I think it was mentioned, is like Abyss Jewels are now exclusive to Abyss.
Yeah.
Talismans are now exclusive to Talisman.
Yeah.
So Legion has a smaller pool. A smaller pool of rewards means you are seeing things like currency rewards, scarab rewards, unique rewards more commonly because we've removed those other rewards.
Right, they're not being replaced. Like instead of a random incubator that you're filtering out, it's going to be a currency box or something instead. So okay, that makes sense.
It's a nice side benefit of this whole, ongoing effort to get each league mechanic to give its own special thing exclusively.
Yeah.
Because it kind of incidentally buffs the rewards of other league mechanics too, Like, were you ever really excited to see an Abyssal Jewel from Tujin when you rerolled his shop? You won't see those anymore. And now you might be excited to find a high level Abyssal Jewel from Abyss because the market isn't flooded by 1,000 people clicking reroll on Tujin every day.
Probably not.
Yeah, this is absolutely the right move. It gives people their niches, their little thing to be proud of. Like, I'm supplying the Abyss Jewels to the market.
When it comes to like conceptualizing this, I know like Andrew came in, he's like, I got these pain points. I want to improve some leagues. And I think the thing we're trying to do here, and I hope it's something players prefer, instead of going fix a little bit here and a little bit there and a little bit there across all the leagues, I'm like, nah, let's just go all in on a league, do the exclusivity, give it an identity, be it a pinnacle boss or a reward system, upgrade it to uniques, fix all the problems with it, full fresh coat of paint across the board, and also quality of life, any just like you know, the whole you couldn't break out, you had to find the last monsters when breaking out a legion, and now you don't need to, is like honestly a huge difference.
Yeah, that was me lastly. I'm just cycling through the whole legion, and I'm just going back and forth over it multiple times, being like, why won't you start? Because I haven't tracked down the last monster hiding around the corner.
But we're trying to just make like quite good packages out of these upgrades, as opposed to just like, it would have been really easy to just fix the few, like that problem and a couple others with Legion, like getting rid of the icons, so you don't just have those arcade style reward icons covering your screen in domain, you know, all that. But then we're like, well, while we're at it, new reward system needs it. And you know, with the burst, we're also like, new pinnacle, why not? Because it needs it. And and we kind of hinted towards some ominous mastermind of Legion there, so you can already see we're heading in a direction towards
more to come.
Yeah,
cool.
But I hope players enjoy the more grander reworks as opposed to like what would just get lost in a few almost bug fix patch note style things across the board. So even though some leagues, because I know a lot of people can go, what about this league? What about that league? What about, like, our idea is to just, we've got a new league. Here's a couple of leagues we want to improve by giving them identity, fixing everything, addressing the gameplay concerns, and we're just going to cycle through them. And I'm sure by the time we get to the end, we have to go back to the start. So, Legion rework to 2029.
.com. There was a weird question from chat there. Can Foulborn unique mods become vestigial unique mods? That would be kind of wild.
No, I think that's the other restriction of the system. You cannot use the currency on corrupted uniques, and you cannot use it on Foulborn uniques, because it's sort of like a different sort of magic.
Right, yeah. Okay.
They've been defiled in their own way.
Yes. You're not crossing the streams, though. Things would start to get pretty complicated pretty quickly with that sort of thing, wouldn't they? Another thing that's been reworked and indeed come back is mercenaries. There's a long list of stuff going on in this expansion, isn't there?
Sort of. Only
so
if
to
you
clarify,
ascend.
the base mercenary mechanic is now that you fight them in a zone and then they help you for the rest of that zone, not that you can then like hire them permanently on any character, right?
Yeah, so they'll start showing up in Act 3. There is a change that we want to get in. It might not get in for the patch, but in the campaign, we do want to see if the mercenary can follow you for multiple areas.
Oh,
but like, if you, so in the campaign, it's like you find them in.
Yeah, you wouldn't want that. You wouldn't want that in endgame, would you? But like, in
it doesn't really work because they have to go from a combat area to a combat area.
Yeah, okay.
You can only have one temporary mercenary at a time still. So if you find a mercenary in one area and then the next area, you don't have like, you aren't taking a full party with you. But, yeah, undecided if that will get in time or not.
Okay. I did definitely notice that you have buffed them, like, because they're now this limited thing.
Can you
it
then
seems
have
like you're just like, well, let's make them ridiculous. Like,
well,
they're stronger than me.
The main thing with temporary mercenaries is you cannot tweak their gear.
Yeah.
And because you cannot tweak their gear, we can make them much stronger than before because we don't need to balance around you giving them 1,000 DPS axes and Doyani's prototype and whatever else.
Yeah, they seem to be powerhouses.
The good thing is we can balance permanent mercenaries and temporary mercenaries completely separately.
Yeah, and that's really cool. And that's the other thing. So you can now get permanent mercenaries through the Luminary. And I feel like this is the most interesting, unique ascendancy possibly ever.
I feel like I maybe lied last time we added the last Scion class where I said we'd add another one after 13 years.
You did, yes.
Turns out it was 6 months. My bad, give or take. So sorry, apologies for the dishonesty.
I'll forgive you on this one.
But yeah, as you were going, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's like so the Luminary allows you to permanently hire a mercenary, and then there are like it's scaled back a little bit in that you need to say, oh, I care about them having unique gloves, so I'm going to allocate that point, or I'm going to mix and match those guys. So it seems like you've put some kind of effort towards making them a little bit more balanced, but this is like a super, I don't know, this is a super interesting ascendancy because it's got like a really long tail on it. Like you can keep finding new mercenaries as you go long term, right?
It's also interesting if you're not a luminary, because if you find a really good mercenary in a map, you can itemize it and trade it to a luminary. So there'll be a market for farming mercenary for other luminaries, assuming you know what the very valuable mercenaries are.
I can't wait for someone to buy like an ultra expensive warrant, because that's what the tradable thing's called, the warrant. And then they're like, yes, I get to hire it, and then they just die.
Oh, no.
I'm like,
oh,
no.
You're evil.
I thoroughly love where the Scions now ended up. the 3 classes it has. You've got the Reliquarian, which we teased yesterday. Day
I'm
before,
so fucking tempted to play the new Scion, man.
Like all 3 classes. The Ascendant obviously is a bit more, but there's still many permutations. It's still 3 very unique classes.
Yeah.
Insane build variety. It ended up just being amazing and special, and the Luminary just is the icing on the cake there, honestly. I'm looking forward to playing it. That's definitely my...
Yeah, I'm 50-50 at the moment what I'm going to play. It's either going to be a Flame Link Mercenary, me using the Flame Link, or channeling Lightning Tendrils, which sounds weird, but there's stuff.
There's stuff. I was going to say Andrew has adjusted
my Merc. That's what I'm talking about, Pineapple.
100
That's what I want to do.
Yeah, I think I still got a few dot buffs to do, but
I want to get a Wonder Merc and support it.
That's literally our next topic. I've just got a couple mercenary chat questions before we move on. So, will mercenaries revive automatically if they die after changing zones, or do they need to be revived with gold still?
They still need to be revived with gold, and the same system as before, where they'll turn up in the next area.
Yeah. Okay. Did you guys
But their survivability has been... No, I don't think it's been messed with too much. I think it should be all good.
Okay.
You will need to put defensive gear on them, I think. I can't remember. It was too long ago when I looked at the balance for the...
Figure it out.
Did you guys improve the UI or something like that? I feel like it was a bit better or something. I don't know. It's hard to recall. Exactly.
We have added extra panels so you can see more information about your mercenary.
Yeah, there was the passives and defenses and stuff.
So the defenses, I think, used to be there, but we've added a new panel for their passive stats, which will show, because mercenaries in the back end, they have effectively a fake passive tree.
Yeah.
Which you couldn't see before, but it's very useful to know how many damage increases they're getting, how much crit multi they're getting, those inherent...
You can actually build them a bit more because you know what they're going to scale properly. Yeah.
There's 2 things about the Luminary that I think are worth... You're talking about passive
play as an aura support with a link.
2 things about the Luminary. So the first thing is that...
exactly that.
What we found is people were playing the Luminary and then they'd find no mercenaries. So the campaign has... How many fixed spawns? 3?
4 areas,
yeah. So some guaranteed ones. You're still, and the random ones are still there, so that you can't just I've played this class and I can't do anything. And then the second thing is in the campaign specifically, because you can't guarantee them with scarabs and invest into them always being there, they level up with you. So that the ones you do find earlier on will sustain for their skills get better, they get the passive.
Yeah, so when you're in an area, it's just matching their passive stats and their skill level to the current area level. But what it doesn't allow you to do is you cannot equip a high level item on a mercenary you found at level 30. So you can't give them high level items, but all of their passive stats and skills. I think this benefits spellcaster mercenaries a little bit more than the attack ones.
Yeah, but without that, honestly, it was a little bit dire, leveling up as well.
Yeah, I ascended and I immediately found one in Scepter of God, which was the very next zone I went into. So I was and then since then I've done 1 or 2 extra acts, and I found another 5 of them. I found one of the...
I'm just looking through
the higher end,
helmets?
whatever the next tier of the mercenaries is called.
Infamous,
I found an Infamous Kineticist, and it's
that's the big money right there.
Yeah, and then I went into another zone, and there was one of the temporary ones, and I got those guys, and I was just sprinting through the zone, and he's slamming, teleporting, and she's throwing bolts down everywhere. I'm like, nice. Yeah. That's pretty fun. It's gonna be fun in endgame when you get a good temporary recruit on top of your already luminarious.
I get to be a support character without friends. My mercenary friends.
Absolutely. Will Triathlon and skill gems drop from mercenaries now, or they remain exclusively as a heist reward? It's another question.
Yeah, we've moved them back to mercenaries, so they no longer drop in heist.
That makes sense. You want each thing to have its own unique rewards after all.
Okay, cool.
Will there be a forbidden flame and flesh jewels for luminary ascendancy nodes? Oh, I imagine not, right?
No, there won't be. Because most of the nodes don't work unless you have the node that enables you to have
And then there's that one that would just be completely busted.
Yeah. So it's similar to Reliquarian. Neither of those 2 ascendancies. You can still use the Ascendance ones, but you can't get the Reliquarian or Luminary ones.
Scion and being a weirdo with her ascendancies.
Yeah, she's an edge case.
We were fun little thing that I'm sure, we were just discussing this before because you experienced it out here, where a lot of players probably have forgotten, but for those who remember the first time players have to actually go and unlock the Scion to be able to play the Scion.
Yeah, I have a fresh account here, so I was all of a sudden like, wait, what? I forgot about that.
You guys have removed the Scion? Because who actually remembers that from over a decade ago?
Oh, yeah.
I know it. We mentioned
so obviously
it
when we
occasionally.
announce a class like this, a lot of people who are going to start playing the game are going to be like, I wanted to play this thing and I don't know where it is and I don't know what to do. Almost certainly after this, we're going to go and make it so that the Scion is just unlocked by default at this point. We should be adding new interesting discoveries and unlocks, not like holding on to that when people might want to play this and come play the game and actually engage
The gems,
with the Scion
the
straight away. They
gems.
don't have to, a new player shouldn't have to play
Siosa or Lily Roth or whatever.
I know this is a thing that
Make
like,
that an
isn't a
account unlock.
huge deal
The
because
first time I kill Kataba
everyone
10,
has done
make
it,
that
but like
in my hideout
it's
forever.
easy to forget that even
so
was
that
a
I can
thing.
buy alt
hopefully,
gems
yes,
when
they don't
leveling a
have to
new
play to
character
X3
that
to
don't
then
belong to that
re-roll
character.
in order to play the class that they want to play. Which is a little bit sad because it was a funding at the time, but honestly, I forgot about it for 8 years or something. I don't know how long it's been.
No, not per league. Account on the permanent, like
Andrew,
Scion.
you did some work
So
on
a brand new
skill
player can't
balancing.
do
It
it.
seems like hand casting, aka self casting,
But I can.
was a big part of the focus. What was your kind of like goals with skill balance this time? What have you been working on here?
Yeah, well, it's a couple of words that keeps cropping up over and over again. So we sat down and had a look and figured out like what are the problems with hand casting. It's like what are all the different things we can change. I mean, the general thing
stupid having to mule.
from my point of view is I think hand casting is like not bad in the campaign and like early campaign, but I think it falls off quite a lot in the middle game. And it comes back online very, very late game because you have a lot of very unique interactions like life stacking, that type of thing, which can then push it to be like very, very competitive. So a lot of the focus here was adding more scaling into that mid game, especially.
Yep.
But also the fact that we have like hundreds, I think it was like 180 spells that were like viable damaging spells that we could like were candidates for balance effectively.
Yeah.
So it's like, you have so much choice. Why would someone pick one spell over the other? So we've also done a focus of like trying to differentiate the spells a bit more based on like their inherent damage types.
Yeah.
So for example, like blade spells now have like 10% crit chance instead of 6%. So they're massively crit focused. Whereas fire spells have lower mana costs than other spells, but they have higher damage effectiveness, which sort of leans into them being very good for Ignite.
I didn't want to get into it because I didn't want to talk over them too much, but I've had that idea of an alt gem thing
similar kind of reasoning behind
for
Cold
ages.
and lightning as well. Like lightning
It could still unlock gems according to the quest that would unlock it for that class.
All of the cast speeds are
when you
faster,
get
but
access to that
the
gem,
mana cost is also higher, so
even
It's
if
like
your
a double
class
whammy
didn't
for,
get
like,
access,
how do you
you'd be able to
manage the
pop
mana
into
on
your
that, and
hideout and buy the
Archmage
gem
things
that
as
you
well,
would
so
normally
that's
have to
something that
get
can
from
be
a
a good thing.
friend
It's a
at
good
that
thing
point.
to have the higher mana cost potentially.
Right? That's
I mean,
what I
Archmage
want.
doesn't scale off. I don't know. There's not a huge amount of things that scale off current mana cost anymore. I think there are a few, in which case that is actually a buff for those. All those lightning spells.
Like unique or something, right? Yeah. So that's a bit stronger distinction there. I saw you're also kind of like, any kind of pure ice spells are getting a chance to freeze, and I saw a chance to shock going in. It's like, why doesn't this skill have 25% chance to freeze?
Yeah, the annoying thing that I found with freeze
Shadows
is
and
that
dust.
it's such an inherent part of a cold build's identity.
Yeah.
But most skills just can't freeze unless they invest into critical strike chance. So having a bit of like chance to freeze inherently on some of the very basic cold spells will make freeze actually be something that you'll notice early on in the game.
Cool, yeah. And it's not just that though, like I definitely noticed some pretty substantial damage buffs for a lot of these skills too, which is important to like give a bit more diversity. I even noticed in the early game, it's like, I don't feel necessarily like I have to rolling magma quite so hard.
Yeah, I think there weren't a huge amount of like, to be honest, a lot of the changes were to the growth of the spells. Like for example, channeling spells, because they don't have a huge amount of like different axes for scaling. We've increased like the damage growth on those. So their damage isn't like hugely different at like level 1, but it ramps up quite a lot more throughout the game.
Explode Pops, Abyss
but
Socket,
we
Rampage.
deliberately just nerfed Magma Orb very, very early game, just so you don't feel compelled to use that one spell. Please try something else.
The the curse of Magma Orb is finally over.
There are some mods I'd like from Rampage.
But hopefully we'll change it more frequently than we have with Magma Orb.
Curse of
Yeah,
the All
fuck
Flame.
Magma Orb, by the way. It was always shit.
So along that line, there is the classic, you know, meta nerfs, so to speak, that we like to do every league. But yeah, Andrew's a specialist at just give me a giga spreadsheet of numbers, and he is the king of just change all the numbers of all the things. Like most people are like, oh, there's multiple hundreds of things to do here, like, and they're a little bit reserved. And Andrew's just like, yeah, all good. Let's go through every skill in the game. Let's do it.
Oh man, there's a long list of
Just go
some
through every
long
skill
patch
in the
notes this
game.
time around for sure.
Yeah, not to say there aren't any like nerfs related to. Well, one of the things is because we're buffing a lot of the spells, I don't want to just buff every channeling spell in the game and everyone's like, oh no, I'm playing totems. No, I'm playing mines. So do note there might be some like counterbalance there.
Yes, that's a good thing. Otherwise, you're not even necessarily then making people want to handcast, right? Like, obviously. So.
Yeah. Do you think that there might be a need in some areas for any sort of like mechanical changes to handcasting and channeling in particular?
Well, there is a dream, and the dream is cast while moving, but that is I don't know if we'll ever see that in Theory 1.
So that's a tricky one, isn't
It
it?
requires the new rigs, I assume.
Yep.
We will someday.
One day.
One day.
That one's an actual long time away, though. That's not like a but it will come. We've explained that a whole bunch of times. It's the exact same reason why there's no WASD.
Yeah, I see the question, and we've answered it before, the WASD question, but that's the same thing.
We understand
it kind of needs the rigging to work.
We understand how popular those things will be.
Yeah,
and
but what
it
about-
will happen. It's just
But what about
taking
hot
its
swapping
time, and not due to
between
us like
keyboard
not
and mouse
there is a
and a
whole
controller?
department actively working on aiming towards this goal.
Yeah,
all the time.
Yeah. So ironically, with the discussion and like a lot of the focus being on hand casting, self casting, and trying to make those better comparative to like triggered and other means of getting spells out, which have been dominant in the past, there has still been a lot of questions about cast on crit and cast while channeling, and those feeling weak. Interesting. So it's especially like cast on crit players seem to be like lamenting the loss of awakened cast on crit, for example, and feeling like they're a lot weaker now, or that's a lot less viable. Is that something you've considered or looking at in the future?
There is this new node on Assassin, which is sort of insane for cast on crit.
Interesting.
If you're familiar with bifurcation, and I don't know if it was shown in the live stream, but if you're familiar with crits bifurcating in PoE 2, we've pretty much ported the exact same mechanic back to PoE 1, which is especially effective on cast on crit.
That was a whole can of worms, that thing. I'm surprised you're good opening that one again.
Yeah, cast on crit, I'm like, sort of just ignored this patch. Cast while channeling, though, feels a little more like you are casting yourself, although you can Cyclone, which...
It's like Lucky Plus.
Cast while channeling has received some buffs. I don't think cast on crit has really...
Okay, yeah. Apart from maybe something with Assassin.
Apart from Assassin might be very, very strong for it.
Yeah, I'll ask more about Assassin later, although before there was the exceptional support. We should probably touch on that. So you did the removal of the Awakened supports and then the new exceptional supports. And now that we've had that for a league, I'm just curious. I've seen some questions here and there about it, and I've seen people saying, especially like dot builds, maybe poison builds, I feel like they lost a lot from the transition. You know, they had a bunch of damage now before that they don't have now. They were kind of already something that was a bit capped in terms of damage.
The problem that a lot of those non-ailment dots have is there's very few mechanics that you can do something like super interesting with.
Yeah.
And previously, a lot of the old Awakening supports were just pure damage multipliers. All the supports they used were like Awakened Burning Damage, Awakened Deadly Ailment, or not that one, but Swift Affliction or whatever. So, yeah, they certainly did lose a little bit of damage at like the super endgame, but hopefully I'm undecided. Like I said before, we've still got some like, I've got a specific list of spell dot skills, which I haven't exactly figured out how I want to buff yet, because it could just be damage growth. But I think the correct answer is we add more different, it could be support gems, there could be just some in-game itemization that like adds extra axes of scaling to these skills. It was shown in the live stream, but one of the packs is very focused towards these.
Yeah.
The Pact of Gore, depending on like how many different types of non-damaging dot skills you use, you'll get like a huge bonus to their like damage and...
So there's still some stuff that's going to come in the patch notes as probably early next week. So the dot skills, as he mentioned.
Oh wow, this patch then.
Maybe, unless he decides not to. And we were even working on some. We're working on some keystones for casting that we haven't quite figured out. But the hope is to be able to do them. Like kind of one for fire, one for lightning, one for cold, something like that.
Wow.
No promises, but they're close. We're like 80% into solving it, and there's just a few bits left. But we didn't want to add something too kind of convoluted, and so just trying to find out how to simplify them and make them feel a bit more fundamental, as opposed to just like a confusing mess. And if some of that can just be a matter of descriptions, which. Oh my God. Also, I don't know if people noticed, but we have the hypertext system now in PoE1.
Yeah, the tooltips. Yeah. I definitely noticed that. I love tooltips.
I just remembered. I was like, we didn't talk about it.
I was like, wait a second, that's a tooltip right there.
Yeah.
On that note, though, we don't have everything. The system's there.
That's going to take time.
The new stuff has it. The old stuff going to require
slowly. It's a lot of
updated.
Finding all the cases where it's necessary, writing all the text.
Yep,
linking them all. You can automate some of this once you have a keyword, which is what we call it internally.
Auto highlight.
You can go look for all the places in the game that use that word that you're trying to keyword.
Yep.
But the actual writing of each individual keyword, that needs to be done manually by people who understand the systems, and is also very exacting, because Path of Exile is a very precise game.
Exactly.
And so if you have slightly different wording, it can mean a wildly different thing.
We only let a few people in-house actually write these things because we want to make sure they're very consistent.
Yeah.
You see in some games where you've got descriptions and it's just, you look like each developer wrote their own variation of it. So we generally try and make sure these are done very precisely, because misinformation is way worse than almost no information, right? Like it just confuses people. So they're going to get filled in, but we're needing those specific people to be free to do it. But it's a good QOL addition to the game, and good for onboarding as well. And so that's just random pivot, but I just remembered that when we were talking about the keystones and describing them.
Give me patch notes.
I see
I'm done with this. I need to read patch notes.
Did we get that nearby?
Oh yeah, I was going to mention
the highlight, the circle.
Oh
yeah.
Nearby.
So I think what we're going to do is we're going to do a restart patch, like a content update, maybe a week or two after release. And for that, I have a plan where I'm going to unify all the nearby keywords.
Oh.
So nearby, close, present, proximal, all of that stuff. And then it will all be keyworded, and you'll be able to highlight the keyword, and you'll get the nice little ring around your character.
Yes,
so I'm going to clarify, because people got confused about last time. When he says restart patch, it just means a patch and where the realm goes off and then back up. Just to be clear.
Not resetting.
I saw last time people going, what do you mean there's a week one league reset?
As in, there are some changes that won't work unless the client has been restarted. So it just forces everybody off the game.
Eternal terminology leaking out.
It's about client-server synchronous. But
that's good news.
I've seen us. We refer to it as a restart patch internally, and I see some people, rightfully so, misinterpret that as a economy restart or something. I'm like, no.
You don't need to do that for a tooltip.
No,
not usually.
League mechanic tooltips.
So we've had the assassin rework, and how do you feel like that landed? And there was also kind of like linked questions about. Well, we talked about custom crit, but also like elusive, not feeling very good to build around. I think before you could refresh it, but not anymore.
Yeah, I feel like when we reworked it, it landed a little bit too weak, which is why we're making changes this patch.
Yeah.
Not just, it's mostly because it's an intelligence ascendancy, and so we can like put it under the umbrella of self-cast buff. But do note that the death marked node, the one that applies assassin mark, that has also been massively buffed. So
cool.
If that node is much stronger for attack builds, then hopefully Assassin is also viable for them too.
Control F Assassin in the patch notes then. That's good news. Yeah, because I was doing a little bit of research on that, just kind of see where it landed, and ultimately it was like 2%. It seems like the Shadow Ascendancies in general are all a little bit low.
Yeah, I mean, we do sometimes look at PoE Ninja just to see like
me too.
one or two
authority on this.
Yeah, we often have our we make sure we address the least played class or two, but because some of these we just instead went with more of a not to say they aren't, but fold it into the hand casting thing and do spell casting adjacent stuff instead.
Yeah, related to the assassin questions, a few people have been asking about daggers and claws. Daggers in particular feel like they lack a bit of an identity. Like you would expect them to be the highest crit thing, but in many cases that seems to not be the case. And a lot of the times it's like, unless it's a unique, it's like, well, I should just use a claw instead. That's going to be better.
One of the things that's going to be in the patch notes is quite a lot of caster itemization changes, particularly to like staves and daggers and wands and scepters.
Okay.
So one of the things with daggers is they're implicits. We just had a look at them compared to like wands and scepters, and it's like you're kind of weak.
Yeah.
So all of the crit chance on dagger implicits has been buffed.
Nice.
And then the changes that were related to wands and scepters generally proliferate to daggers as well. So rolling caster daggers will have a bunch of improvements. As attack daggers versus attack claws, the only real change there is that daggers have slightly more crit chance.
Yeah, I imagine that's a bit out of the scope of this current one, since it's not the focus now, but something to look at in the future.
It's the same thing where we try and pick a package similar with the League reworks,
for sure.
Instead of just bits and pieces all over. We're like, what's something cohesive? So when you go hand casting, and then you kind of let it spread and affect things that are somewhat adjacent,
that I didn't have. And my whole league start hinged on finding a mercenary
will then tell us what the next. Like we almost always go off, as he said, when the word hand casting or self casting keeps coming up. That's how we ultimately decide here's what we're doing next. So ultimately, we just keep paying attention to what people think is not on the right spot, and then we go, okay, how are we going to turn that into a package, a rebalance package, and that's kind of how we go about doing it, to be honest. So let us know is the answer.
Well, that's the next question is about defenses on ranges. Obviously not in the scope of this patch, so no one expects anything in that regard. But it's maybe a good one for the future to look at. Defenses on the ranger build archetypes, especially with bows, it seems to be, is kind of the topic here, and I had some prolonged discussions with a few people about this one. So I have some extra context on this if needed, but the main takeaway seems to be that ranger defense suppression, namely, was nerfed as a result of other classes heavily investing in it, which is like a good thing to do, because you don't really want,
want me to play Holy Relic again,
Woberg? Of like, oh, I have to get suppression on every single build was obviously a problem. So that was like nerfed in, I believe, 3.2.7, and there was some stuff before that as well. So while probably good for other builds balance, Rangers seems to be lacking in their own way to make up for that. And evasion seeming kind of increasingly weak, with less benefits to stacking it than other things like armor and energy shield. And other defensive layer options in that kind of archetype seem to be highly conditional, or they have some really big downsides. And the ascendancy options are really high in point investment typically. A lot of them are 4 pointers, where other things in other classes would be 2 points, and also highly conditional. Like, you know, don't get hit, or you don't have any defenses kind of thing. So I was wondering if that's like an area that you might be interested in looking at in the future, or something you've been tracking on.
I mean, if the player base agrees, and then we look into it, which, I mean, you're primarily correct, yes, then that will turn into our next package, right? Like, we pay attention to it during this league, by the way. And then we go, okay, you got this, this, and this. What one are we going to focus on? Maybe we can do a second. So, again,
that actually sounds horrific.
That is a worthy candidate for sure.
Yeah, I haven't played an evasion build in like 2 or 3 leagues.
So I
can't remember how good the defenses were. I remember the philosophy of that change was basically that like a lot of the investment in the ranger area of the tree should be able to get suppression back to the level that it was pre-nerf.
Yeah.
If that isn't the case, we can probably do more there.
Yeah.
You'd want to adjust things that are like solely the domain of that kind of build, right?
Yeah.
So like pure evasion bases, or maybe quivers, something like that, if you're talking about bow builds being a problem specifically.
It could be we do a more dex, like if you
week 1 wouldn't make sense. You want the
dexterity focused kind of defenses pass plus weapon distinctions. Like if you're talking about attack claws and daggers, like I can already see this coming together and becoming a bit of a thing. So
Sunday,
even if it's not just defensive, it could just be something to do with that.
Since we were kind of talking about like the daggers and claws and stuff, that's also in that similar area. So I wonder if that's like there's a package kind of in that area.
I can see that. I could see that coming together. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like there's always gonna be people that disagree on like what's the next area that should be focused on, but that's one that got brought up by someone who's got an opinion I kind of trust on that.
Yeah,
topic.
I do agree that I don't think PoE 1 has super good identity between different types of weapons, because like if you're a slayer, it's like what's the difference between using a 2-hand sword axe or mace? Really, there's like a few mastery options, a couple of different implicits.
And that's a fun thing to improve too. Like it results in things being more interesting typically whenever that sort of stuff is addressed.
I mean, one of the benefits of having this, cadence where we have the split teams with designers fully dedicated to PoE1 is we have the time and resources to address these kinds of problems.
Yeah.
We can do much more significant balance shakeups every league if we want to.
That's clearly evidenced by this patch with the gigantic delve into the various problem areas. It's good news for sure. Production, can we scroll past this part? Yeah, a bit down further, thank you. Cool. Another thing that got mentioned that I don't know if it was mentioned at all in the... Well, okay, so you mentioned something about Val orbs, and this is connected to this. So, synthesis. You mentioned something's happening with synthesis modifiers.
Oh yeah, we're just getting rid of them.
Nice.
Wait, what?
That is the thing that's happening.
Good riddance.
Yeah, well, to be fair, the synthesis unique items are still unchanged. They still can get synthesis implicits, but they sort of... We've never really liked... They're just like item bloat, and they don't really have a specific home in the game currently. So why have synthesis implicits when you also have Val implicits, and it sort of removes the identity of implicits on like weapons, for example. So
the whole identity was you take multiple for those who maybe remember the league, you take multiple items explicits mods and put them as implicits on something, like the whole idea was that you're turning explicit mod power into implicits, and then we removed that conversion process and then just had... So really what it just looks like is there's just a random amalgamation of different modifiers that are implicits on these items, but it's like you never synthesized it. It's just an item. So even like just immersively, it's just like, or narratively, or in world, it's like, what does this even mean? Now that there's no actual crafting bench to achieve it that synthesis had during its league forever ago. But yeah, then it's just like, okay, now you've just got this amalgamation of so many different stats that are just contesting with designs, ultimately blocking design space. And they don't really have a purpose, so like we just eradicate it so we can free up some, make some of these other things more powerful, or free up some design space to be able to do some more stuff in the future.
They now only exist on the uniques.
Immediately use, right, Andrew?
Yeah.
You can't get synth rare items.
Tell me more.
Well, I guess that's sort of like the vestigial items, but those are unique, so they don't really compete with synthesis bases. But the main thing we did is we took most of the interesting, powerful synthesis implicits and turn them into Val corruption implicits.
Yeah, so
you can corrupt a ring and get +1.
Okay, but then you can't mirror them,
for example.
and that's pretty
that's
rough.
A potential big buff to Val orbs. Then it seems like that's a much more interesting thing.
You'll see it in the patch notes, but in doing like the Abyss changes, we've ordered all the mods on Abyssals, and we've removed bad ones, buffed weak ones. Same for all the Val.
I think we got rid of the increased damage versus abyssal monsters one, right?
Yeah, I think
that's gone.
I think I petitioned you to get rid of those like years ago, and now I didn't even ask you this time. I just removed it.
Yeah, get rid of them. I don't know why I ever would have defended that. Fever Dream. Remember all those days? Did you ask me before 10 a.m. and I hadn't had enough caffeine?
I don't remember.
You can't do that. I need that for a reason.
That's the right answer.
Yes. I mean, that's a very juicy buff to double corruptions. There's going to be some fun double corrupting action coming out of that.
It also means you can no longer mirror the best items in the game anymore.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, this is the sort of change that affects, like, very, very pinnacle high-end crafting, because, like, you can't get those crazy bases to craft on now.
The only small reservation is it sort of removes a little bit of the value from the leagues that actually did, for some reason, drop synthesis items. So, for example, Ritual
Which is everything
and
but synthesis, let's be clear.
Diablo's nerf is irrelevant.
Those might be the next leagues in the future on the, like,
but we need
let's audit their rewards, make sure their exclusive rewards are, like, much more powerful and interesting.
It somewhat balances in the other direction, though, because there's a lot of leagues that'll generate corrupted items as outcomes, and now those can be much more of a jackpot, right?
True. Yeah. Well, so part of my follow-up question was like, it was at some point mentioned that we would get the ability to add synthesis item drops back to synth maps, because that was always like one of my favorite things. It's like it's such a high variance, fun win thing. It's like, oh yeah, man, rings are dropping with synthesized implicits. Like that's awesome. So now obviously that's not going to be happening since they're not a thing anymore. Is there something that synthesis maps could get to make them have their own unique reward? Are they even a candidate for that kind of like, are they a system enough?
Well, they're sort of under the umbrella of unique maps being very old and being not very good and we would love to just like completely redesign all of them and do them properly.
They're getting sad. They're getting real sad.
Yeah.
It came up as part of the Atlas anomaly discussion. You know, there was a point where we were like, should all unique maps just be Atlas anomalies, and should we then do a pass on all the unique maps to make them more worthy? And it was just too much of a rabbit hole of work at the time. You know, it was maybe a month before release, and that's not the point in the development cycle where you can make that kind of decision.
I don't hate that as an idea.
I will mention one thing though. Doryani's Machinarium is no longer required for challenge completion. However, Doryani's Delusion, the unique boots that drop from the map, have been like, they always drop corrupted with an implicit, and they've been massively buffed. So they're very high variance. So you'll want to run that map to find some
that's
potentially crazy boots.
Awesome. So we recently had some of the bigger Chaos Orb sinks removed, probably causing the quick spike to 300 plus Chaos to Divine ratio that was in Mirage, compared to the more typical 150-ish that we had in Keepers and before that. So I'm curious, like, is this something you guys really look at or care about too much? Or are you like, the economy's going to economy? Like, what are your thoughts about it? What are the impacts on players of this sort of change? Like, if you have an economic shift like that, is it something you care about?
Yeah, too much.
I mean,
not if it's too.
That's the impression I've got in the past.
If that
like
was 3,000, whatever. Obviously, the magnitude matters. It's, you know, not to say it isn't a thing we might want to consider. Just saying, like, it's not a huge deal for sure. Not unless it actually spirals out, like out of control.
There's this thing with the economy that, like, from your guys' perspective, I get the sense that, like, well, this is kind of like the player's domain a bit more. We don't want to necessarily influence it too much all the time.
Yeah, maybe the new de facto currency will be chromatic orbs. You never know.
Could you imagine?
That would be so fucking funny.
I don't know. Not to be contradictory or anything, but, like, I don't personally have much of a horse in the race of the economy part of this, but I really like there being sinks for things because I like things leaving the economy, thus allowing things to retain value over time. You know, it's one of the main reasons that I like personally play hardcore trade over other leagues, because things leave the economy.
Yeah.
So would I want more chaos sinks in the game? Yes. Yeah. Do I want them in the game because there's a ratio of chaos to divines that's wrong in some way? No. It's just because it's good for the game generally.
Okay. Yeah.
It is sad when the Chaos Orb as a drop now feels weak, right?
I think
that is sad.
That's the most compelling argument that I see when I'm thinking about this, because I usually ask people when people think about, like, have you seen the economy ratio? And I'm like, well, why do you think it's a problem? And the answers I get are varied and not always super convincing, but the most convincing one that I hear is that the players who are picking up Chaos Orbs aren't getting that kind of like incremental progression towards their thing. Like that's like that appeals to me. I feel for the normies being one myself.
The fewer items that are satisfying to drop.
Yeah.
Like if it only becomes, here's the only 2 items you care about that drop, that's bad. So yeah, we do have to keep as many drops as possible feeling satisfying, and that is the main motivation to go, okay, if it's crossing it's a grey line, it's like weird, but if it does cross the line, then, I mean, I guess it's not even really a line. It's just the more items we can keep satisfying, and thus you could argue, yes, this is something that we should push for fixing for sure.
That said, we have added a couple of
burying the lead.
Yeah. So we've added 2 new crafts. Andrew did the balance on them. So
only the costs. That might be wrong. We'll find out.
There's bench orb crafts for Chaos Orbs now. I saw.
They behave. I mean, if you're familiar with the PoE2 Chaos Orb, where it removes a mod then adds a mod, there's one that does that. And then there's one that removes 3 mods and adds 3 mods. So you can kind of use these to try and salvage items that have a really good mod that you want, but a but other trash.
Interesting. It's hard to tell the impacts or like how much it'll be used, but it's an option there. We'll see how that plays out. But yeah, that's going to sink a few Chaos Orbs. I saw that one of them was like 8 Chaos or something.
We'll keep an eye on it. I wouldn't want Chaos to become pennies, you know? Which you could argue they're 1/3 of a penny right now, I guess, depending on what your
definition. Call it divine a dollar?
Depends what your dollar is, I guess. Well, I would argue the divine is somewhat of a dollar. But we'll keep an eye on it as well. But again, the ultimate philosophy is we should be keeping as many drops as possible feeling satisfying. That's the goal. So anything that goes away from that is technically in the wrong direction. It's just, it can get a little bit away from it without us having to take action.
This is going to be an exciting league.
sometimes there are short-term things that influence. Not to say that that's what's happened here.
Yeah.
And then they just course correct next league. And sometimes there are things that are needing addressing. I don't have an exact answer for it now, which is why I'm kind of being a little bit vague, because we need to discuss and figure out what to actually do. Hard to promise things at this point, but yeah.
Well, we've kind of touched on it a little bit a few times, but bestiaries had to have seen some changes to its beast crafting. You also mentioned like the specific beasts are dropping specific talismans as well. Side note on that, is that something you can target farm in some way since they are specific?
Yes, so every single red beast has its own specific talisman it drops.
Yeah.
So for example, if you want like a Rex talisman, then there is the node on the Atlas tree that increases the chance for like beasts from that specific genus to spawn.
That's a cool little buff for
so
those,
yeah, you can... a Rex just looks like a some sort of mammal to me, but yeah, it is
a bird.
Okay.
Is it a bird? It's a bird. You can plus
idea.
birds. The more likely for the bird species, I'm pretty sure will increase the Rexes. But
Plus
I didn't actually ever think about how clear the correlation between the genus and the actual monsters is. So I guess it's fine. Whatever.
It was one of you mentioned to me that beast splitting is gone. That's obviously a big change for some folks. It's a big crafting thing that was used for some high-end crafting projects, or just getting extra value out of certain drops, I suppose, in some cases. So talk us through the removal of the beast splitting.
Well, the main thing is, I feel like historically, beast splitting was never really intended for, or has never really been used for its original intention of splitting the mods from one item onto two items. It's almost always just been used for, I just found the most valuable base type in the game in Heist, and now I have two of them.
I mean, it came about because we were looking at the fact that we don't want every simplex amulet to become two. Right?
He didn't say
that was where
he
this
said
came.
that they
we started
mentioned it
discussing
to
it, and we
him,
were just like,
and that's why he's bringing it up now.
Is this even healthy at
It
this
wasn't in
point?
the
Like, just
announcement.
ultimately every base type that's of value becomes two base types of value, and I get that it's just taking away the value, but it also just honestly isn't necessary at that
patch
point.
notes will be out in
Worth
32
noting,
minutes.
Fractured Fossil has also been changed.
Okay, I mean,
because that does a similar thing.
It fractures the item now, like the name suggests.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it just doesn't fulfill its original purpose. I could see people being a bit like, oh no, but I liked having two of everything I found.
Yeah, but
I mean, there's also like, what if you just doubled the frequency of them appearing and removed it? Not to say we've done that,
even
by
if
the
you
way.
don't, it's like the thing you get now is worth like 1.5 times as much or whatever the difference in the cost of the beast splitting was. Like, it was just priced into the economy of it anyway. Like, so it just became this kind of like obligationary step that you just had to know about, otherwise you were scamming yourself.
And in many ways, the new Orflame crafting is splitting items.
Splits is gone.
Sure.
You can't
in a
somewhat.
In a sort of way.
If you want to do the original intent of the
You can only
split
keep one of them.
Closer to the original.
There's a Ducat that's very
true.
similar to that,
That's true.
which splits it into a bunch of ghostly forms that each have some of the item or one of the mods of the original item, and then you pick one.
You can take the mod set you want. That's a cool idea.
Yeah,
That one.
so like that is closer to what the beast was originally intended to do.
Yeah. Okay.
Isolate a strong mod to then craft from.
But noting on the case of bestiary, I know Octavian, you share this as well, but both of us probably. I don't know how you feel about it. It's our top on our top list.
Oh yeah, even
So your number one. It's my number one for like.
Our programmers keep asking me when are we gonna get.
Oh God,
It's a dire rework.
It is a rat's nest, man, on the back end. Like when we added that scarab that added the new beast, the Black Morrigan, like that was just add a unique beast that has a few crafts, and that was like 2 weeks worth of going back to it, fixing a bug, going back to it, fixing a bug, because it's
sad.
It
is
it's
the
a bit older, that
number
one.
one league that's in a dire need of a rework in our eyes.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Monsters are old. The combat's old. The bosses are old. The crafting system has gone through so many different identities and different things to the point where I honestly think it's like kind of lost a bit of its groove.
I mean, what I will say is it's a very strong concept, though. Like going and capturing beasts, like wild spirit beasts, is really cool. And that's kind of why the very original pitch for this league was like, go back to that theme. So we'd want to keep the strong theme, but
I know that one. we all agree. I don't know how players necessarily feel,
well,
but
yeah, I mean, I definitely have had questions about that, especially on the quality of life side of things. And since you're already thinking about that, it'd be worth mentioning those now. So people like, particularly like just with hitting the limit of beasts and then like having to empty them out, there has been some improvements there, but it seems like it's still like just a big problem for people that are
honestly,
actually trying to engage with the mechanic.
we've been doing kind of weak level band-aids for a while there, because the actual solution is quite a lot of work, and we keep going to do it, and we're like, can we really afford to spend this much time on that instead of, and there's all this like cool content stuff, and every time we're weighing the scales, it's like, it's not quite there. And so this is where I'm like, okay, in order to actually do this, we have to make bestiary the focus. So we have to go, this is the rework, and then we'll be able to do all of this stuff. But it's surprisingly more work than it might seem.
Because if you do it in that way where you're making it a focus and you're, revamping a lot of the content as well, then you're not having to choose between, do I fix these problems or make cool content? You're just fixing the problems while making the cool content.
Yeah.
Make League good.
Something that I saw kind of like asked was like proposing the idea is like, do yellow beasts even really matter and need to be a thing like they are? Like, what if they just kind of dropped a life force beast juice? Or something like that.
Recently as well.
Interesting.
Well, this was part of the original spec where we'd basically wanted to say that yellow beasts still appear in maps as extra monsters, but Ironheart doesn't capture them. And then all of the recipes just require a red beast, and he'll spawn some random other beasts alongside when you do an encounter.
When I imagine it modernizing past, that's kind of what I imagine,
The only problem is that is a lot of programmer work, actually.
Every solution we came up with was like,
can't split either.
We've done all the like 1 day tasks. Now we're in the many day to week tasks, and we're like, it's just getting again. It will be a focus soon.
I wonder if that makes it a candidate for more of like a bestiary 2.0, like a more substantial thing, since it is going to be so much work anyway. Just untangle that. Like,
not necessarily as an active league, though it could be, but
which I love,
I'd say currently still probability-wise, it's more likely for just a rework. Similar to like Abyss and Legion this time round. It'll be, here's the new league, here's a bestiary rework, insert other things here.
We've got some rapid fire kind of quality of life and technical questions here. EU servers seem to be having some major issues each league launch and maybe beyond that from what I've heard. Any news on sources of that issue or potential improvements on the horizon?
None of us three know about that, unfortunately. So Jonathan handles that with our more live ops and sysadmin team, so we just don't know, honestly, what's going on. Like,
I'll ask him about it then.
That is the better thing to do for sure.
I'll get on it. We talked about the tooltips. Excellent. In-game price checking was added to PoE 2. Is that something you're planning on adding to PoE 1 as well?
Almost all of that. Well, yes. Don't know when. Same with like price checker, build planner, which I guess is a bigger
build
thing.
planner.
There's some complexities around it, like we are trying to, as from the helper text thing, we just got that ported over, so we're slowly porting stuff over. But often the best person to do it is the person that implemented it, right? It makes sense to port it. But those people are working on PoE 2, big upgrades. So we've got to find these like windows where they're like kind of between tasks where they can migrate it over and make it work. Otherwise, you're having someone who doesn't know that code base at all trying to maneuver it over, and they don't understand the, parts of it that are less important and more important necessarily. And they can figure it out, but it would just take a lot more time. So we try and find these lulls between major tasks for them where they can go and port stuff back. And we just need to do some of that, really. So.
And those sorts of things that work towards the goal of like, you don't really have to install third-party software to play PoE if you're a long-term player. That's ideally the outcome there. And that got me thinking about that. There's two features of the Awaken Trade that would keep me using it, even if you had the in-game price checking that was working just as well. And those are slash hideout macro, the ability to like return to your hideout quickly. And the second one is the control scroll wheel your stash has without being moused over it, because that exists in game, but you have to mouse over it, which kind of defeats the purpose.
Interesting.
So I'm just wondering if like those are things that could just become core behaviors.
Well, the latter one, I can just go and talk to some UI programmers and see whether we can do that.
Both are fully feasible.
Please do.
The first one I'm less certain of, but
we added it. Well, why not? It's just a
I think in PoE 2 there's a return to hideout button if you go to someone's hideout to trade. I don't know if that's in PoE 1 currently. So that might be just like a
Yeah, but
little gap to
also
fix.
similar to how we bound use town
Yeah.
portal. Like we
Yeah,
can have
it could be a
we
hotkey,
can have a
right?
return to hideout. It's
That would be
awesome.
amazing.
Or just a go to hideout. Obviously it won't always
Awesome.
work. Like if you're in an area where slash hideout doesn't work,
sure.
it won't work.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, awesome.
And maybe then do one
Yeah.
for like, you know, slash King's March or whatever the one is that brings you to King's March. And all
Yeah,
those.
that's kind of the one I use the second most if I'm playing that.
Half your keyboard just teleports you.
Yeah, we've got a lot of hotkeys, but you know these could be optional ones, I suppose.
There's some are more used than others, right?
Yeah.
So we'll start with those ones before
Yeah,
we add a whole ruckus of.
Oh, that'd be amazing. If the control scroll wheel's possible as well, that'd be awesome, because that's just like you know, when you're transferring stuff from your inventory, you're like you're moused over there, you don't have to mouse over to change tabs and then back and forth. That'd be awesome. Oh, great, awesome news. The Toto event caught me by surprise. Trial of the Ancestors. I think it caught a lot of people by surprise. How did that one come about? And just kind of like, just quickly, kind of, what are your thoughts on it? Any useful takeaways? Learn some useful stuff about.
Well, we wanted to just have like a variety of different events we can run, and it was like we don't want to just keep doing the same thing. And so it kind of was like, okay, we've had this and this. Like we even discussed at the time, going, could Mercenaries be an event format? And we went through all the different options. And then I think there's been a bit of a because Trial of the Ancestors effectively got dismantled after the league.
Yeah.
And it was like, it's gonna be so much work to bring it back. Turns out, wasn't that much work.
Yep.
It
took a programmer like 1 day to revive it.
Yeah. Ended up being way quicker than we had expected. So we were like, well, let's just do it, run it as an event. I know people have been craving it, but let's actually see if it's more nostalgia fueled or otherwise. But yeah.
It's one that I see, like some people just like they tried it here and they're like, nah, I don't get it, I don't like it. But then I see other people, like I was reading a thread about it today, and they're like, I love this, like I want them to make it core. Like this seems to some people really fall in love with this mechanic. So is it something you want to make core at some point still?
We're on ultimately we were like, do we keep it as like a kind of event thing, and that way certain people play it because they love it and others won't, or yeah, I guess there is still the room to integrate it into core and do a bunch of stuff around that, as long as it's obviously, you don't have to do it, right? It's like, if you like that, similar to say Heist, if you are into Heist, there's always a crowd that loves these different things, then you can go do that, and if you don't want to do it, then just ignore it. So as long as it's in that format, because it is quite specialized content.
Super.
Like, it's just totem rugby.
The most of anything, I think, the most specialized.
So, you know, it has a place. We just need to talk about it and figure out where we want it to be.
Could we scroll down a little bit, production, just so I can see those questions down there? Do the Ducats increased intangibilities? There's some random chat questions we have here. So
depends on the Ducat. Yeah, every currency is just, you know, set by, you know, myself as to whether or not it does or doesn't. There are a lot of lower level currencies that you would use at lower levels more frequently don't. So like an alchemy orb doesn't increase intangibility, but things that you're using when you're finishing an item often do. So like an exalted orb, for instance.
Can replica unique mods become vestigial unique mods?
Yep.
Yeah, that seems like it would be legal, unlike the other ones.
Those are legal.
Yeah, because they're just kind of, they are just a unique.
There are some interesting things you can do, because you can take a replica unique, and then it can roll into the non-replica version of the unique, and then it can, in some cases, it can have basically two of the similar mod.
Interesting.
That's
kind of wild.
Is
I
very
imagine you
interesting.
can't create a replica unique though, because they're from a specific piece of content, same as boss drops.
Yeah, we didn't want to do the
you don't want to cheat that.
getting all the boss drops and no one's even killed the bosses.
Yeah, it's no good.
The things it can create are the things you can ancient orb an item into.
Yep.
Nice, that makes sense. Can we get log into hideout, or so like that option that logs you back into your hideout? I think PO2 has that.
As much as no one's gonna like the answer, no. Their logging into town is important for us.
Yeah.
And probably for reasons people won't like. But ultimately, like just to express it, it is ultimately we want the game to feel like a multiplayer game, and we want you to log into a hideout and see other players and be part of this universe where there are other players. And as soon as you can just bypass that, and again, I know people aren't going to like that answer, but that's just where we stand on it. And, you know, not to say it, I used to say it a lot more, but my answer is kind of deal with it.
Deal with it.
Which, but I know that's not going to be a popular take for sure.
Will we eventually be able to switch out gear in the recently teased Animate Guardian UI? The teaser has locks in the UI indicating that we can't take items out. Interesting.
Yeah. Well, the Animate Guardian is, we sort of just got that in like a week or two ago. So at the moment, it's just very bare bones. It's, you can right click the icon and you can see what items are equipped on your Animate Guardian.
Yeah.
You still have to go through the really jank process of dropping the item on the ground and using the skill on it to actually equip it.
Yep.
We do want to actually change that so you can just drag and drop items.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if we'd want to allow you to remove items that are on an Animate Guardian.
No, that's fair. I imagine it'd be like mercenary, you can put them over. Yeah, fair enough. I think that leads to my final question of today, which is ExileCon is fast approaching, and I think in many people's eyes, it's a lot about Path of Exile 2. Like, it's a big event to announce the big stuff for PoE 2, but is there some stuff that PoE 1 fans should be excited about for ExileCon? Is that a focus? Is something happening there?
For sure. It's not PoE 2 con, it's ExileCon, right? We've got two main games, 2 titles, right? And of course, ExileCon will have a thing for PoE 1 and for PoE 2. And I actually saw some people, just before the stream was started, I saw a few people going, last PoE 1 patch for the year. And I went, no, it's not. There is a 3.30. It will be before the release of PoE 2. And so,
nice.
It's crazy to think there's that many expansions.
I know, right? I was talking about this with Jonathan earlier. It's like there's been 30 expansions since the 3 series, right?
But yes, we will have another PoE 1 expansion. Already cooking up some awesome ideas, and I'm sure they'll release it. I'm sure next Saturday for us, we will be able to nail it down mostly. But yeah, some pretty cool stuff in the works, or to be in the works fully, since these guys are wrapping up. But yeah, should be epic. PoE 1, PoE 2, big end of year for us. Absolutely monster of an end of year for everything Path of Exile related. Yeah,
absolutely. Excellent. That's fantastic news. Exactly what we want to hear. Well, thank you very much, all of you, Andrew, Octavian, Mark. Thanks very much for the Q&A time.
Thank you very much, and awesome job, you two, by the way.
Yeah.
Awesome job to you, Ziggy.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, yeah. It's a banger of a patch.
Absolutely.
Exciting.
All right,
all right, see you guys later.
Sorry, what? Yes. Is there anything new in here? I'm back. Okay, we can have a little bit of a better look at this stuff real quick. These monsters will be once charted. Endurance charge. Monsters hinder. Demand sulfite, I'm currently sure. Okay. Grant's level 20 Savage Barnacle. Okay, if you say so. Benjamin, stop listening. Really? It was actually really exciting. I was intently listening. Augments a rare belt with a trap or mine modifier. Okay.
I don't.
Throw up to 1 additional trap if dual wielding. Huh. I mean, assuming there's more than that, and that they could also apply to mines, because it does say trap or mine. That's just an example. Oh. 35% chance to gain a charge when you deal a critical strike. All damage from critical strikes can apply lightning ailments. 50% reduced duration, but without quality, that's still 4 seconds. Which is not bad. Stream rate, yep. There's modifiers. Okay, sure. Light radius. Increases in reduction to light radius also apply to the effect of your linked buff skills. I missed that one. Okay, so you come out here where you get light radius and your mercenary and their minions deal damage, and then you get a mercenary, a permanent one, and then you have to pick. Your mercenary can equip a unique weapon, shield, and quiver. 8% more damage per unique. Or you don't use any uniques. And you could go out both these sideways. Less cost of links. Links are infinite. Increase in reduction to light radius also affects the link buff. If your mercenary's life is higher than your own, 20% of damage from hits is taken from your mercenary's life before you. If your mercenary's life is lower than your own, 40% of damage they take will be recouped as life. I'm going to be honest, as I was reading that, I thought they were going to say 40% of the damage they take will be given to you. I was like, whoa, wait. But it did not say that, so it's fine. Their mercenary taunts on hit. Huh. Yeah, this will be something you take if you've got one or two uniques. Like if you've got a unique that you're like, oh, this specific unique. For instance, if you're playing a full merc build and you want to give him a headhunter, then you're giving him a unique belt. This is a minion ascendancy, right? I mean, it's a mercenary ascendancy. I wouldn't even say minions because like you have to go through here, which I guess you could get a supporting. I guess you could get a support mercenary permanently. And you could still use links to like an animate guardian or something. I just bought, yeah, probably it's probably that, right? Like you have a mercenary and 3 buff specters and an animate guardian, and your mercenary is your main fucking dude. This is what I'm real tempted to league start. Yeah, you're an Aurabot. You've got some buff specters and 1 buff animate guardian, and then you've got a wander, probably. I feel like, where do you start? So the beginning of the tree is here, so you have to take noble blood right away. Oh shit. Wait, it's trash. Wait, it's actually garbage. Wait. Wait, it's fucking completely useless. Right? I mean, it could have some random mods, and that just might be an example, but that's garbage. Oh. Interesting. Eh. New leveling unique. I mean, I guess it only requires level 5, but and it could give you 200 life or something. Base spell critical strike is equal to your main hand is now on that, which is cool. We saw those. I'll take that because I might need it. Putting in control everything in 7 minutes. Dialis. Dialis because I have to know. Let's quickly do a thing. Wow, that's taken forever. And what Dialis is? They gave us one line from the Dialis. We don't know whether or not it counts like other lines. Red matters. As long as the red still says +2 levels, then everything is fine. Because as long as I can put Enhance, Empower, and Holy Relic into a red, I don't care. But that also introduces some other really interesting options. Like, for instance, what if I could take a Dialis and I could get that red sockets have +2 levels, and I could put it on something like a Covenant. That would be fucking disgusting. You could also get 30 chaos support on a Dialis. Yes, but a Dialis is significantly more rare than a Covenant. Significantly. So, like, you're not as likely to get that, right? The same? I don't think they are. I'm thinking that I'm waiting for money. That's rough. Okay, I'm fucking... We're 3 minutes away. Charisma has plus 12 to level of socketed skill gems as a single mod. What gear slot is that? The body armor? The boss drop, isn't it? You can use boss drops as the donor pieces. They just can't become the one you would wear. So we can use all the boss mods as the one we destroy to get a random, like, other piece. But the pieces that we get will only be the ones you can Ancient Orb into, the ones that are general. Right? Going to 2 the other is a tier 1. Yep. Which the difference between tier 1 and tier 2 is around about 3 times. Both still pretty rare, but you're 3 times. If you were sacrificing Dialas to get a Covenant, you would have to do 1/3 as many, which is still a lot. Yeah, the Spectre Helm is a boss drop, so that's fine. You can sacrifice the Spectre Helm and hope to get it on a Joffrey's. So think about this for a minute, because if you can do that, and you can just get the double, right? Then with the Eclipse support gem and the Joffrey's, we had 4. If I can take that helmet and double it, and yes, you'll still not be able to use any other minions. You will have to give up all your support minions and everything else, right? But if you can keep the Joffrey's on and double it, you can go from 4 Holy Relics to 8 Holy Relics. And 8 Holy Relics is disgusting. We got it. Only unique have a hidden property preventing them from having white sockets. Diala's Skin of the Lords, Skin of the Loyal. Fantastic. I will have a look at Winter Orb right next after I read this. Diala's Malefication unique body armor now has gems socketed, always have the quality bonus from socketed colors. It no longer has socketed gems can be ignoring stats because this is default behavior. This change affects existing items of the unique. It now also has gems socketed in green have 20, previously 30. It doesn't say whether it removes that doesn't tell me anything. Is it just those are the changes you didn't remove red? Okay, then we're great. Then we're great. It's fine. We can play still. All good. Huge. Okay, quick. Winter Orb now fires 2 to 3 projectiles. Previously 1 at all levels. Has a 25% chance to freeze. A critical strike chance of 7.5 instead of 6. And now deals up to 539 instead of 450. Wait, 539 and 2 extra projectiles and base crit. Yo, Winter Orb. Yo. Winter Orb buff last league also, yeah, but it wasn't enough to make it actually good. This might be enough to make it actually good. Yo. Okay. Okay. Hex Blast. Cooldown is now 1 second, previously 2. Cast is now... God damn it. Just take the cooldown back off again. I would love to play Hex Blast Mines again. Okay. Mines? Well, Hex Blast Mines specifically was really good, and it was one of the few mining builds that I enjoyed, because mines have a problem, which is that, like, they don't target, they just explode, and I hate that. And then Hex Blast had a problem of you needed to like fully target and move your mouse around everywhere and do like proper targeting to actually hit things, and that was really annoying to me. But when you mixed the two before they nerfed it, when you mixed the two, they both solve each other's problem. And so it became a build that I really enjoyed, because the Hex Blast triggered from the mine would automatically target an actual mob. And so you didn't have to target anymore. And that, like, the mines fixed the problem that Hex Blast had, and Hex Blast fixed the problem that mines had, and Hex Blast mining was great. Right? Like, that was fantastic. Okay. And critical success now has value of 40, previously 60. Okay. A reduced cost of skill have now been converted to cost efficacy at appropriate values. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Added a new contemplative meditative cluster to the northwest of the Templar's starting location. Grants 8% RMR and 20% cost efficacy. Interesting. Arcane cluster to the northeast of the Witch. The grants 10% cast speed and 20% mana cost efficacy of spells and 3% int. Okay, interesting. And a pretty small nerf to totems. That's okay. Most spells have received base damage increase, also have higher damage growth for each level. For example, Divine Ire deals 27% more damage at level 20. It now deals 37% more damage at level 30. Okay. Skills and pure bolt skills have higher cold, while pure fire generally have lower crit. Pure lightning will have lower cast time, but the spells will cost more mana. Pure fire generally have lower mana cost and have effectiveness, higher effectiveness at added damage. Okay. Mana cloak slightly nerfed, just 10% at all instead of 10 to 14. Absolution now casts faster. Our leveling just got significantly smoother. That is quite a meaningful thing. Arc now has a cast time at 6, but the base mana cost has been increased. Okay. Now, Arc of Surging splits to 9 instead of 7, sure. Likely costs more mana. I mean, it doesn't say it does. And Barrage now fires an extra projectile, sure. Ball Lightning now has a larger base radius and a faster cast time. Okay. Ball Lightning is static, sure. Sure. And Shelter with the DL has changed. Nope, buffed. Buffed by a pretty decent amount. Before PoE2. Yeah, that's not super surprising. It was close. I don't think that was a bombshell though. Like it was a bit of a toss up. That could have gone either way. Okay. Cold Snapper power, sure. Honest cremation is now just a little bit better. Okay. Now, there is the 10% the green socket lost into all sockets. Yep. So when you put Holy Relic into a red socket, which is what we were going to do anyway, it still gets its +2 levels, but it now also gets 10 quality. No longer pause while attacking. I don't know what that means, but I will get to that in a minute, hopefully. And Holy Relic a blue gem? Yeah, but you can still put it in a red socket in a Dialis. Read the Dialis change. The socket colors is not explicitly stated though. It isn't explicitly stated, but the changes are what's explicitly stated. And the changes, it didn't say remove, you know. It also means you don't need that woke level 5. You only need a level 4, which is great. I mean, the color is the same as the gem. Read the Dialis. And I'll get to that. Ooh, EK now fires more projectiles, 15 instead of 13. Now has 10% crit instead. Now has 250% effectiveness instead of 20. Now deals up to 1600 instead of 1400. Now gets 20% more projectile speed instead of the two projectiles. So the two projectiles is base, and it's just getting the more. That's cool. I have winter has more crit. Sure. Fireball's base radius is now 1 to 1.8, previously 0.9 to 1.4. Critical strike is now less, 5 instead of 6. Base mana cost is reduced by 20%. Now has 480% effectiveness instead of 370. Now deals 2825, previously 2460. And quality now gives you an extra 0.1 radius. Oh, you know? Firestorm, which was a disgusting spell for leveling, now just has 100% effectiveness instead of 80 and costs 20% less mana. That was already a good one, so it didn't need that much buffing compared to the others, so that's nice. And it gets 30 quality baseline now. Well, pretty much everything does, right? Anything where the quality is relevant in any build, you'll be able to have 30% quality as a baseline just by putting it in the correct color. Right. So this quality now provides 0.3, one more, but really it'll be 0.4. So it's got a base, the base radius went up by 0.3 and then by another 0.4. So its base radius went up by 0.7 meters. That's actually, Fireball's a lot. Okay. Blast now just deals more damage, costs less, and is bigger. Over that round? No, it won't round. Forbidden Right now deals 14% of your maximum life as chaos damage, previously 12. Okay. Oh my god, Freezing Pulse now fires 1 to 5 projectiles at gem levels 1 to 20, previously 1 at all levels. Has a critical strike chance of 7.5, previously 6. Now has 370% effectiveness, previously 330. And now deals 2488 cold, previously 2188. Yo! Freezing Pulse Totems was also one of my favorite things from back in the day. Okay, Frost Bomb, whatever. Frost Blinker, more crit. Sure. Glacial Cascade, got that same buff everything else is getting. Holy Flame Totem just got a bit more crit. It's fine. We survive another patch. Oh, we got buffed. At least so far, yeah. skills gain. Kinetic Blast now has 150% Arcane Might. What the fuck is Arcane Might? Oh, so Kinetic Blast is nerfed by a lot. 40% less area and 150% of spell damage instead of 200. And Kinetic Blast of Clustering also nerfed by a lot. Was 17%, now 15. 150% Arcane Might instead of that. Wow. Kinetic Fusillade now has an attack speed of 125% of base, previously 200. And a base duration of 0.5 seconds, previously 0.7. And now costs... So it attacks slower, but also has less duration to counter it. And now costly. I feel like this is still going to work. It might not be quite as easy to do during the campaign, but it's still going to work, right? Somebody's going to have to do the math on that, but I think that will be fine. I think this might be like a campaign specific nerf. Because during the campaign, you're not going to have enough passives to be in the parts of the tree and have enough reduced duration and have like your league start Kinetic Fusillade Totem is probably just not going to work, right? But like by the time you get one or two pieces of gear, like the ring and the amulet or something, and then the one wheel, then you'll be fine. And it'll all work and still do good damage. Kinetic Rain now has 200% Arcane Might instead of 150. And buffed so far, from what I've read. His base radius is now much huger. God damn it. Right, I'd forgotten. Hang on. I'm the only one here, and we've got a delivery guy here, with some furniture that's going upstairs for my sister, but I'm the only one here, so I will be like, I don't know, less than 5 minutes. I'm just gonna let them in and guide them upstairs, and I don't want to leave a random person in my house. I will be back in just a second. done. Earth Unholy Might. Oh god, what happened? I don't understand. This didn't matter. We were the one applying Wither, not the minions. Even if they were doing it, they wouldn't be able to do it at any reasonable rate. If you weren't, no, I was. It was only granting chance to wither for attacks. I was already doing wither myself, not the minions. I didn't care about them doing that. SRS cared about them doing that, but it was working for them. So, a cool bug to have fixed has no effect on either of my builds. Play changes sources to avoid all damage are now additive. Okay. Build the life of various monsters when used as specters. Holy Trilogy and original monsters, sure. All non-spectre minions no longer pause while attacking. And those already didn't pause while attacking and are unaffected by this change. For the following minion types in particular. Huh. I didn't know that they did that. Reflect map modifiers have been reworked. Instead of causing monsters to reflect a percentage of the physical or elemental damage dealt to them, they instead cause a rare monster to have physical or elemental thorns. Isn't that what they used to have? Read the next two. The physical thorns has been hit by physical damage in the last 12 seconds while active. It reflects a fixed amount of physical damage each time a monster receives a physical hit. I'm sure it'll just be enough that I don't care. Yeah, I don't think it'll matter. Oh, there it is. 800 physical and 1500 elemental. 800 phys is a disgustingly high amount considering almost nobody has any fucking physical damage reduction. The elemental will be irrelevant because you'll be ignoring 75% of that. Will be able to be mitigated through evasion, block, armor, and resistances. You'll be blocking most of it. and it'll only be on the rare. And can only take thorns every 0.1 seconds, yeah. And we already have like 4,500 life gain on hit. It'll be fine. Yeah, except we'll block 75% of it or 78% of it. I really want to league start Warm. Kind of me too. I kind of want to league start a lot of things. I think I have to league start Holy Relic because that's where all the money is and what everybody expects me to do. But I think if we do that, we put a hard cap on it. Wherever I can get to by the Monday, I have to reroll. Where was I reading? I was reading through all the skill changes. Where are they? Triad Grip unique owners now have the modifier. Minions convert 25% of per socketed red gem. Previously per red socket. Okay. Oh, minions convert 25% of fizz to chaos damage per empty socket. Oh, that's rough. That's rough, actually. That's alright. I didn't like that one anyway. Now, where the fuck was I reading from? Here are the skill changes. I was up to here. Connect Rain, Connect Blast, Lightning Tendril, Lightning Warp. Cool. Here's where I was. Orb of Storms now. Cast faster. Sure. Day on the bus, nothing. There's another day. Yep. Purifying Flame now has a little bit more radius and more crit chance and 350 effectiveness, and now deals a little bit more damage. Okay. Goes up, cool. Games without the plus levels. It's still got the plus levels. They didn't change what it does if you socket it into a red. They didn't take that away. They just added it's going to be plus 2 levels and 10% quality, which makes getting to our next breakpoints even easier. Somatic shell, whatever. Oh, Spark now has a cast time of 0.6 instead of 0.65. And it costs 25% more mana. No changes. Spark of Nova has less projectiles. Cast time of 0.7 instead of 7.5. And costs more mana. Okay. I really wish to talk about it. I mean, essentially, Diala's is slightly buffed for us. And now there are options, a lot of options, for doing the special uniques over to each other. Now has a critical strike chance of 10, sure. Tornado of Elemental Turbulence. Tornado of Elemental Turbulence now has 80% effectiveness instead of 65. And now deals up to 549 physical instead of 435. So more effectiveness and more damage on that tornado build. I don't know if that needed it. I don't know if that needed it. Yeah. That should make it the only thing we'll play. I don't know, there's so many good things here. There's so many. Cultist. We'll get to it when I get there. And cast while channeling as well. Okay. Added lightning. Ooh, Archmage nerfed slightly. 8 to 14 instead of 10 to 16. Ballista totems now deal 30% less damage instead of 24% less damage. So that's another nerf. Blast chain mines, a little bit less damage again. Cast while channeling now triggers a supported skill every 0.4 to 0.32 seconds while channeling. Previously 0.35, so 0.32 instead of 0.35, which is going to fuck with all the cooldown recovery breakpoints. They're going to have to be worked out again. And supported skills deal 20% less damage, previously 30. Cool. Mine's fucked. That's fine. Mines get fucked again. Minion Pact has been reworked and is now called Communion Support. Now supports spell skills. It supports spell skills that hit enemies and cannot modify the skills of minions. Supported skills deal 20 to 30 added physical for each permanent minion at gem level 3. Okay. Will spells deal 20 to 30 added physical damage for each permanent minion. Okay. Spell totem now deals 50% less damage instead of 40% less damage, because go fuck yourself. Unleash now has 26% less damage instead of 36% less damage. Okay. All right. Yeah, Minion Pact is gone, but no one is surprised by that. Most time reservation after. Yeah, that one's good. Okay, anything cool here? Ooh, the Gull unique helmet now has 25 to 50% increased shrine, previously 75, and 25 to 50% increased of shrine duration, previously 50. The Honor Home unique helmet now has 50% increased mana cost efficacy. Previously 20% reducer. Okay, cool. Mask of the Stitched Demon helmet now has regenerate 1% of life per second per 500 player maximum energy shield. Previously per 500 maximum energy shield. That is a targeted nerf for companions specifically that just hit Animate Guardian. Luckily, I never used these in my Animate Guardians. Because there are other ways to make him tanky and it wasn't worth giving up the head slot for, so this means nothing to me. This reveals hype as fuck. Yeah. Yeah. It keeps going. Well, Hamlet has 3% reservation per shore. Green. The Foulborn or Aspect Globe unique shield now has 3% increased damage over time per 100 player life, previously 5%. It's okay. Okay, are there any other cool uniques in here? The Void Battery unique one now has 15% spell damage per power charge, previously 25. And 50% reduced spell damage, previously 80%. 120 to maximum mana, previously 50. I mean, that's enough. Funnily enough, that makes the Void Battery Ascendancy from Scavenger or whatever it is better than the actual Void Battery. just funnily enough. That's not there this league. What, last league? I thought it was this league. Okay. Yeah. Fuck. This is now fracture random modifier, sure. Void Battery was last league. We've only seen body armor versions this time. They showed us the entire Ascendancy. Yeah. Hold on. Hold on. It was Shimmeron is the new wand one. But yeah, the new Ascendancy here is actually quite good. The Apostate is there, and that'll be made up for by just the chest you get to put on immediately. That's fine. Also, Dawnbreaker lets you get 100% of all damage taken as fire without using the disgustingly expensive jewel to do so. We also have melding as an option. Suspend time, I don't even know what that does. 30% chance for energy shield recharge to start when blocking. So you can Wicked Ward that. Wicked Ward? Eldritch Bat, whatever the node is that makes it not get interrupted. That's pretty gross. Each Phantasm gives you Phantasmal Might is also fantastic. The melding node just has -5 and that's it. In the next class you do. That's what that is. Okay. But yeah. There's that. Okay, anything else hidden in here? We're looking for like hidden impactful changes. At the level of spells and all skill gems of specific type on staves have had an additional tier. The lower tiers have been made much more common at earlier levels. So stars can now go +4 to specific things. Increased damages on stars have also been increased. Okay. Hybrid spell minion has been modified to be a little stronger on everything. Cool. Added damage to spell prefix modifiers on caster weapons have been buffed. Larger buffs with the higher modifiers. The highest tier modifier on one-handed caster weapon now goes up to 146 fire, previously 115. Wow. That is quite an improvement considering all the other changes to like spell efficient, like damage efficiency and whatnot with all the spells. Caster weapons could no longer roll the shit suffixes that have like fucking 19% increase. That's actually great. Relevant crafting, yeah, cool. Increases spell damage crit on one-handed caster weapons to now roll values from 40 to 109, previously 10 to 109. Increase on 50, yep, sure. Reduced enemy stun threshold no longer rolls on scepters or staves. Yep, cool. The top tier increased cast speed modifier on caster weapons now have the same weighting as all of the lower tier modifiers. Yo, fucking spells just keep getting better and better, man. All the spell daggers just got more crit than they used to have. It was 1k and tier 1 was 100. Oh, okay. Okay. Add the following new corruption implicits. Oh my god, we're not going to read all that. Okay, so the charges are on rings, shields, and amulets still. Glancing blow on shields. Hello? Also +1 charges on shields. 30% increased chance to block on shields. It's implicits? Yes, these are corruption outcomes. That's minimum charges. Oh, it is. It's max on rings, minimum on... Yeah, okay. My bad. So you can roll that mod instead of the implicit? Fair. Yeah, sure. Socketed gems, level 10, everything. Sure. Oh, +1 levels. Fire on wands, cold and lightning on scepters, wands, and rune daggers. Physical and chaos on rune daggers and wands. Explode on scepters, rune daggers, and wands. And staves. Arrows chain on bows. Okay. Explosion obliteration. An obliteration with an extra explode on it. Let's go. Okay. Ooh. An eaten soul is lost every 0.2 seconds if a soul has not been gained in the last 2 seconds. Previously 0.5 seconds in the last 4 on non-players. Soul eaters will get weaker faster. Yay! The majority of currency items, fragments, and stuff will stack up to 10,000 instead of 5,000. Big fan. Oh. Repeat applying of currency no longer drains each stack in your inventory one at a time. It will now instead drain a stack fully before moving on to the next stack. I know that might not matter to other people. I can't decide if I love or hate that. It's obviously the way it should have always worked, but I kind of liked seeing it like... Then we get the controller right click thing. True. And there's a fail to six-nick another chest, right? Like watching them go through. Instead, I liked it, but also, it's fine. Modifiers replied to elemental hit twice. Okay. Okay, ascendancy changes. The Darth Mark notable no longer has marked enemies cannot evade attack. It now has 10% increased effect of your mark per maximum power charge and 3% of leeches instant per maximum power charge. Jesus. The relic's still alive? Buffed. We're not just alive. It's fine. Well... we did lose a supported buy, which hurts us a little bit because the Mirage didn't go core. Well, it might be like roughly equalized. Yeah, roughly equalized. Still fine, absolutely. No, because that's down here and I'm up here, but I'll get there. Bifurcating critical strikes causes critical yeah, my god. No longer has base spell chances equal to the main hand weapon. Now gains spell critical strike chance bifurcates. And 50% less spell crit chance. Bifurcating is so fucking gross. Bifurcating critical strikes causes critical strikes to be rolled twice when determining if a crit should occur. If either roll is a successful hit, it will be a regular crit. If both rolls succeed, the amount of extra damage dealt by critical strikes will be doubled. It's like Lucky Plus. It's so good. If a modifier makes your critical strike chance lucky or unlucky, that luck will be applied individually to each critical... Wait. You can get lucky crit and bifurcate crit? Okay. Effects which cause you to always crit prevent bifurcation. Okay. Ritual of Awakening passive now has 3% more damage per summon totem, previously 5. Get fucked, Terrafant. We did already nerf all of the totems separately, but let's also nerf the only totem ascendancy at the same time. No more totems. How dare you? Added a new instant justice, blah blah blah. Okay, is it equal to your main weapon? Sure. The Instrument of Zeal passive now grants 3 maximum charges, previously 4. But the fanaticism charges now last 5 seconds, previously 4. And grant 75% less cost of skills you cast yourself. Okay. Added a new notable unallow right, which requires either Vile Bastion or Forbidden Power. Unallowed right causes you to gain a spirit infusion every second while channeling a spell. Each stack of spirit infusion grants 30% faster start of energy shield recharge. Channeling spells deal 10% more damage and have 20% more cost. Maximum of 5 stacks. You lose one every half a second if you've not gained one in the last 2 seconds. Okay. Ah, and there's all the things for that. Okay, that is interesting. What, you think that's per stack? Because that would be 100% more cost. I think that's completely separate. I think you get this and that. Maybe it's not. Because the maximum 5 stacks is after. So, yeah, okay. So, Warb now costs 2 mana, and then does 50% more damage? Yeah, and fucking super fast ES recharge, 30% faster 5 times. So 150% faster start of energy shield recharge, which if that was the only energy shield recharge you had, like faster start, that would bring it from 4 seconds to, was it like 1.8 or something? If that was the only, if there was no investment anywhere else, if it was just that. Goddamn Winter Orb though. What if a League style Winter Orb? Mercs are back. Mercs are back if you ascend into them. Otherwise, they look pretty fucking useless. Like, what the fuck? Yep, there's an ascendancy for permanent minions. But if you, for permanent mercenaries. But otherwise, if you encounter a mercenary, you can hire them, but you'll like hire them for the whole rest of that map. Not forever. They'll just go away after that. In which case, what the fuck? Yeah, but they buffed the shit out of EK though. If that's so useless, right? That's what I'm saying. I'm like, but you can ascend into them, and then you can keep one. It's a new Scion ascendancy. Oh god, EK Elementalist didn't even get touched. But not better than it didn't get touched. It got made way better by just having better damage efficiency and better, I mean, the better crit doesn't even matter, but it's got a few extra projectiles and some better damage efficiency and some better raw damage. So fuck. Yeah, I think that's the best way to reintroduce them. I kind of think so as well. I wasn't really sure how they were going to make mercenaries happen without gutting them into like a state that made them pretty meh. And it never occurred to me that you could make an ascendancy out of them. Never occurred to me that you could make a whole ascendancy around mercenary. But I'm telling you right now, if I don't league start a mercenary, it will be my reroll on like the end of the second weekend. Because if I league start Holy Relic, we are putting a hard cap on it. The following Monday, not the one like 2 days or 3 days into the league, but the one that's 1 week after, right? So it's like 9 or 10 days. That is that Monday. That's a hard cap on my Holy Relic. I'm not allowed to play Holy Relic come that Monday, the one that's like 10 days in. That's my, if I start Holy Relic, that's the cap. Blast the shit out of it for 10 days, make all the content with Holy Relic that we need to make, and then I have to get off it. And the rule also is sell all the gear. We're not going back to it. We got to experiment. We got to play other stuff, because I get too hooked in. It's too good of a build, but then I just play it, and I want to do other things. So if we start Holy Relic, we're going to have that hard cap of invest into it, make it good, play it for 10 days, sell, play something else, because otherwise I'll never fucking play anything else. So I think that's the way I have to do it. Right? To be after 10 days. Well, maybe like after 6 or 7, because I'll need you to start crafting up the gear for my reroll. I think well, if it hurt the build. It's not -10, it's +10. I'm gonna have to make a video just exclusively on that. Diala's Malefaction body armor now has gems socketed always have quality bonus from socket colors. So that means that no matter what color you put the gem in, it will always act as if it's the correct color for quality. So when you put a blue Holy Relic gem into a red socket, it will still get its old +2 levels. It will now also get the 10 quality as if it matched the socket. Right? The only thing that changed is that the green sockets now have +20 to quality instead of +30. And I believe that that's enough that we would slightly, and I do mean slightly, prefer that our other supports go in red sockets as well. Right? Because we're no longer comparing +2 levels of, like, let's just say Vile Toxin or whatever. We're no longer comparing +2 levels to 30% quality. We're comparing +2 levels to 20% quality. And quality was only just edging out for supports anyway. So now the levels will probably just edge it out a little bit, but by such an unimportant amount that it doesn't matter, but still no blues. So our new Dialas will need to have 3 reds: Empower, Enhance, Holy Relic, and then it will need to have 3 not blues. Right? So 3 red and the other 3 not blue. The 3 right. You can't. You won't have white. What can we hit with exceptionals in the Covenant by default? Not enough. Not enough is the answer. And attacking pause will make them better than Absolution for leveling. No, because Absolution was also on that list. So that bug fix / buff affects both Absolution and SRS. Was it not? Oh, it was only Dominating Blow that was on that list. I mean, it might. I don't know. Just imagine the Covenant lineage Dialas, though. I'd rather go the other way. If I could get the +2 in red onto a Covenant. Or, you know what? It actually doesn't matter. I could also get the level 29 onto a Dialis. It doesn't fucking matter. But I could also get the +2 red onto a Dendrobate, and that would be great as well. Oh god, the bait again. I mean, it would be good though. It just would be good though. If you go to the others and something else, yeah, but you don't actually, strictly speaking, need that 10%. What that 10% frees up is it means you don't need like special corruptions. It makes it a lot easier early to mid game and whatnot, but we were already able to reach everything we needed without that, with it being in a red socket. So like in really good end game gear, that 10% doesn't really matter. But the problem is the Dialas would have to come across with +2 to red. Yeah. That'd be fine. Yeah, it makes the transition wise a lot smoother. It makes the early game a lot smoother. Oh, I should change into a thing that has announcements now. But also Lilatian, thank you for the prime. It's going to be so much more expensive. Honestly, the difference between your support gems in Holy Relic being in a green or red socket was such a fucking minimal difference. It was such a minimal difference. Green just edged it out. With the loss of the 10% quality, red will either be just slightly better or they'll be literally like exactly the same. So it really, really won't be important. It will be 3 reds that are mandatory and then no blues. So you need a minimum of 3 reds and then any amount of red or green after that. Which will be fine. That'll be very easy. I could see people just staying on it. I mean, yeah, we have no concept of what the SRS buffs are, but it may be that SRS is just the better build now. That could happen. I don't know how big that... I didn't know that was happening. Right? I didn't know that was happening. So I can't tell you how big of a damage this is. It says this change will be a significant damage per second increase for the following minion types in particular. A significant damage per second increase for the following minion types in particular. And then Summon Raging Spirit is there. I don't know what that means. And SRS was already really fucking good, yeah. So I've seen stone golems do it. That is a good example. I've never noticed SRS doing it. I've never ever noticed SRS doing it. But it would be like stone golems will like roll into a pack or something or run over to a pack depending on their cooldown. And then you'll see them just stand there for like nearly a full second. They'll just stand there for like half a second to a second. And then they'll start attacking. Right? I've seen that before. But I had never in my life noticed SRS doing that. But there's also like 20 of them on the screen all the time. So like, if they are doing it, it would be hard to tell without looking at a specific one. And you tend to sort of, I don't know what the correct word is, but you sort of like, when you're playing SRS, you sort of like blur your vision, not blur your vision, but you like start ignoring the individual SRSs and you start thinking of it as like, how much of my SRS color is in this section of the screen, so that you have like a rough idea of where your damage is, and that just sort of happens automatically, but you stop looking at individual minions, right? Like you don't do that. Hold on 1 second. How are you going? Oh, you finished. Good, because I need some of those. Oh no, I need pure quartz. Wait, I'm making pure quartz. Are you not going anywhere? Oh no, I'm making hexatite quartz. Uh-oh. That's the one above that. I mean, that's great and all, but I also need pure quartz. Yikes. Oh well, whatever. I'll deal with that later when I'm playing that game again. Possible that causing the minion targeting and Legion? Oh, it is possible. No more splitting items? Nope. No more splitting items. Forget no more splitting items. There's no more fucking mirroring items. I mean, like, there might be, but like, what though? What's worth a mirror? I mean, I guess that's the wrong question. The new question is, what's a mirror worth? Which should be less. The crafting thing lets you triple mirror an item? It does not. You weren't paying enough attention. It makes basically spectral forms of that item where there are 4 possible outcomes, or 3 possible outcomes, I think it is, that you get to then pick one of. It's basically unveiling, but better with your own currency. I was indeed not paying enough attention. Yep. 12 link weapons will still get mirrored. Yeah. There'll still be some things to mirror. Not everything, but a lot of the things that were targeted with mirrors will not get mirrored anymore. When they nerfed mirroring, they didn't really nerf mirroring. It's just that a very large amount, not all, but a very large amount of the mirror items in the mirror stores are built on synthesis bases. And quite often, that's like the hardest part, is getting the base. And then once you have the base, it's just spend X amount of currency, because they know what they're doing, to achieve the mirror version or whatever. But now you can't have synthesis items, which means the next tier down from that is, if you know how to craft, you might as well craft it yourself. That doesn't mean everyone does, but like, and like Pineapple said, a lot of the 12 linked weapons, and there'll probably be something else I'm not thinking of. There's probably some other options for mirroring things, but a lot of the things that got mirrored can no longer be made. The perfect versions of those will be using locks and Val orbs, trying to get those synth implicits back, because the synth implicits that are good, most of them are still there, but they're now Val outcomes. And once it's Val'd, you can't mirror it. So the best in slot items in the game for most builds are going to end up being corrupted items, not mirrored items. Which I think is more interesting, but it is a very large change. I do think it's way more interesting, but it is a very, very large change. Ethereal Knives now fires the same amount of projectiles because it lost its thing. Has more crit. 250% effectiveness instead of 220. Now deals 1650 instead of 1420. And that's also really tempted to league start that. Did any of the brands receive? Just Armageddon brand of volatility, which did receive a pretty decent increase in damage, but also a lowered efficiency. 250% of that, 3,100, or 370% of that's a nerf. Did they do this wrong? No, but cheaper, I guess. Yeah. Absolution's going to feel so much better to level with a 0.65 second cast time instead of 0.75. Tornado unrested. Big happy. Yep. Yeah, you like that tornado change? That was just the help you needed, right? %, instead of 65, and 549 instead of 345. And really struggled to write. We could get a polar relic again. The more I think about it, the more I think I kind of have to. It's expected to at this point. But if we league start Holy Relic, we're putting a hard cap on me re-rolling. I have to re-roll by the following, like, Monday. Was it like 9.5 days in or whatever it is? 10 days in is like the max. It's like a hard cap. Because I want to play too many other things. Considering Ice Nova and Crackling Lance, I've actually not played any of them. I've played Ice Nova of Frostbolts before as an Archmage thing. The Archmage archetype did get slightly nerfed. So I'm not sure about that at all. I got scared when they talked about Dialas. Yep, don't. It's fine. It's Dialas is buffed for like early to mid game transitioning, things like that. But end game, we never needed that 10% anyway. Just saying I can't fit explode jewels in this league. Why not? Why not? I always could. What difference? We didn't lose anything. Just a 2-year-old video that makes your day. Nice. Something else? No, you don't. Yes, you do. Yes, you still do. It's not going to be a 1-to-1. It's just going to be, I think they said 250 flat life instead of 1,000. Which is still, like, you can get something with 200 flat life on it, put the 250, you can have 8% there as well, and you can have other stats, so it's still pretty good. Unless you put something else onto a combs instead. Why did you say worth investigating? And then link me literally my own build. What's going on? I mean, do you mean the belt? I remember the belt. Sure. Yeah, sockets are pretty huge. And like an extra 250 flat life on top of you, whatever life you actually roll on the chest, is still quite good. That's still quite a lot of life, right? Like, it's not, that's not as bad as it. Yeah, they buffed Firestorm, which was like one of the few spells that was already in quite a good place. Use the level? Yeah, I think that's one of the like meta options. It's one of the ones that I would have said didn't need a buff, but it got one. Okay, real quick. Can I not? Damn it. I need to go get pure quartz if I want to do that. Share the total nurse? Yeah. Nina might not be that buffed. The rest of it changes a 30% damage down. And spell critical strike chance per 100 and 3%. Ah, yes, right. Right, because they used to be 5s. Right. Right, I need to go grab a thing real quick. In this thing. Negative 200, 250. So just around there. Just need to pick up 100 quartz real quick. Put that in my base and then go back to reading patch notes. Gotta find a little bit of quartz. Is that quartz? Oops. I think it is. Pure quartz quarry. Yep. Cool. Need like 100 and something. More, please. Just one more node like that'll be fine. That'll do it. back home as quick as we can so I can go back to reading patch notes. I just want that to be farming in the background, and it wasn't farming in the background. If I was smarter, I'd have done this before the announcement so that it was farming in the background for the last like 4 or 5 hours. That would have been great. The audio for most raised specters should now be quieter. Yo, is that in the patch note and I missed it? Because that's fantastic. If true. Okay, build, cut. We're gonna cut that hexatite core so I can move it. And we're gonna go like this. Build. That one. Go right there like that. And then that one. And you're right here like that. There we go. So on both of those. Limit and miss it there. What do you mean by a limit? Because they did go over some of the limitations on that. No mention of Tyrant. It doesn't really need to change though, does it? There you go. There's one of you on each of that real quick. And let's get them running in the background and then I can ignore it for another hour. Pretty clearly, can we clip more than one message at the same time? Oh, yes. That should be fine. I see absolutely no reason that wouldn't work. Go make more. Got plenty of cakes. Fantastic. Would it even change to be in order? Honestly, it was so cheap and trivial to get like one. Like it was so trivial. So trivial to get one white socket, so I'm just not really worried about that at all. Is it good to do, no, but I'm working on it. There, that's better. Blanchings have been inverted now, though. Yeah. They might do the same to Crown of Tyrant too. Right. One moment. I'm gonna grab some food real fast. I need to eat breakfast. I'm gonna keep looking for things in here that have hidden themselves from me. How do you get a white socket on a Tyrant now? It'll probably already have one. It's just they're gonna be common as fuck. So really easily. Right, one moment. Alright, that counts as breakfast, right? Chicken penne? After KF survive? I think League Start KF didn't survive. Just leveling. But like by the end of day 1, probably yeah. Right? You just won't be able to like immediately be like KF totems off the bat and go running because it's got so much. But it'll be fine. By the time you've got like at least, you know, one of the items, like a ring and a reduced reservation wheel or something. Duration rather. This demon no longer work for Animate Guardian. Yes, correct. I believe that is a targeted change for the mercenary specifically, but that's fine. Orange going to add level 1 support. Yeah, but I think we're basically even. Yeah, it'll also be, I think, easier to color than before. Well, probably just as hard. It's pretty much the same thing. You must have 3 reds, and then the other 3 must not be green. Sorry, must not be blue. They can be either red or green, and it literally won't matter. Just no blues and at least 3 reds, which should be very easy on a Dialis. I thought operative strongboxes were already cool. Strong box. Fix the bug where all heroes stamina would reduce the number dropped. Okay. Yeah, it's an operative mod only. Sure, they were only Mirage, but there's probably some in the new League mechanic. There's probably some under the sea. Under the sea. Anyway. Under the water, down where it's hotter. Take it from me. Anyway. Oh my god, I need to play the Crab Rave song. You guys can't hear my music, but I am now listening to the Crab Rave. The fucking ocean heist. No, it's good. It's good. There are places to exit everywhere, not always not back where you came from, and there are no doors. That's fine. It's like Heist if it didn't suck. Okay, I'm just gonna marker this. Shads, if I can get you to clip this for me. We need to make a command. Okay. The hours, for all the people who are worried about it, it's a little bit hard to read. Essentially, we're fine. Diala's now has gems socketed always have the quality bonus from socketed color. So that's the quality bonus they were talking about, where if you socket a red gem into a red socket, it'll get 10% quality. That's just always going to work no matter what socket you put it in, right? And you'll still be able to freely put it in any socket because that's now base behavior. And the green has been nerfed from 30 to 20. You also get the base 10, so it ends up being 30, which is the same as before. The only difference this makes to us is we need to have 3 reds now for Holy Relic, Empower, and Enhance, which we already did. And the other 3 can now be either red or green. As long as there is no blue, it's fine. Otherwise, same as before, we're still getting the +2 levels. Everything is good. This is a buff to early to mid game, and then no real change at the end because we didn't really need that extra 10% quality. Easy. The Valborn version might be very interesting because we might get a plus level black and it might cost us 10% quality, but in the end game we don't need that 10% quality. That's a bit so hard. Well, I don't want to stop Freezing Pulse, honestly. Freezing Pulse is great. If they didn't triple tap spell totems, I'd play Freezing Pulse spell totems. And they also say that there were dot spells that didn't make it in the patch notes. Yes. Alright. Is there anything I missed in here? Or should we go back to playing Pal World for a few hours? Anyone like real excited about anything that I haven't seen? The average number of breach monsters has been reduced. The number of monster packs spawned in unstable breaches has been reduced. The progress for killing breach monsters has been increased. The number of unstable breaches that can open has been reduced. The swelling rank patless is now 10% pack size. It used to be 20. Why don't you just stop breach? Why don't you just turn breach off? What are you fucking talking about? Spell passives now have 5% increased pack size. Used to be more rares. Evolving hives now have 15%, previously 25. Small passives now grant 8% increased monster instead of 5. Okay. Current item burster have slightly less modified tier rating and a bias towards higher tier base types. A lower inherent chance to burst with additional equipment. The maximum number of equipped Genesis Tree passive points is now 16, previously 20. Small equipment stuff granted by now have values of 25% instead of 50. The tree now gets the transfer modifiers to specific values at 300%, previously 50. Breach, why don't you just delete breach, man? I like if you don't want us to play breach, you can just say breach is gone this league. That would be fine. Sorry, I'm nerding out here. I mean, isn't it just path of building? Like, I don't understand. Why are we remaking? I don't know what's going on, I guess. Alright, submit. I'm changing over. We're doing some Pal World for a bit. Take over, make everything work. It doesn't work in path of building. Well, unreported tourists. Okay. Okay, we should have a ton of pure quartz now. Wow. Tons are strong. Tons a strong word. But at least we can start some of that. Locks will likely cost more than mirrors now. I think there is a chance that that is true, yeah. When he does his jump to his own engine, he can do some hypothetically neat stuff. Hypothetically neat stuff is my favorite. Are we jumping into the new Torchlight League? Nah. Too close to PoE 1 launch, and I'm really enjoying Pal World quite a bit. And so I would like to play that for the rest of the week rather than and much breeding was done. Okay, let's look. Okay, Artisan. I would like to keep that one. How do you make a favorite again? M. Okay. Musclehead is one I would like to keep for breeding purposes. Where did you go? There's another Artisan. Okay, so there's those ones plus... Shit, we got 3 in here? Oh, I got one doing transporting. That's fine. That's fine. But these two should be the one that are in there right now. Okay, so we definitely want to get rid of those two. So hopefully them two. Fantastic. Now we wanted to pick the ones with the good traits. For more breeding. I'm gonna run out of fucking room though. Right, Artisan I definitely want. Alright, let's keep this one. This is my combat one. Okay, so we want to take Artisan. Didn't get any other good traits. Okay, I'm gonna take both of these. Bring them over here. Oh, I didn't check if they're a male and female. Oh, they happen to be. Fantastic. Serious? Over that? Uh-oh. I'm nearly completely out of gold. I want serious and work slave on both of them. I think I can just afford to do this, and then I have no... Yep, I can perfectly just afford to do that. Perfectly just afford to do that. Alright, those are all of the good traits that I want. Now we're just gonna make a bunch of those three, and there are some extras that would be cool to get, but they don't have to be there. The question is, I really want to condense them, but I want to condense good ones. What do I do if I'm running out of room in my PAL box until I find good ones? There was another PAL storage thing here somewhere. There was like another PAL box of... Oh, is it that one? Is that the thing you're talking about? Does it have unlimited storage or something? $100 pages worth. Wow, that's okay then. Because I'm going to end up wanting like 15 or 20 of the things that I just made, but like bred into good ones. And then I'm going to want to condense all 20 of them, which means I actually need a lot. Right? I need to keep breeding a lot of them. Okay, well for now, since we're not breeding those, I can put most of them away as well. I can put most of you away. We keep a few so that we know we've got them. At this point, I'm at the point where I kind of wish I was breeding just one thing at a time, but I'm not, so... I just have to make more room. Like there's nothing to be done except make more room. Okay, this should give us plenty of room to play with for now. There we go, we got rid of 11 pages worth. Fantastic. One's through the wrong end. It doesn't matter. I got through most of them there anyway. Okay, so I need to take you two out because one of you, that one specifically, is my actual combat guy. So we go back to here, general use, ta-da, my dudes are back. Okay, now, parties, breeding, use, yes, you're in the base. I've still got both of them in the base. Yep, cool, those count. This whole game has become a breeding simulator for me. Plenty of cakes, fantastic. Okay, and extra eggs are gonna have to go in here. Uh-oh. Storage, storage, storage. Just eggs. Fantastic. You guys won't be breeding for a little while because I only owned 2. And one of them is my actual flying mount that I need to leave the base, which I want to do. But at least there's some of you breeding over here. So you'll be able to start breeding again soonish. Ah, that's right. So, the next thing I want to do, I think, is set up a fishing party. Now, I know there are several fishing pets. Not that one? Not that one, but you look like that. You look similar-ish. I'm positive I didn't put them away because I knew I wanted them. Ah, there's one. Do I not have the other one? Gillette and Gilroy. Do I not have Gilroy? Oh, okay. Whatever, you can come with me. Do I really not have Gilroy? Content for the sword. I can see it. I didn't put away a Gilroy. Okay, if there's more, I've definitely got more fishing things than just this one. Pal World Fishing Team. Glue pie is the other one. Excalibur. I know I have you. I know that I own glue pie. What do you look like? A little fucking depressed emo girl. Looking for... Oh, here we go. Apparently I have two of them. Whatever. Okay, so that's done. So I want to bring my flying mount with me and my water mount with me. just because, and then we only get to bring one more with us. As much as I would love Grisbolt to get XP, I don't really care if he's behind. We would like to have at least 3 pals that are actively leveling that are from our group. Okay. It was either up here, I think. What do you got? Nothing I care about right now. Oh yeah. I don't think I've spent these in a little bit. Nice. I'll take 15% swimming ability, 5% food preservation, 5% jump power, and quite a bit of movement speed. Thanks, buddy. Okay, so just off the coast here, I believe, is where I look for them. Just honestly, is this done? Yes, it's, well, he can't hear me, but it's literally in my title. This might be the wrong island. I should really look it up. I can't remember the name of the pal. Big seal looking thing covered in gold. Sells for a lot of gold, and I need to use the surgery bench a lot. That's the one. This might be the wrong island. There's like a good place to find him, and you can get a bunch of them. But this might not be it. Just judging by the level of fish that I'm picking up, I don't think this was it. No Touchline Infinite? Nah. The island below the volcano. That's where I am, isn't it? Saddle? Yeah, it's much faster. I also got him. You'll be happy at least a little bit. I got at least a movement speed passive and put it on him, and a stamina passive and put it on him. It's not the best, but at least I've done something about it. Island below the volcano. Right. I'm looking at the island above the volcano. Well, not that island, sure. Surely. Oh, was it off this coast? No, that's not right. That's not right. What, this one? There's a little small island? You know what? What am I doing? Why am I asking anyone when I own him and I can just see? Yep, it looks like all the way around that island, and also heavily concentrated in the front and back of that one. Anyway, it'll naturally just make more money exploring, sure, but I ran out of money. Like, it's not like, oh, I don't have much money, I wish I had more. I ran out of money. Yo, are we not in the water here? Does this not, how far out do you fucking need me to go? Hello? There we go. Go on. True, breeding them is a lot of gold, sure, but like, well, I guess to begin with, I only had 2 males, so I didn't even have like enough to do that. Whoops, whoops, whoops. I didn't mean to do that. Well, that's fine. Select to a single ascension. Me too. I understand why. I'm real tempted to league start that ascendancy though. It'd be either really, really fun or absolutely miserable, and it would entirely depend on whether you found the right merc or not. That's a very RNG league start. It's a very RNG league start. Like if you find a great fuck off merc, that'd be fantastic. You would do so well. But if you don't, you're fucked. Okay, well the rest of you can go away. I'm pretty sure we're only after the shiny ones. Y'all can respawn. Oh my god, come on. Okay, you suck. It's not deep enough here. Did I bring my kindling bow? Yes. And maybe breeding them for money is the right play. But I didn't have enough to actually start breeding. I either only had male ones or I only had female ones. And you have to pay gold to buy the thing to do the sex change, which I'm out of anyway. Every single build in the game is nice. It is. Better for some builds than others, but not really bad for anyone. Here's a Holy Relic math. Unfortunately, no. But it does make our early progression to mid progression way fucking easier. Basically guaranteed. Super easy. Doesn't change the min-max. 10.
Thanks for telling me my relic is safe. Also, fuck, I have so many fucking insane plans now.
Right? Balor the gloves, oh fuck. What about him? On other gloves by Legion now. I think it's going to take the Abyssal Socket, not the Unholy Might.
I mean, there's that too. The Unholy Might doesn't even work without the Abyssal Socket. Are any of you trying to fight me or just each other? Looks like just each other. Come on, I just need to find 1 or 2 more of these golden guys, and then I will be able to... Oh, hello. Perfect. I mean, I'm probably able to breed them now. I didn't actually pay attention to what gender of them that I got. Boss question mark? I mean, I bought 3 combat pets. Oh my god, stop. Stop it. What the fuck? What the fuck is that? If I leave right now, does it fail? I would love to leave and go get the rest of my combat pets. Or am I in here now? Make any time? You can't though. The dungeons have like an hour cooldown. Does the rest better now with the change? I mean, it said so. It said that their damage will be significantly increased. I didn't know they were doing what they say they were doing. So I couldn't even begin to guess or tell you how much. I open all the chests in every dungeon. Unless you're talking about these things. Hallowed bars? The fuck is that? Hold on, I gotta turn around. I'm gonna need all these. I don't know what they are, but I just decided I need all of them. I mean, I've already got enough of those. And they're not attacking me. Oh. Or are they? No, they don't seem to care. guess I could. Oops. That's not the button I wanted to press. Oh, you died. Okay. Who's attacking me? Gonna have to change that ability. Don't like it. Okay, that'll do. Murder the rest. How about your murders? What the fuck? What the fuck? Boom, boom, ba-dum, ba-dum, boom. Mondays and Monday after the weekend. Yep. Oh, I've got enough. I don't actually need more of you. I mean, I'll take one more. More things to mine anywhere, or more jars to break? Anything? Well, pretty lost. The fuck is that noise? What the fuck? Oh. Yeah, alright, sure. There's a house here with a bunch of pictures of slimes. Okay. And a little fucking floaty eyeball. Oh. Okay. Oh, there's no up here. I thought there was an up there for some reason. Thanks, Tombat, and I needed another one of you. Does ever need a light? No. Red slimes. Well, that should just about do that. Just need to go one of you, one of you, one of you, one of you, one of you. Alright, some cave bats and some red slime. I have no idea if the slimes are any good. I imagine they're not. They're slimes. But you know, I didn't have any and now I have some. Right? Shreemanok. Okay, buddy. You just get in the way. Too hard to see around. How dare you? How dare you? I did not bring enough spheres for this. schematics yet. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't been paying attention to what goes into my inventory. I assume those are not the ones we're after. The answer is some. Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck off, bunny. I didn't bring the ammo nor the spheres to be here. I wasn't planning on coming out here. I didn't know what this was. Certainly don't know where I am or what I'm doing. Really? I can't mind that? Really? I mean, I don't know what I expected it to be, but it like fully looks like something you should be able to mine. Yo. Okay, I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna stop because I've got 2 hyperspheres and 8 ultraspheres left. And I'm sure there'll be something at the end that I want. And I've basically only got 10 throws left. Excalibur! It unlocks recipe for Excalibur. Excalibur! Trying to make a little bit of room. I didn't have a pick. Oh, I already saw. I thought it was sulfur, but it wasn't. Illuminati slime. I mean, I want that, but like, Who needs space? Oh, I will. I just didn't need to drop it yet. I mean, I'm definitely gonna have to come back here for another run. I've never seen any of these slime mobs, and I just wasn't prepared to do, like, I came out to fish. I didn't know this existed. Someone's struggling with their task. I mean, as much as I would love to capture an enchanted sword, I don't have any pal spheres left. But also, oh, that's cave bat. Alright, sure. Okay. Don't know where you went. Okay, attack on your own. That was actually way faster than I expected it to be. That eyeball has teeth. That's a sentence. I just said that. Got him. The Eye of Cthulhu. Okay. Thanks, Cthulhu. Where the fuck is out? That was the boss room. Normally, there's the boss room. And then there's like an exit. Usually with like a schematic chest or like a... Okay, well, I mean, I came in that way, so... But I came in from here. Oh. Didn't I come in from here? Unlocks the night glow and the celestial sigil, whatever the fuck any of that is, and an Excalibur. I got 3 things. Actually, I got 4 things. My inventory filled up. Was the extra thing. Oh, I can just re-enter immediately. There's no time limit on that one. Doobie-doobie-doo. Map simplify and open that bitch up, and then go real quick this and put that away, and stow and everything you can fit. And now for my next trick. Okay. There is, it doesn't show, it's 3 minutes. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so what are you? A lantern that radiates a rainbow-hued light. Holding it aloft releases homing light projectiles that strike enemies multiple times. Huh? Okay, but where's Excalibur? Oh, right there. A sword that gleams with golden light around you, swinging it unleashes. Show me. Show me what you are. Have you seen the cat sword? No. Show me what you got.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's very fast, but also very melee. B-Guard seems to be struggling with their task. No one at this move seems to be struggling with their task. Oh no! I think they're all very hungry. Everybody come eat. Yikes. They're all still eating. But why is the salad prepared in an oven with fire? I did not get a signal for my run, so back there. So whatever it is I'm supposed to get isn't any of the things I got, right? Eat from the guild bank. Unfortunately, they cannot eat from the guild bank. But if you're out of food, what are the chances you're out of food? Wherever I put the other base. There it is. Prism, okay. You are not out of food. Oh, you've got so much food. You're really not using very much food because there's not very many pals here. I don't really have to worry about that one. It'll just keep producing oil. Not a lot of oil, but it'll produce oil. I mean, there's nearly 1,000 oil there. Burn through that in a heartbeat, but still. Okay. Well, let's go here. Register party. Rename. Fishing. Confirm. General. Use. Ah, I didn't upgrade my general. My bad. No, I want you my party. Actually, that's not right either. Because oh, hello, my dudes. Just got one transporting, okay. Because you're supposed to go there. There we go. Update your court list. I'll get to it. I just want to... I'm going to go back there in a minute. I just need to stop these guys from fucking starving. Look at the boss. Everything that charges and attacks current enemy. Okay. Well, it's got 4 transporting. Okay. feel like this process right here, this could be quicker. Should really put those down. But that's alright for now. I'm sure they'll get over it. They're all quite stressed out because I just starved them. Which is only a little bit funny. It's only a little bit funny. It would have been significantly more funny had I come back to base a little bit later and they were all just actually starved to death and dead. Are you gonna start breeding gold? Good idea. Okay. You eat those salads. That should make you a little bit happier. Whew. I'm so happy I came out of that in time to save them before they all died. That would have been fucking horrid. How many have you got over here? Tons. Still got 1,000 more berries before I have to cook for you. Fantastic. Wow. Oh my god, I don't have enough of anything, man. Oh, we're running out of stone, so I guess we'll just make 55 of them. That's fine. That should be more than enough charcoal for my needs right this second. Which makes me some gunpowder. Oh, it's patching. Oh, okay, time to shut this window. Sun was starting to come in at an odd angle that hit my eyes. How much XP crafting gets? Silly. Okay. Grab the Anubis, bring him over here also. At least there's a second person working on it with me. Make a coffee real quick while the assault rifle ammo fixes itself. Colors of a meaningful impact. Color conviction breakpoints. Early game, early to mid game, yes, because it'll just make it easier for us to hit breakpoints. But eventually, no. It won't lead us to a new breakpoint we couldn't get to before or anything like that. It'll just really help smooth out and be easier early. Right? For instance, 30% is literally one of the breakpoints that you'll just be able to hit. $52 becomes really easy. $52 I think will only require a level 2 enhance. I'll have to double check those numbers, but I think you'll only need like a level 2 enhance and you'll be able to hit like the next breakpoint. But it won't lead us to a new one we couldn't get to before. Right, that's the important bit, is it will not lead us to a new one we couldn't get to before. I wouldn't mind making another 50 of them before we go anywhere. With 3 of us working on it, it's very quick. Somebody here is quite stressed out for some reason. I would love to build one of them as well. If I build 20 circuit boards, I can have them all calm the fuck down. Can't do that. Yes, I can. I have zero idea what to play. Zero idea like nothing sounds good? Or zero idea like I can't pick from all of my options? I can't think of any options for a week. You could play Palwell. It's pretty fucking good, actually. Yes, I would like to launch that. They all could be just a little bit more relaxed. That'd be fucking great. They're all so picky. Oh, I need food. Oh, I need a bed. Fucking hell. But when I found you, you slept in the dirt. Just outside. Okay, now I have those. We can build one of these, which will make everybody happy. Oh, I didn't know you could build up here. Apparently you can build in the fucking... I was unaware. There, be happier. But don't worry. Be happy. Okay. All the multitasking. Yeah, I got it. Just log in, doesn't matter. Because I'm not actually playing. Redeem code. Exchange. Invalid code. Because it's cap sensitive. Redeem. And then we have to go here. To that one? Yeah, because that's where you get your legendary pet. Oh yeah. I'll deal with that later. This will be up for several end of the season. Yeah, I just have to make sure I do that at some point. Try giving us a bag of lunch, t-shirts, and candy. We cannot our schedules, approving vacations, and not overworking us to death. Yeah. Of the season, battle. The new season, yeah, just launched like, I don't know, an hour ago or something. An hour or two ago, sometime like that. But I'm sticking with Pal World.
Yeah.
And now let's put back on Gun. Okay. Pee-wee's coming up. Yep, that's why I'm skipping this season. It actually looks like a great season too, but like a week is not really enough for me to get into it. And plus I'm gonna have to spend a bit of time this week, you know, doing the things that I have to do, making sure guides get updated, and I've done all my path of building research, and I've done all my like making sure all my builds work, and probably gonna try and do a guide for Shadz's Tornado Inquisitor starter because it looks pretty good also. But it got buffed. That's exactly where I want to start it. That's alright. I already warned Shads that I was going to start it, and he was like, it doesn't matter. All of the gear is easy. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not great. Excalibur! Also yields less wooden ore. Well, yeah, because it's not a fucking tool designed for that, right? Excalibur! Was there no way through here? Or am I just blind? This was a dead end. I mean, it had 2 chests in it, which could have had the schematic I want, but it didn't. Music playing? I believe
Just
so.
watch the reveal. Is HROC still alive?
Yep. All good. Basically unchanged. I mean, we got buffed a little bit, but not really. It is basically unchanged. Okay. Shmoo. Okay. Ah, they're red slimes. I don't have any of you. Our characters have the same hair. Hooray. How you doing? I also gave myself glowy green eyes. Whoa, 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 whoa. Come on, go again. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Thanks, Darion. You say green eyes? Yeah, thanks. When I say green eyes, I mean like the green eyes of a fucking demon. There's no eyeball. There's just green. Yeah, I meant like fucking green eyes. I am capturing a sword. A sword that appears to have sentience. I read a great series of books about sentient swords recently. Was it? Fuck, I can't remember the name. Something City. No. There's one of sentient swords that I loved, but I can't remember its name now. Yeah. I'm gonna send this to series. Who by? Rainbow slimes. And a rare. Okay, not who I was thinking. Not the same books I was thinking. Why are there so... What the fuck? Oh, I don't like the bit where the eyeball gets teeth. I don't like the bit where the eyeball gets teeth. That makes me quite uncomfortable. that's not right. We don't like that at all. Terra Blade schematic. Is that the one maybe? And Celestial Sigil schematic, whatever the fuck that is. And another Excalibur. Can I just start again immediately? How would I tell if this is empty or not? I mean, nothing here. There's loot already on the floor. Terra Prism. Okay. I mean, surely I'm not just gonna like chain run it until I get it. This just doesn't sound like me. It can have one more go. And if it happens, great. And if it doesn't happen, I mean, you know, sometimes you just don't finish. That's how it is. That's the same one. Did I craft? Oh, no. I just... Okay. There. Ah, that's the thing I was...
Yeah.
It's like having a ranged weapon, but without having to have a ranged weapon or ammo. That's the one I really wanted. The other one is the swords behind your back thing, and that seems cool. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, that seems cool. But this is the real deal. Anubis seems to be struggling with their tasks. Okay, why are you stressed out, dude? What could you be stressed out about? Why is your sound so low? There's a hot spring, like right there. Go get in it. It's definitely you that's the problem. Yeah, you're at 80. Yo, what's your issue, buddy? Go get in the hot spring. Like, why would your sanity be so low? Go eat some food, have some salad, fucking sit in the bath. Like, why are you quite stressed out when what you could do is go have a fucking bath? Have a pet. Good Anubis. Does that help? Come here. Oh, there's already somebody in that bath. Oh, there's already someone in that bath. Oh, there's another bath over here. Here's one I prepared earlier. Get in the fucking bath. See, isn't that nice? Look at your sanity returning. Fucking weirdo. Just this is no reason for you to do that to yourself. This is a cruel taskmaster forcing his pals to take baths. I mean you're not wrong. It's not like, not that I'm not forcing my pals to take baths, but like I shouldn't have to. They should take a bath all on their own. They're old enough. They've been around for a while. They know they needed a bath. A seal inscribed with a offers to summon an altar or a powerful entity. Right. Okay, so that's what those are. Oh, we don't actually care about that though, so sure. Okay. Let's try that out. That's where I want to go. Alright, little baby Anubises, I hope you're ready for the grinding machine. Because that's where most of you are going. I'm gonna grind you into paste. I hope grinding them into paste doesn't Upgrading your Anubises? Well, yes, but also hopefully getting some good ones first. I saw at least 2, if not 3 good ones in that little batch already. I want like 15 of them for bases. And then, so I'm just going to keep breeding them until I have like 15 good ones. And then they're all going to get condensed. Someone is plotting a raid against your base. Cool. I didn't pay him off. I don't even know if I can, to be honest. I had recently spent all of my gold. Where even is the dude? There he is. How much does it cost to pay you off? Oh, it's only 2,000 gold. Nah. Nah. 30 minutes? What, to hatch the eggs? Well, now that I've laid down fire, it sped them up. So they're 20 minutes. As if not, name your chest? What do you mean? Identical metal chests. Oh. That's because I ran behind on hatching eggs. These are temporary chests that are just set to eggs only because I fell behind on that. And so I stopped breeding one farm until I catch up. And then they get destroyed. But also, I'm not naming any of the chests. What are you talking about? I haven't named any of the most stuff goes in here automatically. This is the guild chest. Almost everything I use for crafting goes in there. And if I knew about it beforehand, I wish I had have installed the mod. There is a mod. It's the only mod I want to use that will upgrade the guild chest to 444 slots. The multiplayer. It could be used in multiplayer to share with your guild, but you can build one in solo as well. I'm on a solo server. And what the guild chest does is shares material between all bases. And also anyone else in the guild, but there is no one else in the guild, just me. And so there's some tricks like this this food box cannot take ingredients, only food. It does mean I have to manually put food in there, and I did forget and nearly starved them to death earlier. But it means that they run all of their food into the guild chest, because there's no chest for them to put it in. Because they're not allowed to put ingredients in. The only other chests in their space also have settings. They will prioritize putting something in a regular chest. But if you just set the rules up for all of your regular chests to be very specific about what they will take, anything they can't put in a normal chest, they will go put in the guild chest. Right? And so almost all my crafting shit money, human trafficking. Got him. Setting myself up for a little bit of human trafficking at the same time. That's fine, right? A chilled something or other box, crusher or something I have to do to upgrade my pal base. I can probably do it right now. I don't need any more pets to be in any of my bases right now, so I don't know if that matters. Put everything away, please. Oh, you can't put much away from here, can you? Okay. Make sure you've got enough cake. You do. Cool. Go back to my main base, quote unquote, and then put everything away. There you go. Thank you. And now, for my next trick, one more time, but it's the last time we go here. I'm not going to grind this dungeon like endlessly, and this sword is very cool, and it was the main thing I wanted. Do I also want the floaty swords behind my back? I sure do. Do I want it enough to fucking farm the dungeon? Nope. No, I do not. I do wish it did a bit more damage. It's very cool. If I had got this thing on level, I'd have been really excited about it. It's a very cool sword. If I ever do a second playthrough of this, I'll make sure I'm out here at like level 30-ish. like 30, 35, so that I can come and get this very cool sword when it is appropriately leveled. Hello. I would like all three of you, please. Thank you. Ready, agent tech, you get a kick out of it? Yeah, I'm not gonna spend those points on something I'm very, very, very far over leveled on. I don't have nearly enough of them. Hallowed headgear, hallowed hood schematic, sure. But I believe that it would be very fun. I just, you know, I'm not going to spend those precious points unlocking something 33 levels below my level. Like a weapon 33 levels too low for me. Just doesn't seem like the right way to spend those points, right? It's a meme, but it actually wouldn't be bad on level. I'm imagining like Soul Rend style cats. Like it says it throws cats at things. The real question is, how did those guys get here? I think it's a sword, but Soul Rend Rainbow Cats. Amazing. Pepperoni pizza.
Pizza with just peppers on it. Pepperoni pizza.
Nice. So much mushroom. Damn, no schematic in that. God, that's so fast. I can't believe it took me so long to learn that trick. I don't even know how people learned that trick to begin with. I did it by accident. What trick? Oh, have you seen the grapple bullshit? You grapple yourself, and then you go real fast. The hang glider is based on your current momentum when you launch it. So if you grapple and you interrupt the grapple before the end of it, and you just pull out the hang glider, you just fucking zoom. You just zoom. It is faster than my current very fast mount. Oh, if you do it right. The grapple might be one of my favorite fucking things in this game, to be honest. I actually love it. It's just so good. So good for getting around. It's so good for getting around in places like this too. The other thing you can use it for is if you're like overweight and you can't walk, you can grapple at full speed. I was using it to try and get pals before they ran away to capture. I don't even think they do that. I don't even think you can grapple a pal. Yeah, you can't even grapple a pal. It's a grapple for yourself. You're Batman. You can do weird shit like crawl on the ceiling with it, like I just did. You can crawl on the ceiling. It's fine. Thanks, Tombats. That would explain why it wasn't working. Yeah. Now that I've got like an incredibly fast flying mount, it's definitely less useful than it used to be. But if I was ever to play it again up until around level 60, I don't think I would ever take the grapple off my bar. It did take me like a day or two to get good at using it, but now I am, so I wouldn't lose it. Ta-da! We've got all the enchanted swords we need. Alright, I can now change to a pal that can kill things. My Anubis that I bring with me is not capable of murder. I gave him the passive thing so that I didn't have to worry about. So I had a pet in my party that could be like, no, nobody dies today. Get him a day. Oh. Oh my god, stop it. Illuminati. Illuminant shrine? Shrine? Slime. Oh, yes, please. That should be all of them that I need. Perfect. Bye. Illuminati sounds better, right? It's the Illuminati shrine. No, the fuck it isn't. Terrorblade 4 schematic. Terrorblade 4? Wait, what's that other one? Hold on. What's that? Vortex Beta. Vortex Beta Schematic 3. Terrorblade 4. Terrorblade? Terrorblade 4. Hold on. You know I was saying like this is a cool weapon, but it just doesn't do enough damage, so I'm gonna have to go back to my gun. What if it was a Terrorblade 4? Would that make a difference? Nearly finished. I mean, maybe? Instead of using 20 pal metal, it uses 240. Its attack only goes from 400 to 600. I fear it's a little too much of a meme. Especially when I'm very, very close. A powerful gun fueled by unknown fires homing missiles at regular intervals that track enemies. That uses assault rifle ammo? Wait. Damage 390? Damage 320 as an assault rifle. Damage 390, and they track and explode and have a 66% chance not to consume my ammo. Yeah, fuck your sword. I'll be making one of these, thanks. Oh my god, it doesn't even have a clip. It just fires forever. It doesn't have a clip. What's your fucking problem, bud? You're literally on the most comfy bed. You're literally on the most comfy bed that you could possibly be on. Okay, put everything else away, please. I mean, obviously I'd like to know what that is. Hallowed power, magic. Okay, hallowed power, summon. Oh, okay. 140. I mean, look. It won't be long, but it's also very cheap. Increases the damage dealt by Terra Prisma. I don't have that. Hallowed Power Summon. What does that mean? I don't know, but I've got a fucking hat on now. So, whatever, I guess. Okay, well, very cool weapon. Much happy that we got that weapon. It's basically like 15% more damage than my current weapon, but then it attacks faster. It has a 66% chance to not consume any fucking ammo, which is insanely good. Back in 1 sec. dum, dum. Yeah, sure. Make another 400 of them while you're working at it. Alright, is there anything else I need to do while I'm here? No. I think I'm good to go. Okay. All really time yet? Not for another week. Ooh, meteorite descent in progress. Dun, dun, dun. Hi, Smokey. Yo. Can you capture, please? We may actually need to make the next sphere up. 9% chance to succeed is not really working out. What the fuck? We might need to try and jump 2 spheres. Okay. I wish these things had like level requirements so I knew how far behind I was. Like, I don't know, how far behind am I? Hi. Hey. And just have to go to sunset. Okay, sure. I don't know what that is, but sure. God damn, that was quick. Yep. They're doing the tech tree. True. Okay, hold on. Let's find out how far behind I am. Ball. Oops. Search. No. Sphere. Oh, I'm currently using Ultra Spheres that unlock at level 35. There's a Legendary Sphere at 44. An Ultimate Sphere at 51. And an Exotic Sphere that I have just unlocked, but I don't have any Hexalite. No, I do. I do have Hexalite. No, I don't have Hexalite. I'm not sure. I should at least be on that one, preferably this one. Alright, I've made a terrible mistake. I'm actually about to unlock this one. No wonder I'm struggling to catch anything. No wonder I'm struggling to catch anything, right? Like, I'm like, oh, why is it so hard to catch stuff? Okay, well, your fucking shit is 30 levels behind, bud. Wee. Have you tried not being 30 levels behind? Yikes. Because the patch notes already. I did look through them. I didn't like make a video on the patch notes or anything. But sort of, I guess. Yes. Good. Hexalite is right there, and I've been farming it for a while. Oh, that's Hexalite ore, though. Oh, I have no chromite. I'm gonna need that. Okay, so we can't quite go to the highest level one we have access to right now. But I can at least make ultimate spheres, which are 44 capture power instead of 33. That should be significantly better, hopefully. Oh god, why can I only make so many of them? Oh, palladium. I'm out of palladium. Yay. I don't have enough stone for that either. That's rough. Without asking anyone, I've got some. I don't know where it came from, but I've got some. You need to get the mining base actually up and running. Yeah. On the bright side, he's making stone real quick, and palladium's getting made over there. So while we're here, I can make something else. I should definitely unlock that. Yeah, I could definitely make that. We'll need advanced sphere assembly at some point, but that's not what I'm after. What I'm after is this, which I can pretty sure I can make this right now. Logging and mining yield up. I'll also need that. I need to make 10 computers and 10 cryogenic coolants. I'm gonna need more of them anyway. Let's just make 60 of them. I believe that replaces both my pickaxe and my mining thing. God damn, I need to make so much stuff. I just want to go out and I just want to be out and kill stuff. Are you playing Torchlight? No. It's just a bit too close to the PoE1 launch for me to play. The season looks really good though. Like really good. If it started 2 weeks ago, I would have played it for sure. There's just not enough time right now, and I'm really enjoying Pal World, and I would like to get the whole weekend playing Pal World before the change. Oh, come back. Why would you be upset and unwilling to do any tasks? Just go sit in the bath, I guess. Oh, that is exactly what you're doing. Okay. Go. Two and one and done. Make some poodles. I'm not really sure I'm interested in 3.29. Really? Did you watch the same announcement I did? Because to me it looks fucking phenomenal. There's so much happening all at once. I'm really gonna fight my own brain to not league start with the new Ascendancy. Because like, that's fucking risky, man. That is absolutely risky as fuck. Like one, it could be bad. And two, even if it is good, you would still need a good carry merc for you to be the support for. No risk, no reward. I mean, you're not wrong. Well, you're sort of wrong though, because if I don't take any risks, it's Holy Relic, and the reward is face tank everything, kill everything in the game, never care about any mod, never care about any mechanic, do everything all the time. And that's like a pretty big thing. Oh, we're halfway. Oh my god. We're only halfway. Ah, 4 to go. Be real. Oh, nearly there. Yay! Now what else are we doing? Bio batteries, that's right. I think that's enough, and these are much quicker. Halfway done with the bio batteries. We're gonna make a cutter, and then hopefully we've got enough to make some more of the bigger spheres, because I did set one of the good guys, a new buy, to run the stone, which is like the earliest resource, which is how I'm currently getting my palladium. Power spill, both of those. Let's make it. Plasma multi-cutter. Color look fine? Yup, absolutely. Dodged again. Should be even easier with no gem colors at start. Yep, and the Dialas itself, giving 10% quality to any gem you put in it, no matter what, does mean your early to mid league is like significantly easier to hit every breakpoint you're after, although it doesn't help our end game at all. Right? Like there's no new breakpoint we can suddenly reach. We can just reach them during progression easier. which that's fine, I guess. Like, that's a fine thing to have. Corrosive solvent 20, and I can make the cryogenic crusher. Let's do that. If I can make 20. I can! It might be a bit more expensive. Maybe. But like most of those were already coming from Abyss. And with Abyss receiving a rework, there might be way more people running Abyss than normal. So it might be cheaper than normal. And with the bosses, Anana Banana and Aminamahu and whatever the other one is, with them being relegated to like sub bosses or mini bosses, if you will, we'll probably encounter them relatively often compared to compared to what we're used to doing. Okay, watch the reveal. Nice. Yep. Oh shit. Oh, I can get palladium fragments back from my other things. Ah, fantastic. Gigantic furnace and advanced sphere, and it becomes level 5 or max 5 bases, which is also cool. Oh my god, the ultimate spheres are still not done after all of that. After all of that, the ultimate spheres are still not done. But they're not even that slow. They just really weren't working on them. Okay. Nah, they're pretty slow. S-B-H. Well, I know I'm gonna need it, but I can't make Hexalite yet. Gigantic furnace. I I need to make a lot of stuff for that. I will need it, so I will do it. But that's a problem for later. Oh, this is actually crazy slow. This is actually crazy slow. I just want to go kill some stuff. Well, capture really. I just want to go capture some stuff. Who is the best crafter? I don't know, but Anubis's handiwork is really, really good. The problem is I don't really have anything like leveled or condensed or anything, or like pals with really good properties. Like I haven't bred them. I'm in the process of breeding them, but I haven't actually finished it. What? Get over there. Why haven't you made them yet? Yeah, you. Don't tell me you can't make it to this thing. You were building over here before. Does it kind of the thing's fucking massive? Yeah, it is. Okay, we'll make these other 6. Isn't he water, not ice? Oh, the old one used water, and so he was good for it. The new one uses ice, so he can't do it. Oh, right. Okay. Well, in that case... You're 100% right. Unfortunately, he's my only water, so I can't get rid of him. So what we can do is we can go over to Palbox and we can search for cooling. Right near the end, please. Your ice is 5. Yours is 6, and you've got a work slave. Why are you chilling the fridge? There's fucking nothing in it. Come with me. I need you to do that. What? Where are you going? I fixed it. I don't need it for it. I'm not using it for anything. Yes. Okay, now he's doing it. Oh, and he's doing it fast too. He makes that quick. And can I flesh and flame the permanent mount? No. They will not have flesh and flame options at all. I mean, you'll be able to like flesh and flame a regular Scion node. Yep. So I tried to go to that island that I'm pretty sure is the island you wanted me to go to. And I quickly discovered that I couldn't catch anything, and so I checked the level of my balls and it was 33. And I was like, ooh. Maybe we need to go do something about that. Yeah, I could fight there. It wasn't super easy. But I could fight there. But it like, it didn't have any, like it just, I couldn't catch anything. It was like a 9% chance. I had to throw like 12 balls per pet. So we're trying to fix that up. I just cracked it cooling. Yeah, he's doing an amazing job. Accident to the ground with the Scion. No, I think if you pick a Scion, I think he'll be as strong, almost as strong or as strong as he was in the actual league. However, your character won't be, because you're giving your entire ascendancy up to make him usable. So it's going to require your ascendancy to be as strong as they were. So fuck their damage. Okay, but you can't have a permanent one unless you pick a Scion. That specific new class. Otherwise you've just got one for the map, whichever one you find or buy for one map. So you won't have an ascendancy. You will be basically unascended to get a good one. It's being signed with the Merc also. So yes, and I'm very tempted to league start it. 50-50 chance I might just fucking league start it. And we can't except for fallback. Yeah, you could. I don't know if you should, but you could. And then 2 bloodlines. True. If I don't league start it, it will be my reroll 10 days in. Okay. Now I have some fucking palladium. Oh my god, we need palmetto ingots still. Fuck. I know, unless you get a unique body. Yeah, I did notice that. Oh my god, I don't have any pure quartz. Oh god. Wait, no, I do. It just hasn't come into base. Because it's right there. Yep, there's another 300 of it. We're both playing now. I mean, I had never played it before until just a few days ago when it launched into its 1.0 launch. People who had played it before, who were experienced, said it was a huge patch. There's lots of new stuff and whatnot. There's like multiple, like many pages worth of patch notes. A whole new endgame grind, but I kind of don't know anything about any of it because what the hell am I supposed to know? I didn't play before then. So this is actually my first time playing. I mean, I'm definitely gonna need that, but I don't have it yet. I definitely want that, but I don't have access to it yet. I'm definitely gonna want that, but I don't have Ancient Civilization cores. Must defeat Faybreak Tower. Oh, I'm headed to Faybreak right now, so I guess I'll unlock that soon. I'm surprised they gave you rings. Me too, a little bit. Or a belt, for that matter. Yep, you can absolutely put Headhunter on the Merc. Drone launcher. Screams of the desecrated Merc. They don't use flasks anyway. Not wrong. Fusions to be placed on water. Nice. Right, especially considering they put on Reliquarian. Yeah, me too. Alright, I'm gonna fill up my water bottle while that's going. We need at least 50 more of these. Actually, we might as well just take them right now and start making our balls. Yeah, it does look quite good. Alright. 1 second. My lord, it's slow to make these balls, but like the other balls literally don't work anymore. So like, I have to have these, but I have to complete Faybreak Island before I can make the better bench that'll be able to make these faster. It does seem like that's a little bit of a loop in this game though, like stuff starts to get really, really slow just as you're getting to the point where you're like, well, you'll have to struggle through this and then get that next unlock, collect that next thing, and then they'll go back to being quick again, and then you'll unlock the next one and it'll be a little slower but uncomfortably, and then you'll unlock the one after that and you're like, oh my god, it's so slow, but then there'll be the next unlock just after that to speed it back up again. Like 33 balls is not enough balls. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even know if I have a smoky. Nor do I know what that would do or where you would get it or anything. Yeah, they're all over Faybreak, so you kind of meant to have one. I mean, let's see if I've got one. I only spent just a little bit of time at free break, so if I have one, it'll be right at the end here. Oh, I happen to have two of them. Oh. Okay, but who am I giving up? Probably Jormuntide. I'm not going to need to go swimming. Palladium, man. And it's just my appointment is next Thursday. Oh no. I wasted seconds of playtime while to daycare. Oh no. I'm pretty tempted to start using these meteorite fragments just because like to make palladium, which I'm not sure that you're supposed to do that, but holy fuck, I need it. Do I not need the meteor fragments for like progression? Is it just a weapon? Because I would like to. I'm even harder than I already am. Oh yeah, it's always a problem. Or at least so far up to my level, Palladium has been a problem the whole time. There have been individual times where like, oh, I've got like 1,000 of it saved up. It's great. And then you need 1,500 like 3 minutes later. You're like, fuck. Okay, well, using up my meteorite fragments will help quite a bit. Intel with like 15 palladium rocks. Hold them up while you wait. Ooh. I mean, this is nearly done, but I can start the balls because there's plenty of people who, there's like 3 or 4 NPCs that'll work on the balls while I'm out collecting more. Oh my god. My back like still hurts. It's gotten a lot better. It's not like ruining my life, but it's still not back to normal. also need to pick up as much of this as I can take right now. Yoink. Thanks, buddy. Never dedicated slot in the anytime there's anything that now has a dedicated slot in the currency tab, I am happy about it. Okay, so now it's PAL metal that's slowing me down, but that's okay. Because that is also currently getting made. Whew. Okay, there's a little cliff near Rain Tower. Not that one. Over here? Really? Oh, do you just mean these little ones? We're not talking about like big ones, are we? Well, I love the plasma cutter. That's all there are. Nah, there are big ones with several hundred in dungeons. No such thing as Palladium Rock outdoors, right? I mean, this is actually really not that slow to gather either, especially since like I know I'm waiting anyway. This is literally my first time firing it, so just had to sort of get used to where it was on the screen. It doesn't go where a normal thing would go. It's a little off and to the right. Okay. I have caught this Zoe 125 times. Are you telling me I can just fucking... I know this because I have fed 125 Zoes to a single Zoe to make a super Zoe. What? Capture and defeat 5 free PAL members. Oh. I'm not wasting my good balls on them. Zoe has 5,000. Oh, there is too. That's alright, I'm here now. You're right, but by the time I'd said that, it's quicker to fly here on this mount than it is to go through another load screen. Okay, I still don't trust you. What's the next thing? Oh. Oh! Whoops! I missed. Didn't mean to do that. I also failed because I threw it at a foot. Is fishing worth doing? Anytime it's shiny, yes. I mean, early-ish it's probably worth doing regardless, and if there's an area where there's a pal you want, it's worth doing regardless. But if it's got shiny stuff on it, stop for it almost all the time. I only didn't stop for that other one just there because this is like a level 5 zone or whatever the fuck it is. And I'm like, I'm not stopping for that. Find Zoe. Find Zoe's tattered momentum. Why would I? I wasn't really expecting anything anyway. Okay. You're picking up a blankie? Fair and valid. Was able to fly all the way there and almost all the way back. Zoe and Griswold, 2 out of 5. Happy Halloween. Whatever. Oh, damn it. Nope, wait, hold on. Damn it, only movement speed. Which I'll still do. Wait, how do you already have Zoe and Grizz? That is an excellent question. I absolutely didn't. I did also notice that it said 2 out of 5. I promise you I did not have already. I just didn't. It's not true. Where is she? She should have been at the end. Oh my god, it costs computers to heal. I mean, it doesn't need healing yet, but Jesus. Just letting your party? No. I just got the normal Grizzbolt. Alright, whatever. Whatever. She's gone. Also, I don't think you can give me one at all. I've made a single player world. It's not multiplayer. I don't... I should have made a multiplayer world and just not invited anyone to it. That would have been okay. You can change it later. Wait, can you? Because if I can change it, then I can change the size of my guild chest, which I would love to do. There's a mod that'll change my guild chest to 444 slots, which is one slot for every single ingredient for every single craft in the game, so that you can have your crafts available everywhere. Right? The problem is you can't do it in a single player game because nothing in the game, no mod, no anything can change the size of a guild chest. So you have to install the mod, and then once the mod is installed, make a new guild and make a new guild chest, and then that guild chest will be that size. But you can't do that in single player because you can't leave and make another guild. And once you've made the guild, you can uninstall the mod and the guild's chest will stay large because, again, nothing can change the size of the guild chest. It is just decided when you fucking make the guild. So if you're on a purely single player, you can't fix it midway through. I'm just gonna add as I subbed. I didn't get the notification yet. It's a joke. That's not real. Imagine if they made it tier 2 and above only to skip ads. Jesus. I'll become a fucking... We'll be trying to push everyone over to YouTube if that happened. I might... In fact, if they did that, I would consider something shitty like Kick. Okay, listen, while we're waiting for that, I'm going to tell everyone the most fucking annoying thing. So this is the new chair. The new fancy good chair from Secret Lab. I forget what it's called, but it's the one that's like the new one. It's got like the magnetic headrest and it's ergonomic and everything, and it's really nice. It is really good. The handrests on every other chair for the last 10 years, they lock into place and they have a button on the side. If you want to slide it forward or backwards or turn it or whatever, you press the button. These handrests don't have a button. So every time I like move like this, like if I use the arms, they just fucking slide around. Everything else about the chair is 10 times better, and the armrests just fucking slide. And they don't have any movement sideways. Like the other ones, you could move them out or in a little bit, only about like this much or so, but you could do that, and you could lock them from, they would not slide forward or backwards. But now they just free slide. There's no lock. And it's not even hard to do, which means they move every time you fucking... Like, why? Every chair for the last 10 years has had the same lock thing on it, and these ones just don't. Everything else about the chair is way better. But that really shits me. Like, why have we gone backwards? Why have we lost? Why they just slide? Well, this one was bought for me, so it was free, which is the correct cost. Woohoo. I didn't actually mean to lift you up. What happens if I just do this? Ah, good. You'll just walk back to mining. Cool. Cool. Okay. Can I do this thing yet? What was his... Smoky. I did not do anything. Smoky. Smokey's harness. All right, Smokey's harness, and we're back to the wherever it is. Fame Rake Island, or whatever the fuck it is. The harness isn't even for riding? Whatever. mean, do you just like run around pressing it? Is there some sort of indicator that it's... He does so much damage. And we're now run the Covenant again for Holy Relic of Conviction. Depends on, you would still run Dialis. It depends though. The best in slot thing would be if you can get the +2 gems to go over to a Covenant. And barring that, if you can get the level 23 support to go over to a Dialis, that would also be the best in slot. You indicated the compass on top? No, but I can see why you would think that. That's a different thing. It's a hidden treasure thing that I just haven't gone to collect yet. Did you fucking not? Oh. I didn't get that. God damn. These are the ultimate spears. Yo. How fucking dare you, actually, though? Is spears above ultimate? I would, but it's the highest I could possibly make, and I jumped up 3 tiers. And it's still missing when they're dead. I mean, there is a dungeon here, and I'd love to do it, but I haven't found a new waypoint or anything cool yet. So... there's one. This is double or triple jump. I don't even have one of those. Well, I mean, I'm sure I do. I just don't know about it because I've had a flying pet, so why would I? Oh, I've missed probably multiple towers. I'm like 2 towers behind or something. I don't really get a stupid buff. No. But it got buffed enough to make up for the loss of the support. And we've probably come out about even. Yeah, I mean, if we end up with a Diala's, for instance, that has level 29 added chaos on it, or even level 10 chance to poison, then that'll be a huge buff. But, you know, I've already got you. Do better. These aren't shinies, so... 20 yep. Or even just the Diala's red gems plus 2 levels in something. Yo, fucking relax, my dude. Yo. Calm it down. Calm it down. Oh, I like it when they struggle. What? It's crazy that these balls aren't working reliably. I absolutely hate having unreliable balls. Yo. This is crazy. Okay. Let's do this a little bit. Whew. There's the capture rate in the world options. Okay. I could also just cheat. Is what you're telling me. If you're still awake later on though, I might do the thing where we change into a multiplayer game. And get Zoe. Because that bugged and I should have her. That was the thing. I did it. But more importantly, I can use you, hopefully, if you don't mind, to grab a bigger guild chest, because that is something I will do. That is something I don't consider cheating. I would. Storage solutions in every game is a fine way to edit the game. I did the same thing in not Satisfactory, Subnautica when I played it. As soon as I found out there were storage solutions that I could mod in, I'm like, nah, fuck that nonsense. Gimme. See, those things have so much palladium in them, but here's the thing. I really feel like it's a waste of time to use this cutter on it. I didn't realize it would be a tap of the cutter and you'd get 100 fucking palladium. That's actually okay. Oh, she was on fire still. I didn't notice she was on fire still. Oh, that's okay. There's another one. Whoa. Grab on that isn't stacked as fuck. Zoe and Griswold. I mean, I'd rather have a standard normal one. I don't really want to like skip progression, but I'm just supposed to have one, and I went out of my way to do that, and I wanted it. Yeah, I know the levels will scale down and that'll be fine. Whoa. I didn't mean to lose him, but oh, I didn't. Got him. Whew. Bad news is the bad news that you can't get another one, because I considered that might be an option. books except her. Right. That's not that important. You don't get over the quest? Nope, I finished it and she didn't show up. But yeah, it's fine. I can do more of a quest and get another one. Nah, it's fine. It's fine, I'll figure it out. You guys get a new copy of it every time she does that? Aha. And that would explain how you've got a giga buffed version. Just get a bunch of her. Oh, okay. No, you don't need copies to condense level ups. Oh, can you just use regular Grisbolt? Or potentially breed her? And there are also fruits to let you do it? Ah, right. I was just thinking about breeding her. Wait. I really didn't, it just... They're making that sound better. There really isn't. Are you starting Holy Relic? I'd like to say no and convince myself that I'm gonna start something else, but probably. Probably, but it would be nice if I could lie to myself for a few more days. That I have it in me to start something else that isn't that. Only the quality one. So far, Smokey's done sweet fuck all. The others will change it much. Makes again our early game easier to hit breakpoints in like early to mid game. It does not change our late game. Well, I mean it sort of slightly does, because you're only getting the 20% quality if you put it in a green. So like there were always options of stay at the 82 and have more damage, or go to the 128. We're just not going to go to the 128. We're just going to stay at the 82. But like that was already like one of the good options. You can hit 82 without any others. You can, with a corrupted 2321 gem and also a successfully corrupted awakened enhance, and also a +1 to all level corruption on whatever piece of gear you've got. Certainly an option for us, but not an option for let's try a surprise. You don't use much of the bullshit. Oh, yeah, I'll have to math that. I'll have to plug that into POB or whatever and see what we can give up. Maybe you don't need the awakened enhance and you could just use a regular successfully corrupted one. That'd be pretty cool. I haven't plugged anything into Path of Building yet though, so I don't actually know. This guy doesn't find squat. He is suddenly my new fucking favorite combat pal though. Like, look at that. Is already 50 without enhancer and clipped. Yeah. Maybe. Like I said, I really haven't thought about it. Like, it's possible. Okay, I'm just really giving myself. I still look like a hobo. I have no idea. I've streamed every bit of it, so it wouldn't be too hard to find if you wanted. Also, stay away from the tower. He did say something about if you value your life, stay on the ground. Which, like, okay, but I actually want to go up there. And to be honest, I don't value my life, so... Like then, oh, 50-ish maybe? Being incredibly lucky right now. Well, I'm glad that that happened while I was headed to that waypoint because I wanted it. The being incredibly lucky part. So if whatever bad's supposed to happen wants to happen now, that's fine. I got the waypoint now. Oh shit, an effigy? Right, I will go back for it. I want them. In just a second. Oh, I can actually see it from here. Oh, I see a green one. Oh, that went further than I thought it did. I thought I was going to use it to cheat forward a little bit, but it went quicker than I did. Oh. Alright, well, I don't see it, but if you saw it on the way there, then it was visible from here, hopefully. Oops. Keep doing that by accident. I see a fucking pissed off dude. Maybe that's what you saw. Apparently flying is fine. I don't know what they were warning me about. This is like the third person, not like real person in game, but I mean like the third NPC to warn me about flying here. It fucking doesn't matter though. Yo, I'm gonna need you to not fucking be in there. I mean, I'm trying to stay like more closer to the ground anyway, just because. I've got an undershirt with +3/+3 from a different thing. There was a schematic tower that gave me this thing. This is a speedy work, PAL XP, and the glasses. This is a wandering merchant charm. Actually. They almost got nuked. Yep. Fucking mind? Get in the ball. Damn it, this one killed it. Ooh. I don't even need to fight you. I already own you. Run. He's still gonna go at me, isn't he? Oh, that homed? Okay. What if I make you hit this one? Quick. Oh, whoops. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Woo! Okay, we're fine. I'm telling you, this poor dog has found nothing. Like, I don't know what he's looking for, but Smokey's fucking... He's not found anything the whole time I've been here. You get away from that thing. Oh, whoops. Damn it. What about this? Since you're in the water, does that matter? Not really. Oh shit. That's interesting. Got an UPS? Yup. Oh, no. Oh. It briefly came back on for a second. I'm gonna spend every ball I have. Okay. How long does that last? About 10 minutes? Yeah, but I wasn't planning on getting off for another like 3 or 4 hours. Oh my god. It's exactly what I want. Oh wait, no, I've already got you. I want another waypoint that's in here a little deeper. Oh, there's one 200 meters that way. Time for the weekly power cuts. I feel like it's been a decent amount of time since the last time this has happened. It happens a lot less now that my parents don't live here. And I don't really know how those two things are related. Well, I have one more. This is the last ball. Oh, never mind. We got it. Oh! What was that? Let me get that egg first. Well, I got the thing, so yeah, don't worry about it. Let's see what happens. Are you gonna do something to me, or are you just gonna give me a warning? Hold on, I want my stamina back because I want to go over there. I barely even moved. There's another waypoint. Oh, oh, oh. Where did that come from? Okay, well. Don't fucking fly then. You must have line of sighted the towers for so long though. Like I was flying around that island after several NPCs told me under no circumstance go in the air. And I was in the air for so long. I was in the air for so long. Okay, well that's the highest one I had. When's the next ball? I mean, there's the exotic ball, but I have no hexalite and I can't make that yet. But I have no chromite, which hopefully is what that dog would have given me. I'm nearly in this one, but I don't have access to that either. Isn't there just a normal blackout? I mean, it's raining, but I wouldn't have called it storming at all. Like, yeah, I wouldn't have called it storming. Can you get it? I'll figure it out. I mean, like, knowing where to go to get it, I'm assuming would be useful. I'm assuming the area I was just in, because based on the progression of the tree, that's the area I should be in when these are starting to struggle. And so I should be starting to get that material. Is the zone after this one? Well, that's interesting because I got some. Oh no, I got chromite. What the fuck? I need hexalite. Oh yeah, chromite. That's what I need. Chromite. There's the one after exotic. Yeah. Which, sure, it would be good to jump to. Maybe. You might need to send it to me on Discord if there's like a cheese way to get some of that, because I am nearly there, and maybe I'll just jump straight to that and just make a bunch so that I can capture pals. Well, we still haven't received our power back yet. I am pretty happy with the UPS remaining on this long. Well, there's probably enough time to collect all these. Ooh, artisan work slave. Artisan serious work slave. I think we've definitely got a few Adubai in here that are good enough to condense some pals into and like actually have decent like pets to set up. How many pets do you need to fully condense somebody? I don't really have to fully condense them, but like I don't know how many you need. 125. Okay, so we don't have to do that. We don't have to fully do them all. But if I can get like, I don't know, 2 stars or something on everybody, that'll certainly help a lot. Because I'm gonna want like, I don't know, 10 or so of them working in my next base, the mining one that I haven't set up yet. It's just making oil, but I will set it up. I'm gonna want like 10 of them. I'm not gonna 5-star all 10 of them. Like that's not, we're not doing that. Our stream, why is it so dark? Our power went out. We are on UPS right now. None of my lighting is hooked up to it. And most of my peripherals aren't hooked up to it. The desk isn't hooked up to it, all that sort of stuff. It's just my monitors and the computer. That's it. So that is all the power we currently have is just that. And the router. Yeah, well the router's actually on a different UPS because the router isn't even in this room. I mean, I do and I don't. Like, I don't own it. My parents do, but I live here. And they don't. So, I can do whatever I want. Like, if I want to put a new fence in, or put a battery in, or put a whatever, I can just do what I want. I wouldn't even ask. I'd probably tell them, because why wouldn't I? It's 48 to fully condense now. Oh, they lowered it. Oh, that's not bad. Well, I'd also help with that. We get a rebate every single bill cycle. It used to be like a $300 or $400 rebate, and now it is 20 because power keeps going up and up and up. So eventually we might have to start paying again. I take this. I made it as part of my training. Oh, some pure quartz. You at the blacksmith, you made pure quartz as part of your training? Is that really what happened there? Does a feed-in tariff is pathetic now? Our feed-in tariff is locked. It was locked for a ton of years. We did it for the maximum amount of years, and it expires mid next year. And we're getting like 6 or 7 times as much as the going rate now, because we were like one of the earliest people to put it in, and we did it for the maximum amount. I can't remember the exact amount, but we did it. We were one of the earliest, and we did it for the absolute maximum amount, and it is significantly more than anybody else is getting. In major injuries, urgent medical attention required. Okay. He got hard fucked. Ah, shit. That's my 1 minute warning.